Okay, we are live. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, February 1st, 2022 at around 11 p.m. If anyone is in the chat, could let me know if the audio and video is coming through okay. I'm looking at the stats here. Looks like we're broadcasting okay. So today we're doing something a little unusual. Jonathan Warner, who I see is in the chat, discovered these what are called crime dossiers. And we're going to play one of the first and most well-known, in history at least, 1936 Crime Dossier. We'll talk about what that means in a second. So originally published in 1936 in England and written by a fellow named Dennis Wheatley. And in fact, I can show you, here's a picture of Dennis Wheatley. So Dennis Wheatley served in World War I. And this is a page, a website devoted to his life. And he became a writer and started writing crime stories, a little bit of occult, and ended up selling, I don't know, 1 million books, something like that, 250,000 books, wrote 60 different books. And at some point, Dennis Wheatley gets contacted by his friend, J.G. Lynx. And Jonathan Warner, you'll add some stuff in here and correct me. Some of the stuff I'm giving is based on Jonathan Warner's discoveries on different websites. Anyway, the two of them got together. 1930s was actually, you have to remember, set the scene for the 30s. It's Great Depression, before World War II, and crime stories were actually very popular. And J.G. Lynx proposed to Dennis Wheatley, who was the author of lots of novels, that they boil down a detective novel into the key mystery components and produce a book that was full of real evidence, the evidence that a detective would collect. And there were a bunch of these kinds of, not quite of this elaboration, but books where you were trying to follow along with the mystery of the novel and solve it along with the detective. There's a name for that book genre, and I can't remember exactly what it's called. Anyway, so 1936, the two of them produced this book. Now, actually, the original version of this book, when published in England, was called Murder Off Miami. Now, listen, look at the irony of this. The original book published in England was Murder Off Miami. It was a huge hit. Apparently, I'm trying to remember the stats, but something like 26,000 copies or 100,000 copies on the first week. It was a huge hit. And American publisher bought the rights immediately, and that year came out with an American printing of this game and called it File on Bolitho Blane. This is a character in the case, but it's odd that the American version threw out the Miami and called it File on Bolitho Blane. Now, Jonathan Warner found a website which suggested that Bolitho Blane might have been a real person, a real mysterious underworld character, or someone of some notorious origins that was international, and that helped gin up publicity for this game. All right, we're going to look at this in detail. You can see this copy is a 1936 copy. You can see how it's bound. It's bound with a little piece of string through here and a hard cardboard front and back. Jonathan says 120,000 copies in the first 6 months, and the Queen of England bought like 6 copies. It was one of these things that people would get together around the fireplace and play. We're going to look at this in more detail, but Jonathan also found some discussion that this was how crime files were actually bound in those days, with a sort of a hardback case, and all the files would be bound in here sort of before the ringed binders. Okay. We're going to take a look at this. This is the game we're going to play. So I should say, let's see, what needs to be said before I go any further. This will be full of spoilers once we start. We will play this entire game. I will read every word. It's about 176 pages. It may take us longer than 1 6-hour session, in which case we'll continue playing. I don't know whether we'll play tomorrow. I'll have to talk to Jonathan, who's in the chat, when we want to continue. Or we might go through it quickly. It's big, but we don't know how much... We don't know what to expect from this, how much it will compare to other Suspect games. I'll talk about those before we start. But once we start playing, full of spoilers, if you plan to play it, and you can get copies of this, and there are reprints, we'll talk about that. But don't watch it if you plan to play it. Duke of Zilla in the channel is asking, what is this? Is this a game? Is this book? Are there others in the series? There are others in the series. We're going to talk about them. What is it? Is it a game or a book? It's kind of a hybrid, but it's a mystery game. It's a mystery novel that at the very end, you'll be asked some questions to try to figure out who did it and how and why. And there's a sealed area. This has been opened up, but then there's answers. So it's like reading a mystery novel full of different evidence and photos and documents. You'll try to piece together the mystery. At the very end of reading the book, you'll try to answer questions. So it's very much like we think the mystery suspect games. I suspect there's going to be a fixed set of suspects, and we're going to have to try to decide who did it and how and why, given all the evidence and documents. Okay. Now let's talk about the series and where this fits in. So original was released in 1936. Licensed to American publisher, 1936. Comes out as Murder Off Miami in 1936. Has been reprinted several times. This is one of the reprints. This is the 1979 reprint. You can see it went up to $18 from probably a couple bucks or buck in 36. This set of reprints, these soft cover reprints in 79, looks like it's almost identical. So if we just open the first page of this, let's put this off to the side. If we open the first page of this, we see there's some introduction. There's a telegraph. And then there's a bunch of documents, and they're of different sizes and types. And there's actually some pages with actual physical evidence. Here's a blood-stained cloth. Okay. The 1979 reprint is, as far as I can tell, identical. If you open it up, you see a Western Union cablegram. This is actually looks like the only piece that's a little bit different, and maybe we'll talk about why that is. But essentially, it's identical in that the photos are photos, the documents that are smaller and on different stock, etc. So the 1979, and this has evidence as well, it's different fabric, but it's still, that blood-stained fabric is still in here somewhere. Okay, so the 1979 reprints are, for all intents and purposes, seem identical. You can get them on eBay, they come up occasionally. And there's a series of 4 of these games. So Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Lynx made 4 of these cases. It looks to me like one every year starting in 36. 36, 37, 38. I think the last one was 38, so maybe a little more frequently than once every year. So I have the original 1936 American version of Murder Off Miami, File on Bolitho Blane, and the 1979 version. Okay. And then I have the 1979 reprints for the other 4. So here's number 2, Who Killed Robert Prentice. Same idea. There's this big, giant fold-out newspaper. I mean, you can see the lengths they went to make this series. The Mainsley Massacre, Malinsay Massacre, that was number 3. And then, do I not have, oh yeah, okay, there's Here with the Clues, that's number 4. Okay, so there are the 4 books in this series by Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Lynx. They're written by Dennis Wheatley, planned by J.G. Links. So however they collaborated. Those are the 4. You can get these on eBay. They are, for all intents and purposes, they look identical to the originals, except they don't smell as moldy. Okay. Now, there's a little bit more to tell you, though. The original that was licensed by the Americans was so popular that they spun off their own series of copies of this idea. And so there are 4 of these Crimefile cases that aren't written by Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Links. The first one they licensed right from Dennis Wheatley. But the second, third, and fourth are independent, written by other people. And I only have one of those. I have the 4th one, Crimefile number 4, called File on Claudia Cragg. This is written by Q. Patrick. I believe one of the other 2 was also written by Q. Patrick, and one might be written by another person, a woman, I believe. So this was published 4th Avenue, New York City. Same exact idea, though, except, so there's the physical evidence. Not quite as high production. There's no, most of the pages are not real photographs, but there are some real pieces of evidence and separate kinds of documents in here. I don't have 2 and 3. One is called Fenton Farr. The other one, I can't remember the name of. Maybe someone in the chat can tell us. All right, and then I have one more thing to show you, which is in the 80s. So this is the reprint from 79. And you can see it's very keeping with the original version. It's got newspaper print is done in newspaper, photos are in photos, there's fold out stuff, etc. Actual evidence in bags. Okay, that's the 79 reprint. In the 80s, they reprinted a new version of all 4 in hardback. And in this version, everything is just on the same stock of paper, and the evidence is now photographs. No actual newspaper stock, no different kinds of documents, just photographs of everything, and on the same stock. So if you care about the experience of having the original experience, you can get the 79 reprints and have basically the same experience, and you should try to avoid the 1980s reprint. Although, from my standpoint, having photographs of stuff instead of the actual documents doesn't take that much away, but truly for the full experience, try to avoid the 80s hardback versions. All right, now we're going to put all of this away because we're going to try to play the original here. And if it falls apart on us, we'll revert back to the 1979 version. All right, anything more we need to say about the history of this game before we play it? We do not know what to expect in terms of difficulty, in terms of time length. We're going to take our general approach that we do when we play these historical games, which is be very generous. We're traveling back in time to the 30s, and I am absolutely fascinated to see what the writing feels like. We played Gumshoe, the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective spin-off, which was set in the 30s, but here's a book actually written in the 30s. So there's going to be historical facts going on and historical writing and documents that we're not used to seeing. So it's going to be a very interesting experience. And I understand from Jonathan that this is not regarded as the best one, and that maybe if this is reasonably good, we might, for a more serious challenge, look at some of the other books that followed, maybe more challenging, require more from us. It's not clear how much of a linear experience this has been, and Jonathan reminds me that there are some pages that are interesting, some actual blogs written about this. So if we look at, let's just look over here. This is Dennis Wheatley's site, but if you go to, if we go to, what did I want to see? Back to contents. Where's his... Oh, books. I had it somewhere. That's too bad. I lost it. There's a section... Oh, Crime Dossiers. Here we go. There's a whole section of his website. I mean, he's dead. A whole section that talks about these crime dossiers and the history of them. And you can read about that. There's a link in the chat to an actual scan on the Internet archives of this entire book. So if you want to play along with us now, go to the beginning of the chat in the YouTube chat channel and click on the link to the Internet archive, and you can actually follow along with us as we read through and play this game. Okay, there's that. What else we got? There are a couple other interesting blogs that talk about these games. This one I like quite a bit. It talks about the history of these games and what was going on when they were played and how popular they were. And it points out that there have been a couple other spin-offs from this, a couple Sherlock Holmes crime dossiers, some of which, or not all of which, all of the Sherlock Holmes one, there's 3 of them, seem to be based on the actual Sherlock Holmes novels, A Study in Scarlet, Sign of Force. So if you've read that story, you wouldn't be able to play these, or you'd know the answer. But instead of reading the story, you can do the crime dossier, which is basically the story retold, but with evidence. I'm going to try to get a hold of one of these to see what it's like. And then there are a couple other books that are similar. And one of the interesting things that Jonathan found was, this is how we do these, a lot of discussion before we start. But one of the interesting things was that it turns out that the Infocom games, which are early computer text adventures that I was a huge fan of. I played Zork and Deadline and all the Infocom games, Planetfall, Zork 1, 2, 3. They were amazing. And it turns out that they were highly inspired by these games, by Dennis Wheatley's book. And that's part of what inspired them to include actual documents and pamphlets and stuff in the Infocom games, one of the great parts of those games. Those days are gone. Now you buy a computer game, it's all digital. There's no parts, there's no box, there's no documents. But we've got our board games. All right. There's the Infocom discussion of Dennis Wheatley's book and how all the designers of Infocom were huge fans. Okay, let's see. What else do we need to do before we start? I want to pause when we read this part about the structure of the book. There's a little discussion about the structure of this book, of the way you play it. That's fascinating to me, and I'm really curious how that's going to play out. But let's remind ourselves of the different kinds of these mystery games that we've been playing. One genre is the mystery suspect game that's how I refer to it. And these are games where you're dumped a huge set of documents, and they're almost all structured as, here's this dead body, here are these 5, 6 people that could have done it, figure out whose alibi doesn't check out, who had the motive and the means. These games come with a little chart that's got like motive, means, alibi. So they're very structured. You know the suspects. You just have to figure out which one did it, why, and how. Is this game going to be like that? I don't know. Then there are the more open-ended games where you're not even sure what happened. Is there a death? Who's could be a suspect? You don't know. More open-ended. This may be like that. I don't know. Those games tend to just dump you a whole bunch of random documents and you have to piece them together. This is going to be different because it feels like it's going to be much more linear and difficult for us to page around, go back and forward. And there's 174 pages. It looks like it's a lot more reading. It's not exactly conducive to playing online because most of the time I'm going to be spent looking down reading. But what can you do? That's what we're in for. So it's going to be a lot of reading. We're basically going to read a novel live on YouTube and discuss it as we read it. Are there any YouTube channels? Here's a trivia question for you. There's audiobooks. I love audiobooks. I use them to fall asleep. Are there any YouTube channels which just feature someone sitting down reading a novel and talking about it as they read it? Like you read a chapter, you read a couple pages, and then you talk about what you've read. Is that a thing? Almost everything exists on the web. So I ask you, is there a YouTube channel, or is there a whole genre of YouTube channel where someone just sits and you watch them read a book out loud? Is that even legal? Is that against copyright? You might not even be able to do that. But we're going to do it. All right. We've done our introductory talk. I'm going to read this back page for you. We'll read the front, we'll read the back page, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start. But I want to read this back page because I want to remark on something that I'm really curious about. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. Let's switch to the close-up camera so you can see it with me. You can go, don't forget to go online, go to the YouTube chat, and you can view all this digitally scanned, this whole book, and it's in very good quality. Okay, Reza says, many ASMR channels do book reading. That is true. You might enjoy this better with a beautiful woman speaking in a husky, quiet voice, but that's not me. All right, here we go. Crime file number 1. I can't read what this says. Something Moro mystery. Okay. This file contains the complete dossier of a crime with every clue and item of evidence preserved in its original physical form exactly as received at police headquarters. The crime was a murder. The police solved it. Can you? File on Bolitho Blane. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It's original and exciting because it makes you really become the detective as you read it. Crime files are going to make history in the mystery story field, says Earl Stanley Gardner, who before he became internationally famous as a writer of detective stories was well known as a criminal lawyer. Written by Dennis Wheatley, planned by J.G. Links, trademark registration applied for. They applied for a trademark of this crime file system. This says confidential report, police headquarters, Form RL 2120C7, number 67895W, folio 1007. Nothing on the back. All right, let's read this publisher note. We have pleasure in presenting to the public between these covers what we believe to be the most sensational development in crime fiction in a decade. Crime file number 1, file on Bolitho Blane. Crime file is the trademark term for the complete dossier of a crime, presenting to the reader every clue and item of evidence in its original physical form, exactly as received at police headquarters. The crime is murder. The police solved it. Can you? A man disappears from a yacht off Miami. A police officer is dispatched to investigate. The mystery is brought to you, through him, in precisely the sequence in which he experiences it, without any extraneous or misleading material. As to clues, you are given not a description of a piece of blood-stained curtain, as in ordinary detective novel, but a swatch of the curtain itself. Not a picture of human hair, but the hair itself. Not a picture of a burnt match, but the real burnt match itself in a transparent paper packet. Cablegrams, handwritten papers, police reports, criminal records, all these documents are reproduced in their actual form. Photographs of living people take the place of descriptions of characters. Clues to the identity of the murderer are scattered liberally through the investigating officer's reports and are also to be found in the photographs. On reaching the end of the last report with all of the available evidence in hand, the officer in charge finds himself unable to solve the mystery. But after submitting this dossier, he receives instructions to arrest the murderer from his superior, who has never seen any of the people concerned, but reaches the correct solution entirely upon the evidence in hand, exactly as it has been presented to you. The murderer's confession as to how the crime was committed and the clues which enabled the officer at headquarters to fasten the crime upon him follow in a confidential section at the back of the crime file. We believe that you will find File on Bolitho Blane a top-notch detective story, daringly original but absolutely sound in appeal and satisfying to every type of mystery reader. William Morrow and Company, 386 4th Avenue, New York. Watch for new crime files to appear shortly. Copyright 1936. So the thing that jumped out to me here, though, is this description of the mystery is brought to you through him in precisely the sequence in which he experiences it. A police officer is sent to investigate. So, as I understand it, and then it talks about the final report with all the available evidence, as I understand this system, which I am fascinated by, detective is collecting evidence and it's coming in sequence. And I believe, it didn't say it there, but I believe I read that that it's divided into 4 reports, so that we're going to be collecting evidence and then the officer in charge is going to write up a little summary of what he thinks or summary of the evidence. And then at the 4th report, he's going to summarize, and then we're asked to figure out who did it. And if this is true, if this is right, that it's broken up into these 4 reports and the sequence that evidence comes in is significant, that opens this possibility for doing something that we've talked about these mystery suspect games are lacking, which is this idea of events that can occur. So will it be that while we're reading this book, things are happening or new evidence is discovered in sequence? So in the beginning, we have a certain set of evidence, and then day 2 comes and new evidence is discovered that maybe contradicts old evidence. Does this idea of a sequence of evidence gathered over time allow this game to play with events that might be unfolding or new evidence coming in over time? And will that let them give it a sort of a pace and an arc that's more interesting than just dumping documents on you the way these games normally do? All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break because that's what we've decided to do. We're going to take 10-minute breaks from now on. I know it's a long break, but that'll give everyone a chance to make their tea, make their coffee, stretch. And who are we worried about taking too long a break for? We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. If for some reason this stream gets cut off randomly in the middle, for some reason, just reconnect to YouTube and wait a couple minutes and I'll reconnect. I don't expect that, but we've got a winter storm coming today. You never know. All right, so I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are playing Dennis Wheatley's Crime Dossier from 1936 called Murder Off Miami, or known in the American version, File on Bolitho Blane. I thought I would actually take a moment to compare the reprint of the British version's back of cover note, compare it, because there is a slight difference in it. It's slightly interesting. So here's the 1979 reprint. Here's what the original cover looked like. Same back. It's almost identical, but there are a couple interesting things. This is the one that said here in the original 1936 American publication, it says, on reaching the end of his last report with all the available evidence. This one is where I got the fifth report, because this one says, on reaching the end of the investigating officer's fifth report. So I think we're going to see, I think this book's going to be broken down into 5 reports, 5 sections. It's also interesting, there's a difference here. It says, we hope that you will find this story a good one and wish you lots of fun in deciding who you will arrest for the murder off Miami. And then they've got a little credit here. They say, we dedicate this original presentation of a crime story to Walter Hutchinson, who always has the courage to back a new author of promise or a new idea. And there's the signature of Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Link. Okay, so that's all we need to know. Well, actually, there's one more thing we could look at. It is interesting how, like, most of the pages look identical, but they did change this this telegram slightly. I don't know why. It's just in look. This one in the original looks a little more realistic than the 79 reprint. I have no idea why they wouldn't just copy it. So strange. Okay, let's get started. Jonathan Warner says he's got a cup of green tea grown in Florida ready to go. Yes, okay. All right, our first page is a Western Union document. Let me know, is it better to get, I guess it's probably better to get as close up as I can get here, huh? It's a little, could be a little brighter, huh? Let's see if I can do that without causing too much trouble. Oh, I see. A little bit better? Yeah, okay. All right. I'm assuming this is a better, the closer the better. Although, are you guys probably are going to do this on, I don't know, it depends if you have multiple monitors. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here. We've got a Western Union. I mean, let's just appreciate for a second how cool it is to see a Western Union cablegram that we don't have anymore. I don't know if they still do them, but I have no experience with them, so I want to appreciate the historical realness of what this looks like. The company will appreciate suggestions from its patrons concerning its service. Here's Western Union. Okay, it's got the name of the chairman of the board of Western Union, Newcomb Carlton, the vice president, and the president. This is a full-rate telegram or cablegram unless its deferred character is indicated by a suitable symbol above or preceding the address. Okay? And here are some abbreviations, some symbols. It's a DL is for day letter, NM is for a night message, NL is a night letter, LC is deferred cable, NLT means cable night letter. Ship radiogram. Cable night letter, ship radiogram. Okay, let's see. The filing time shown in the date line of the telegrams and date letters is standard time at point of origin. Time of receipt is standard time at point of destination. So received at Miami, Florida, 1936, March 8th, 9:01 p.m. 21 RSCZSY Golden Gull Miami Radio 13/8/2045. Police Headquarters, Miami, Florida. Bolitho Blane committed suicide. Stop. Returning port immediately. Stop. Rock Savage. And at the bottom we've got a little tagline. The quickest, surest, and safest way to send money is by telegraph or cable. Okay, so I think Rock Savage is who it's from or something. Bolitho Blane committed suicide, returning port. Okay, it's received by some boat, we're assuming, since they're returning to port. Whether we have to refer back to this or if this is just setting the tone for us, I'm not sure exactly what this means. CZSY, I'm guessing this is some code for how it was received, like it was sent over radio from a boat. Received at 9 p.m. and this was sent at 8:45 p.m. Okay. Police Department form. Police Headquarters, Miami, Florida, 9:20 p.m. 8:38. Okay, so same night of the 8th, a little later in the day, someone's writing a memo. To Detective Officer Kettering, radiogram herewith passed to you for attention. Bolitho Blane is a British financier. The yacht Golden Gull left Miami Beach at 7 o'clock this evening. As she was an hour and 3/4 out when radio was dispatched, she should be in by 10:30 p.m. Meet yacht and undertake investigation. John Milton Schwab, Lieutenant from the Florida Police. Okay, so this is going to be our alter ego, I guess. Officer Kettering, that's us. So he got a memo to be on this case. He says the yacht Golden Gull left Miami Beach. That's the Golden Gull that sent this message. He says she was out for an hour and 3/4, so she'll be back in an hour and 3/4, okay? This looks like it's just setting the stage for us. And here we got now we're getting some real reading. Now, I should say, they're saying that I purchased this used from eBay. I did a quick look. It looks like everything is here and unadulterated, but we could find that someone's like circled and written, here's the murderer. So we're dealing, this is the dual travel in time slightly differently. Written in 1936, set in 1936. Published in 1936, but bought on eBay in 2021. Who had it in between us? Did they play it, solve it, make any notes in it? It doesn't look like it, but I can see that the answer at the end has been unsealed, so they did look at the answer. Let's see if they wrote any notes in it, though. Hopefully not. Okay, report of Detective Officer Kettering of the Florida Police. This is us. This is our, or not us. I guess we should imagine that we're a headquarters. So this is the report by the officer on duty who's been assigned to this case. Acting on instructions received, I boarded SY Golden Gull from Police Launch X-21. SY is going to be, I'll bet Y is yacht, so S is some kind of yacht. Police Launch X-21 at 10:40 p.m. in the company of Detective Officer Neem, Police Surgeon Jacket, Station Photographer Southwald, and Officer Gurdon of the Uniform Branch. Captain Derringham received me with the owner, Dr. Carlton Rock Savage. Okay, so there's our Rock Savage. Oh boy, it's already coming apart. All right, that's just going to be the nature of playing a book from 1936. That's okay. So Rock Savage is the owner of the yacht. Carlton Rock Savage. I proceeded to the captain's table to take statements. Detective Officer Neem acting as stenographer. Captain Derringham's statement. We sailed from New York at 12:30 p.m. on the 5th, carrying 5 passengers in addition to the owner, Mr. Carlton Rocksavage, and his daughter, Miss Ferry Rocksavage. The passengers were Lady Welter, the Honorable Reginald Jocelyn, and Mrs. Jocelyn, who are Lady Welter's daughter and son-in-law, the Bishop of Bude, and Count Luigi Posidini. We arrived off Miami at 2:35 p.m. this afternoon, where we anchored. My instructions were that 3 new guests would come on, and immediately these were aboard. I was to proceed to Nassau, Bahamas. Okay, they were going for a vacation to the Bahamas. At 4:30 p.m., a Japanese gentleman, Mr. Onosuke Hayashi, came on board, and at 6:55, Mr. Bolitho Blane, accompanied by his secretary, Nicholas Stoddart. The tender was cleared by 7:5, upon which I gave orders that the ship would proceed to sea. The tender was cleared. Who can tell me what tender means? I'm guessing 7.5 is 7:30, but 7:30 p.m. The tender was cleared. Anyone know what that means? At 8:38, just after I had sat down to dinner in my cabin, I was sent for by the owner to come down to the suite which had been allotted to Mr. Bolitho Blane. I found the owner there with Mr. Blane's secretary. They explained to me that Mr. Blane was missing and had left a note which gave reason to suppose that he had committed suicide. The window of the drawing room cabin was wide open, and it looked as if Mr. Blane had thrown himself overboard through it. It was decided not to alarm the other passengers, so the owner said that he would just tell them that Mr. Blane was ill and we were returning to Miami for a doctor. At 8:45, I ordered the ship back to port. Okay. Here's Carlton Rock. That was the captain's statement. Here's the statement of the owner of the yacht, Mr. Carlton Rocksavage's statement. We had just come down from New York for a few days' pleasure cruising off the islands, and I had arranged to pick up 2 more of my guests who could not make the yacht at New York from Miami. Mr. Onosuke Hayashi came on during the afternoon and had tea with us. Then Mr. Bolitho Blane arrived with his secretary, Nicholas Stoddart, just before 7 o'clock. They went straight down to the private suite which I had allotted to them, and we sailed at once. I didn't see them as I was on the bridge with my captain when we left Miami at 7:30. Then I went down to the lounge for a drink, and, finding Pamela Jocelyn and Count Posidini there, I talked with them for a while. At 7:25, Mr. Stoddart arrived and introduced himself as Bolitho Blane's secretary. He said that Blane wished to get some cables off before changing and asked that I would excuse him from putting in an appearance before dinner. Okay, and here we've got our first photograph of Captain Rocksavage. Carlton Rocksavage. Yeah, he's the owner, not the captain. It says retake from photograph in lounge. Retake from photograph. I'm guessing that's the way of saying there's a it's a copy of the photograph taken in the lounge. Okay. So he wants to get some cables off, excuse him before putting in an appearance before dinner. I introduced Stoddart to Miss Jocelyn and the Count, then offered him a drink which he accepted. After a few moments, Stoddart asked me if the type of sheets on the notice board in the lounge contained the closing prices of the New York stock market, and on my telling him that that was so, he said that Mr. Blane was anxious to have the latest information. He took down some of the prices in his notebook, tore the leaf out, and, as he had not finished his drink, asked the lounge steward to take the list down to Blane's cabin. The steward came up again and said that the drawing room of Blane's suite was locked and that he could get no answer. Stoddart then told him to take it down again and slip it under the door. Mrs. Jocelyn and Count Posadini left us at about this time, and I remained with Stoddart for a while. Later, the bishop joined us, and Lady Welter came in a few minutes after him. Then I noticed that it was already 10 after 8, so realizing that I would have to hurry if I were not to be late for dinner, I went down to change. At a little after 8:30, I got back to the lounge to find all of my guests assembled for dinner, except Bolitho Blane and Stoddart. Just as I was contemplating sending down a message to Blane, the cabin steward came up with an urgent request that I should go down to Blane's cabin right away. It might be useful to make a timeline at some point. MS-47 says, tender is the little boat that takes you from a large boat. Okay, so we were asking about the time when he said after the tender was cleared by 7:50. So they got everything on board the boat, is what he's saying. All the passengers and their luggage, etc. Okay, so the cabin steward comes up, says, go down right away to Blaine's cabin at 8:30, after 8:30. Okay. On arriving there, I found Stoddart standing in the drawing room looking very pale and shaken. He said to me, Mr. Rock Savage, I'm afraid I've got bad news for you. Then he handed me this note. Oh, it's the suicide note. Now take a gander at this. I was telling Jonathan, if you watched our playthrough of Gaslight, of Adventures by Gaslight, the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game that we played, that's got 45 hours of streaming, we spent a huge amount of time trying to understand a couple words of cursive handwriting. And we were joking, Jonathan and I, when we just took a glance at this, that the most important skill, it seems, for a detective is being able to read cursive handwriting. And this is brutal. But let us look at it and see if it's going to not be as bad as it looks. So here's his stationery. I'm not sure I quite understand how this stationery works. It's got his telephone number, Cosham 2784. It's going to be hard to dial that now in 2022. But look, it's got a wire address. Like if you want to contact him by wire, you wire this office. And then what's this? Benwood, Cobham, Surrey. Is this the location? Surrey, Blanewood. This is his location, I guess. There's actually a little watermark on this piece of paper. I can't quite make it out, but there's some letters. It looks like it says 3FON. I'm not sure why there's watermark on this paper. Oh, it says Aslan. Aslan, that must be the make of this paper. You probably can't see it, but in very dim letters it says Aslan. It's a little watermark. Oh, actually, Bond. Aslan Bond. This is BOND. This is bonded paper, which means something. I don't know what. All right, let's see if we can figure out what this says. It says, Dear Stoddart. I actually can get even closer on this if we want to. I don't know if that's any easier because then you can't see all of it. All right, let's just stick with this. Dear Stoddart, you know how worried I've been all through the something. Day after day, I've been watching something go down as the something with them. Remember that 1929 was a huge stock market crash people were committing suicide, and this is Great Depression in the early 30s. 36, we're getting past it all, but okay, so he's worried about stock market and stuff, understandably. But watching something go down at the something with them. I had hoped to free my... You guys can read this on the Internet Archive and zoom in and try to help me figure out what this means. I hope to something through things, or through this, but this looks like a capitalized name. Rock Savage. I think this is Rock Savage. But things have gone something. Things have gone for Rock Savage to pin me a decent something. So I am past caring what happens to them now. I had hoped to pull myself through, but things have gone something for Rock Savage to pin me a decent meal? Something. So I am past caring what happens to them now. This something looks like punk, but this punk is a forlorn hope, and I never want to join it. There's a something crowd behind Rock Savage, and I wouldn't put it past them to try and do me in while I'm on the yacht. That would down to you. That would something down to you without any further judgment. A judgment. I don't know. Anyhow, I'm not going to wait and chance it. The struggle has something too much for me. The struggle has been too much for me. I have always rather putting and something them than face the something of a bankruptcy something. I'm getting out. Bolitho Blane. All right, let's see if the chat has come up with anything a little better. John says, I took a crack at it when Jesse first brought up an email so we can look at it. I didn't look any further and did not know anything about the case. Okay, so thankfully, I don't believe it's not like the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective where there were like 3 words that were like felt like they were absolutely crucial to understanding our case. This is, I think it's okay if we don't understand every word, but he's basically saying, I've been worried. This is what I'm afraid of. Like, I can translate this, but if I don't write it down, the important parts, when I come back to it, we're not going to be able to understand it. So let's see. he's been worried about, so this is the suicide note. Let's just write this down. Suicide note, what's important here? He's saying he's worried about something, which it's not quite clear what. I've been watching something go down as I had hoped to pull my something, but things have gone too far for Rock Savage to give me a, what does this say? So I am past caring what happens to them now. He says, things gone too far for Rock Savage to give him something. Maybe we're going to learn about that. Maybe we don't need to understand it more later. But then what does he say here? This, and I never wanted to, this what? What is he saying here? This blank is a forlorn hope, and I never wanted to join it. There is a something crowd behind Rock Savage. What is this word here? There is a what? Crowd. That looks like crowd. Blank crowd behind Rock Savage. Don't know what that means. And I wouldn't put it past them to try to do me in. So is he afraid Rock Savage crowd will do him in? And then he says that would send the something. This word and this word look the same. So it's maybe a company he owns. Wouldn't put past him do, and that would send the, let's say it says like asthma or as Gina, maybe we're going to do that, down, that would send the something down to you without any further argument. Anyhow, I'm not going to wait and chance it. The struggle has found it too much, has been too much for me. I have always rather putting and something than face the nightmare of a bankruptcy examination. What is this last thing? What does he say? Does he say I'm giving up or I'm going out? I'm going out. So he's afraid of bankruptcy. He's trying to avoid bankruptcy. All right, those are my notes from here for now. Anyone want to add anything to any different thoughts about any of that? I guess I'll add on this suicide note. I'm just putting some bullet points here. I'm going to just write down Argus. That's my best guess for what that word is. But it seems like it's a stock that's going down. There is a rough crowd or something behind Rock Savage, and I wouldn't put it past them to try and do me in while I'm in the yacht. So he's afraid someone on yacht will hurt him. Now, what is this last sentence. I'm going away. I'm going out. This isn't really a suicide note, is it? It's odd. He's saying, the struggle has been too much for me. I have always rather putting and something than face the nightmare of, he'd rather do what than face the nightmare. All right, it's good enough for us. I'm just not sure that's a suicide or if he's trying to escape. Okay, he's telling us, he's now going to tell us what the note means, maybe. All right, he says, Mr. Carlton's Rock Savage's statement continued. What he says in that note about there being a tough crowd behind me is sheer nonsense. Just a wild statement of a man who is half off his head with worry. He didn't know the first thing about me personally, as we had never even met, and as I didn't see him when he came aboard, I never set eyes on the man in my life. We had corresponded a lot in a business way, of course, and I knew that he had been having a tough time lately, so I was hoping that this little trip with a few nice people, right away from everything, was just what he needed to set him up again, and I was looking forward to making his acquaintance. After I had read that letter I had just given you, Stoddard handed me a slip of paper which, he said, the cabin steward had found on Blane's table. I saw at once that it was the page that Stoddard had torn out of his pocketbook after he had taken down the quotations of the closing prices of the New York stock market from the notice board in the lounge, and which he had sent down to Blane earlier on. It had a few lines of writing in a different hand on the other side. Here it is. Oh, look at this. It's a double-sided little notepad from his diary. It's like a workaday diary for today. Leaf torn from Stoddard's pocketbook at 7:40 p.m., 8:36, and found by cabin steward in Bolitho Blane's cabin at 8:33. So the secretary is reading a board on the yacht that's got the latest stock prices. He writes them down to pass along to his boss. Okay, so there's Argus Sads. That's the stock that our guy Bolitho Blane was worried about. Look, there's Rock Savage, has his own stock. Argus Suds. Okay, maybe our guy worked in the laundry detergent stuff. All right, NS, that's the secretary's name. Okay, so the secretary sends this down with the steward to Bolitho Blane. And we've got the current prices, 39. Is this how they've changed? From 39 to 39 and a half, they've gone down a little bit. Not enough to make a difference. Okay. Let's see what he's written on the back here. Ugh, more cursive handwriting. I'm telling you, this is the most important thing about being a detective. Okay, what does he say here? He says something. Argus has gone under 40, so the game is up. Okay, and this presumably is going to be the handwriting of our guy. Let's see, can we match it? It sure looks like the handwriting to me. He says it's written in someone's few lines of writing in a different hand on the other side. So this is delivered to Bolitho Blane. Our guy gets it. He says, so Argus has gone down under 40. The game is up. I'm not sure what this thing here is. USU. Or maybe it's NS, no, I don't know why. I don't know what it means, but it's not important. He's just saying the price dropped under 40. We're in trouble now. Okay. The struggle is, Jonathan is translating some of this. He says, let's read what Jonathan says here. Let's see if I can get the chat front working again. Good, okay. Jonathan is writing, here's his translation. You know how worried I've been all through blank the trip. Day after day I've been watching as our funds go down the drain into them. Okay. I'd hoped to pull my company through, but things have gone too far. Give me a decent meal so I am past caring what happens to them. The party was a forlorn hope, and I never wanted to join it. There's a tough crowd behind Rock Savage. I wouldn't put it past them to try to do me in while I'm on the yacht. That would send the Argus shares down to you without any further argument. Anyhow, I'm not going to wait and chance it. The struggle has proved too much for me. I've always something and would rather face the nightmare of a bankruptcy examination. I'm getting out. Is he saying rather than face the fear, rather than face the nightmare? He's saying I'd rather commit suicide than face the nightmare of bankruptcy. Okay, so his stocks are dropping to the ground. He doesn't want to go through bankruptcy. I think that's what we've got. And that's Jonathan's translation of this suicide note, if that's what it is. It's close enough. We know now that he owns this stock in this Argus, and it's dropping below 40. He's in trouble. Okay, continuing our reading. Mr. Carlton Rock Savage's statement continued. I sent for the captain at once, told him what had occurred, and he put back to port while I sent a message up to my daughter that she was to take the guests into dinner, then went up to the wireless room and sent a radio to the Miami police. All right, here's Nicholas Stoddard's statement, the secretary. Mr. Blane told me about a fortnight ago that his companies were in very serious difficulties, but that his principal competitor, Mr. Carlton Rock Savage, had invited him to a conference in the United States. Mr. Blane believed that Mr. Rock Savage's companies were in almost as serious difficulties as his own, owing to the price-cutting war which had been going on between them for a considerable time. Ah, interesting. Mr. Blane was the big man of the British soap combine, and Mr. Rock Savage the head of the rival group in America. So they are soap companies. Between them, they could have had the virtual control of the world's soap market, but they have been trying to smash each other for months past, and neither has succeeded to date. That cost both groups an immense amount of money. An amalgamation between them would have meant salvation to both of them, whereas, if they continued their rivalry, it was quite certain that one of them would go under. Mr. Blane accepted Mr. Rock Savage's invitation, and we sailed for the United States in the Berengaria. During the voyage, Mr. Blane was very depressed. The steady fall in the shares of his... Here's Rock Savage, the secretary. Nicholas Stoddard, the secretary. Flashed by Detective Officer Neame. Okay. The steady fall in the shares of his companies caused him grave anxiety, and he told me repeatedly that if Argus Suds went below 45, he would have very little chance of pulling off a deal with Rock Savage except under ruinous terms, and that if Argus Suds went below 40, there would be no chance of his pulling off a deal at all, as it would pay Rock Savage better in that case to let him go under. The fact that the shares of the Rock Savage companies were also falling, although in a lesser degree, did not appear to console him. Mr. Blane's depression was so great at times that I had grave doubts as to his sanity. He seemed to think that Rock Savage and his associates would stop at nothing to wreck him. He knew, of course, that his death would mean a complete slump in the Blane interests. Although he had never met And although he had never met Mr. Rock Savage, he apparently regarded him as a man who might even go to the length of engineering his death in order to smash the Blane companies. He knew that his only hope of pulling his companies through was this conference on the Golden Gull. Yet he seemed to think that by going on board, he would be taking his life in his hands, and it was such statements as these which made me consider him to be off his mental balance at times. We could have joined the yacht in New York, but Blane jibbed at the last moment from this fear that his life would be in jeopardy. But he pulled himself together a few hours later, and I cabled Mr. Rock Savage for him that we would fly down to join the yacht at Miami. Just before 7 o'clock, we came out to the yacht in a tender, and on being told that Mr. Rock Savage was on the bridge, went straight down to our suite with the chief steward. The cabin steward came along and asked if he could unpack, but Mr. Blane was so nervous that he would not allow the man inside his cabin. The yacht got underway just about then, and Mr. Blane told me to change at once, and when I left, he was starting to unpack his things himself. Directly I had changed, I returned to the drawing room and found Mr. Blane had only unpacked a few things from his suitcase. He was sitting staring out of the porthole window. After a moment, he sent me up to Mr. Rock Savage with a message that he wished to get some cables off, and so would not appear before dinner. He told me at the same time that I was to get the latest market prices, which had come in by radio, and send them down to him. That was at 7:30. I went straight up to the lounge and, finding Mr. Rock Savage there, introduced myself to him. He introduced me to Mrs. Jocelyn and Count Posadini and gave me a drink. I took down the closing prices which Mr. Blane, in which Mr. Blane was interested. These were sent down by 7:40 by the lounge steward, who returned to say that Mr. Blane's door was locked and he could get no reply. I remarked that Mr. Blane would be changing and was probably in his bath, so the steward was instructed to slip the note under this cabin door. Miss Jocelyn and Count Posadini left us just after that, and I remained in the lounge talking to Mr. Rock Savage. The Bishop of Boudet came in, and then Lady Welter. Mr. Rock Savage remarked shortly after that it was 8:10, so he must change at once or he would be late, and if he was, we were to go in to dinner without him. After he had left us, Mr. Inosuke Hayashi came in, then Count Posadini. At 8:30, Mrs. Jocelyn, having changed, returned to the lounge with her husband, Mr. Reggie Jocelyn, to whom she introduced me. It was just after the dinner bugle sounded that the cabin steward came up to the lounge and handed me the note that Mr. Blane had left for me. Having read it, I hurried below with the cabin steward. We found that Mr. Blane's suite was empty and the window of his drawing room wide open, so it looked as though he had thrown himself out into sea. It was then that the steward picked up a piece of paper from the writing table, which I recognized at once as the leaf from my pocketbook with the share quotations on it, and I saw that the line of writing in Blane's hand containing his last message on the back of it. I sent the steward up to get Mr. Rock Savage at once, and immediately I had told him what had occurred, he sent for the captain. While this business has been a great shock to me because, although I have not been in Mr. Blane's employ for very long, he always treated me decently, and I had got to be very fond of him. I don't think there is the least doubt about it being a case of suicide. Big business people may use unscrupulous methods at times, but it's stretching things a bit far to suggest that they actually murder one another. I think Mr. Blane's fear of his life was brought on purely by an overstrained imagination, and, realizing that his last hope of saving his companies had disappeared, when the Argus Suds share dropped below the 40 level, he decided to make an end of himself rather than face the music. Okay, let's check in the chat. Duke of Zell has just bought some copies on eBay. All right. Okay, so our secretary says it's suicide. No one's going to murder him. He gives us his alibis of where he's been. There he is. I'm suspicious of him. I'm suspicious of... Did he write down the proper stock quotes, or did he write them down low just to scare him off, just to make him freak out? All right, let's continue reading more statements from people in the boat. Statement of Silas Ringbottom, cabin steward. Oh, here's the cabin steward statement. Just before the ship got underway, the chief steward called for me and said, "Ringbottom, the 2 new ones that are allotted to Sweet Sea have just come aboard. Get along at once and settle them in." I went to sea drawing room and knocked on the door. The secretary opened it and I asked, "Shall I unpack, sir?" And he replied, "No, that's all right. We're unpacking ourselves." So I went back to my pantry. I did 1 or 2 odd jobs, a bit of pressing and so on, and then I sat down to read for half an hour while the guests were changing until the dinner bugles sounded at 8:30. I then proceeded to my duty of tidying cabins. C-suite, that is Mr. Blane's, being nearest, I meant to start on him, but I found the door of the drawing room locked. So I just unlocked the door with my master key and went straight into the room. Okay. The first thing I saw was a note addressed Nicholas Stoddard, Esquire, and marked urgent in capital letters. I thought that a bit funny, as if Mr. Blane had gone up to dinner. Why couldn't he have taken it up to Mr. Stoddard himself? But it's not for me to question the why and wherefores of the guests, so I took it up to Mr. Stoddard right away. He just thanked me and tore it open. Then, as I was leaving the lounge to go below, he came hurrying after me and said, "I'm afraid something's wrong, steward." So a note to Nicholas, okay. He tore it open. Something's wrong. I went down to the late lamented's cabin together and had a quick look round. He wasn't in the suite, and the drawing room window was open. Mr. Stoddard told me that he was afraid the poor gentleman had chucked himself overboard. Then I spotted a bit of paper on the writing table and gave it to Mr. Stoddard, saying, "What's this here?" He gave it a glance and sent me up to get Mr. Rock Savage immediately. I did as I was bid, and the owner sent me for the captain. Okay. So it's still, I feel like the secretary is very suspicious, right? Like, did he push him out the window and then leave all these notes, set this all up, go upstairs? Seems like a real possibility to me. All right. Now the detective is continuing. This is the part that I find interesting and different, how there's like a detective giving his take on stuff. Having taken statements from Captain Derringham, Mr. Rocksavage, Mr. Stoddard, and the cabin steward, Ringbottom, I then proceeded to Suite C, which had been allotted to Bolitho Blane. It consisted of a drawing room, a stateroom, and a private bathroom. On the other side of the drawing room, there was a single stateroom, which I am told had been allotted to Stoddard in order that he might be near his employer. A cursory examination of the suite showed nothing which called for special remark. Captain Derringham told me that he had had it locked up at 8:45 before ordering the ship back to Miami, so that nothing in it had been touched or disturbed since the steward Ringbottom discovered Blane to be missing. I instructed station photographer Southwold to take the necessary shots of the suite and decided to postpone a detailed examination until morning. Soon after arriving on board, I told Police Surgeon Jacket that, as the case was one of man overboard, his presence was no longer required. At 12:50, station photographer Southwold had completed his work, upon which I had Suite C relocked and placed Officer Gurdon on guard outside it. After which, I went above and spoke to Captain Derringham and Mr. Rocksavage. I told the latter that I did not think any useful purpose could be served by keeping his guests out of their beds longer, but that as a formality I should have to question them in the morning, so none of them is to be allowed ashore without permission. In my view, at the moment, this looks like a plain case of suicide by a man in a financial jam. Blaine's innuendos that Rock Savage intended to do him in are discounted by the statements of the Secretary Stoddart, who appears convinced that for some days past Blaine was not of sound mind and suffering from a form of persecution mania. Persecution mania. Captain Derringham seems a fine, straightforward, if rather silent fellow, and certainly not the man to permit any monkey business upon a ship commanded by him. Rock Savage's manner is normal, and he appears surprised and upset at the tragedy, although it should be noticed that he stated that this was only a pleasure trip, whereas it is made abundantly clear from Stoddard's statement that its real objective was to cover a big business conference between Rock Savage and Blaine. On the face of it, all the guests are apparently respectable people of some social standing, and Captain Derringham gives me his assurance that no new men have been brought on in the crew this trip, or employees of Rock Savage for any special purpose. Apart, therefore, from Blaine's innuendos, there is no evidence at all to support any suggestion outside the known facts, and, in my view, it is a plain case of suicide. I am sending station photographer Southwold ashore in the yacht's launch, and also Detective Officer Neame, who will deliver this report. I then propose to sleep the night on board in a spare cabin which Mr. Rock Savage has placed at my disposal. Please instruct the Coast Guard stations to keep a lookout for the body in the unlikely event of its being washed ashore. Kettering, Detective Officer Florida Police, 1:15 a.m., March 9th, 1936, on the something yacht Golden Gull. Okay, and then we've got a return memo being sent back to him. To Detective Officer Kettering from headquarters. First report on Bolitho Blane received. I note your view that there are no suspicious circumstances attached to the case. I agree that Blaine's innuendos against Rock Savage are apparently quite unfounded and due only to Blaine's abnormal state of mind just before taking his own life. Prints of the photographs taken by Southwold have just come to hand and are attached herewith, so they have to send the photographs to him. In print B, you will note two parallel lines across the carpet, running in a curve from the table to the porthole in the drawing room. Please make a close examination of these at once. If, after examination of Blaine's suite, you are satisfied that no circumstances point to his death having been framed, you can give the occupants of the yacht a clear bill, but the captain, Rock Savage, Stoddart, and the steward, Ringbottom, should be warned that they will be required to give evidence at the inquest. John Milton Schwab, Lieutenant, Florida Police. Okay, what does he say down here? Sorry to get you out of bed so early, but if the marks on the carpet do mean anything, you'll be in time to take special measures before the party are up and about. JNS John Milton Schwab. Okay, so this thing where this detective is summarizing the stuff, writing back to headquarters, headquarters is writing back to him. That's presumably where we are, is interesting. Jonathan says, was the note delivered to the secretary just the stocks with his message on the back? No, I think the note to the secretary is this note, Jonathan. It's this note. You can see it was folded. It must have been in an envelope. So the note that the steward brings up to Stoddard is this note that says, "Dear Stoddard, I'm getting out. I don't want a bankruptcy." So this is the note, I believe. And then when they go down, they find the stock market quotes note in his room. So this is the note that got brought up to Stoddard. The cabin steward finds it in a sealed envelope marked to Stoddard and brings it up. I can see that it's been folded. Okay. Let's take a look at this photograph. There's actually a whole bunch of photographs of the room. Let's take a close look at them. 1936. This book was made, these photographs were taken. All right, let's get a closer look here. What do we see? It looks like a house. It doesn't really look like they're on a boat. I don't see any marks yet. I just see his room. Some note paper on this desk. Anything else of note here? There's some like a lighter or something on top of the cabinet. Otherwise, I don't see anything much. Okay, here's another photograph. Okay, he said look at B, and there's B. There's the drag marks. Okay, so we see a writing table. Window out. Don't know what this is here. Or this. These two items on this desk is not clear what they are. Some 1936 gadget. But there are the drag marks. And there's his hat. And there's drag marks. All right. And what have we got here? Here's their suitcases. Okay, so this is Bolitho Blane's stateroom. We've got his jacket, a trunk, another trunk. Whoa, look at that. Do you see that? It's a gun. It's a gun. It's a gun and binoculars and a book by Eve Chaucer or something. He's got a gun in his briefcase. He's got a gun. Why does he have a gun? And then I see a shirt, and I see some aftershave, comb. This is like aftershave stuff. Wow, he's got a gun. All right, well, the gun doesn't help us that much, but he was scared. Okay. Anything else of interest? No drag marks here. Okay. Here's a photo of his bathroom. Okay, let's admire this 1936 bathroom. There's a looks like a bidet. Is that how toilets looked in 1936? It's got a nice towel rack here. Look at this. What is this? Is like washing powder maybe instead of a bar of soap. Washing powder. He's got a toothbrush. He's got a straight razor. Shaving brush. One of those push button light switches. Nice bathtub. Anything else of interest you notice in the bathroom? Not really. Nothing jumps out at me from the bathroom except someone laid everything out as if they were gonna settle in for a while. Okay, here's Nicholas Stoddard's stateroom. Alright, if we're suspicious of Stoddard, as I am, do we see anything to make us suspicious? His shoes, his socks, kind of a slob. Robe. Shirts. He's got his shaving materials all out. It's got his trunk. Okay, I see he's been to New York. He's been to Italy. It says Italia here. So he's traveled across the world. We know he just started recently. That makes me more suspicious of him. Black shoes. There's shoes, there's slippers. Anything else here? Just shaving stuff. I see a serious straight razor here. Nothing jumps out at me. We can always come back to this. Other than he's got a stamp from Italy. Different places. Okay, anything in the chat? Jonathan, yes, I saw those instructions too here above the light switch. I wonder what those say. All right, those are the end of our photos. All right, and now we've got our second report. So the game is structured into these reports. I'm really liking that. I'm liking that structure system. So like we got the first report and he's like, it's a suicide. There's no foul play. The first report ends. Headquarter comes back and says, well, just check these photographs of these drag marks. Maybe there's something you should look into. All right. I think it's appropriate if we use the reports as our break points. So we're going to take another 10-minute break. Jonathan says he likes the detail how Blane gets a private bathroom and the secretary just gets a little sink in his room. All right, so we'll take another 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll check out session 2, report number 2. So I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing 1936 game by Dennis Wheatley and J.G. Lynx, a crime dossier called Murder Off Miami or File on Bolitho Blane. It looks like the game is divided into 5 reports by the detective on scene, and we're up to the second report. Jonathan says, I like how the first 2 reports, everyone seems respectable. Sure, there will be no skeletons in anyone's closet. I was thinking, the steward says the doors were locked. Unless someone else has the key, it feels to me like it's the secretary. The case is closed. I'm ready to accuse the secretary of doing him in. But I guess for formalities, let's just read the second report. Detective Officer Kettering's second report. On receipt of Lieutenant Schwab's memo and the photographs of C-Suite on S.Y. Golden Gull, I at once proceeded below in the company of Detective Officer Neame to make a thorough examination of Blane's suite in daylight. I first examined the marks on the carpet mentioned in Lieutenant Schwab's report and apparent in print B. These marks consist of a slight irregular roughening of the pile in the carpet running from the table to near the window. Owing to the light, they are not observable from the inboard side of the cabin, but only from the outboard side, which explains my failure to notice them last night. He's making an excuse for himself. And the fact that while appearing in print B, they are not observable in print A. He's like, let me go on record that you couldn't see them from where I was. And you can see, he's like, look at the print A. You can't see it either. These marks might have been made by the 2 legs of a chair being dragged across the carpet. I found, however, at the table end of these roughly parallel tracks a slightly discolored patch upon the carpet, which also would not have been visible in electric light. I then proceeded to examine the porthole window and found upon the left-hand curtain a smear of blood. Returning to the patch on the carpet, it seemed to me probable that a small quantity of blood had been spilled here too, and that someone had endeavored to get it out by rubbing the place with a wet sponge. We did see a sponge in the... We saw 2 sponges. There's one in Stoddard's room, and there's one here in Bolitho's room. If the person had done this immediately after the blood was spilled, as is probable, most of the blood would have been absorbed, hence the faintness of the discoloration. The patch is still damp and measures about 8 inches by 5, although it is probable that, if the blood was spilled here, it was no more than a few drops, and the main patch of damp was caused by an endeavor to clean the carpet afterwards. Makes sense. In view of this, the tracks on the carpet present a new significance, and I suggest that they were caused by the toes of a man's boots as he was dragged from the table to the porthole. Taken in conjunction, the wet patch, the boot tracks, and the smear of blood upon the window curtain definitely point to the fact that Bolitho Blane was murdered. I send this report at once in order that the full investigation may be made into the antecedents of all the passengers upon the yacht who now come under suspicion. I have given instructions that, as they leave their cabins for breakfast, each cabin is to be locked after them. I shall then be able to search all cabins before these are tidied and will proceed to the examination of all parties concerned immediately after they have breakfasted. Signed by K. Kettering, or whatever his name is. 9:35 a.m. So, the game is afoot. It's murder. And our first piece of physical evidence. Section of curtain removed from the left-hand side of Bolitho Blane's cabin window. Okay, it's an actual piece of fabric, which has got an actual blood stain on it. I don't see any fingerprint, just the smear. Left hand side. Okay. So we don't know if someone was trying to push him overboard and he grabbed it, or if the person who was pulling him, dragging him, if his feet were dragging, then that person might have been their right hand that touched it, since their back is to the window. Not clear. Uh-oh. Oh, so it says that's his second report. Then what does it say? Detective Officer Kettering's third report. Oh, this is the contents of the third report. The guests, with the exception of Lady Welter and Bishop of Boudet, who breakfasted in their respective cabins, assembled for breakfast in the dining saloon before 8:50 and 9:25. As each of them left their cabins, these were locked after them and the keys were brought to me. They had finished breakfast by 9:50, so I took over a small writing room and proceeded to the examination of all parties, first recalling Mr. Rocksavage. So there are page numbers in the upper left. So there was 15A, 15A, and now we're at 17. So I guess we're in the third report. That second report was pretty brief. Okay, Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Mr. Carlton Rocksavage. Okay, so this is transcript. K is us, Kettering. R is Rocksavage. K, come in, Mr. Rocksavage, come in. I'm sorry to upset your trip like this, but there are just one or two little things I have got to ask so that we can clear this matter up. I hope it didn't give you a bad night. R, no thank you. No, thank you. I slept perfectly well. Naturally, I was a bit upset at anything like this happening on my yacht, and it was a shock for my guests, too. But it wasn't as if Bolitho Blane was a personal friend of mine. As I had never met this man, any distress I may have been feeling is more general than particular. K. Sure. Of course, it's not like losing a personal friend. I quite see that. Now, Mr. Rocksavage, I want you to tell me the real reason for this trip. R. As I said last night, it's merely a pleasure jaunt to get a little sunbathing and big game fishing with a few friends. Kettering. Mr. Bolitho Blane was not a friend of yours, so you say. Rocksavage. Well, it's true I'd never met him, but we corresponded a lot and we happened to be in the same line of business, so I figured this was a good opportunity to make his acquaintance. Kettering. Business. Now we're getting somewhere, I think. Just what was the business you proposed to transact with Blane on this trip? Rocksavage. It was a pleasure party, I tell you. Kettering. Now, Mr. Rocksavage, that won't do. I've had a talk with Mr. Stoddard last night, and he seems to have known quite a bit about Blane's affairs, so I think you'd best be open with me. Rocksavage. I see. Stoddard let out the fact that Blane and I meant to do a deal if it were possible, did he? Well, that's true. Kettering. That's better now. Why didn't you let me in on that the first time? Rocksavage. Well, this is quite an unforeseen and very unfortunate affair. I'm sure you'll understand that the last thing I want is any undue publicity. Sure. As you may know, I'm president of Rocksavage Consolidated, and the man behind its associated companies, which between them control the biggest share of the soap output in the world. It is common knowledge, too, that Bolitho Blane was the big man of the British group, who are our principal competitors. A price war, ruinous to both parties, has been going on for years, and I considered that the best thing to do was for Blane and me to get together, see if we couldn't arrange some sort of an amalgamation, and put our concerns on a more solid footing. If anyone had come to know what was in the air, the shares of both groups would have gone up like a skyrocket, and neither Blane nor I wanted that. It would have meant such a terrible slump afterwards if we failed to make a deal. You'll see then, it was essential that we should meet someplace where nobody would get to know about it. I suggested my yacht, and Blane agreed. He was to have joined us before we left New York by seaplane, but he sent a message at the last moment saying that he couldn't make it and would come aboard at Miami. He came off in a tender just before 7 o'clock last evening and went straight down to his cabin. I've already told you what occurred after that. Kettering. Thanks, Mr. Rocksavage, that's fine. I can quite understand your not wishing your intended conference with Mr. Blane to get about, owing to its effect on the market. Now tell me about these other guests of yours. Was it in any sense a pleasure trip, or were all of them concerned in this business with you and Blane? Rocksavage. One or two were here on account of business. Kettering. Which were they? Rocksavage. Lady Welter. You'll have heard of her, I expect. She's the widow of the shipping man, Sir David Welter, who made a big pile in the war. He died soon after, but his widow's a wonderful businesswoman as well, although in many ways she's much more concerned with politics and social good. She runs a group of papers in Great Britain, and they cost her a tidy packet, I believe, but that's her business. She has an outside income, so she can afford it. A lot of her money is tied up in my companies. In fact, she's my biggest individual shareholder, and I value her opinion, so that's why I asked her to join us for this trip. She's an old friend of mine, though, and quite outside any business operations. She's been my guest on this yacht and other places many times before this. Kettering. Anyone else? Rocksavage. Well, I suppose you'd include young Reggie Jocelyn. He's her son-in-law, and the old lady thinks a lot of him. Since he married to the daughter, she runs him around and asks his opinion on most things that she does. Kettering. And the Jap? Rocksavage. Yes, he's business too. I've never met him before yesterday, although we've corresponded. Kettering. What part does he play? Rocksavage. Well, he's sort of an unofficial representative of the Japanese government, and he's been playing ball with me for some time now on the proposition of our securing a monopoly on the Japanese market for our goods. He was playing ball with Blane, too, I don't doubt. Anyhow, neither of us had seen our way to close the deal up to date, but I figured that, if Blane and I could get together, we'd have the Jap cold between us, so we'd be both postponed clinching matters until we had our talk. So I figured that if Blane and I could get together, we'd have the Jap cold between us, so we both postponed clinching matters until we'd had our talk. I asked the Jap along so that, if we settled things satisfactorily, we could tackle him together afterwards and kill two birds at one sitting. Kettering. How about the others? Rocksavage. They're just straightforward guests who know nothing of this business with Blane, which Blane and I were proposing to transact. Kettering. Thank you, Mr. Rocksavage. That makes the situation a whole lot clearer. I'm afraid no one must go ashore yet, but I'll be seeing you when I've had a chat with these other people. All right. And now we have a map of the yacht. And my friend Zachary Brown has joined us. All right, let's take a look at this sketch plan of A deck. There's Bolitho Blane's room. And there's Stoddard, the secretary. But look at this, Jonathan, you thought it was Blane's private bathroom, but actually, oh, I see. It's hard to see whose is whose, but there's Blane's drawing room. There's Blane's. Okay, here's all part of C. Here's C. Okay, so yeah. So C, Blane, Bolitho Blane, the guy who's died, he's got his drawing room, his bedroom, and his bath. And there's this pantry steward. And then his secretary's in J. He does have his own private... Well, I can't tell. No, I guess that's not... No, okay. So, I think Jonathan is right. Stoddard, the secretary, just has this room. This bath must belong to the H room of Posadini. even though it's not labeled. This must be H's. And then here's F, gets a bed, 2 beds and a bath and a dining room. And then a dressing room for Lady Welter and her bedroom. Here's the owner, Rock Savage, his suite. He's got a dressing room, bedroom, and bathroom. And a little guest room where Ferry is staying. I don't remember who Ferry is. And a bath. Then here's the Japanese gentleman, Hayashi. Here's his suite with his bed and his bath. I is empty. Then we've got a drawing room for guest Bishop. Stairs up and down, up to the lounge. Steward's seat is behind the door. Okay. Place where the ship carpenter was working. We don't know anything about that yet. Where is that? Why? Here's where the ship's carpenter was working. Okay, so he might have seen something. Porthole out of which body was thrown. Okay, so there's the porthole here in his dressing room. Doors are not indicated here, but we have to assume there are doors leading out into the hallway. I would like a little bit of confirmation about the steward comes in and says the door is locked, but which door is locked? Is the door locked to his bedroom or is the door locked to the entire room? All right, we'll come back to this. Let's continue with the interviews. Detective Officer Nemes, shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of cabin steward Celius Ringbottom. Kettering, morning, Ringbottom. Good morning, sir, says Ringbottom. Kettering says, have you been on board this ship long? Yes, sir, ever since Mr. Rock Savage bought her, and before that, too, with the previous owner, Lord Fowkes. I am an ex-Navy man, and this was my first job on leaving the service. Kettering, good, well, there are just one or two things I want to ask you about this affair that occurred last night. According to what you told me then, after you had been to Mr. Blane's suite to inquire if he wanted you to unpack, you went straight back to your pantry, did a few odd jobs there, and then read a book until the dinner bugle sounded. Now, is that correct? Yes, sir, that's correct. Kettering, you're quite sure you never left that pantry of yours? I'm not trying to pin anything on you, don't think that. But I want you to be quite certain that you're not making any mistakes. Wait a minute, sir. I did leave it just once to slip up to the writing room to get some sheets of notepaper for the Japanese gentleman. He'd asked for it early on, but I found the racks were empty, and as chief steward had been ashore at Miami, the storeroom was locked. When the Jap rang for me again later, though, the chief steward was back again in his cabin, and he gave me some from the store. Kettering, what time was that? A bit before 8 bells, sir. Just before 8 o'clock, eh? And apart from that, you never left your pantry? No, that's the truth, sir. Who else was on duty at that time? Only me, sir. The other stewards who helped with the cabins was at their job of laying up for dinner then, and the stewardess, Maud Briggs, what would have been on duty, went down with shingles 2 days ago, so she's in the sick bay. Fortunately, there's only 3 ladies aboard, and 2 of them has their own maids, so they're looking after the other lady between them. Kettering, can you bring anybody to prove you were in your pantry during all that time? Ringbottom, well, maybe it's lucky for me, sir. In the ordinary way, I wouldn't be able to, the stewardess being ill, but as it happens, I can. Sid Jenks, the ship's carpenter, was doing a job of work in the passageway during the whole of that time, and we passed the time of day, as you may say, quite frequent, while he was at it. He knows I never left my pantry except to get the Jap his notepaper, not before the dinner bugle went. Kettering, did it strike you as unusual that Mr. Blane's cabin door was locked when you went to tidy it up? No, sir, not particular. Visitors vary. Some's open-handed, some's not. Some's suspicious, some's not. Visitors who haven't sailed with us before sometimes locks their cabin doors for the first day or two out. Then they don't bother no more. I didn't think nothing of it. I just unlocked the door with my master key and went straight into the room. Kettering, that's good. Now, from your pantry, you can't see the door of Mr. Blane's suite, can you? No, sir. You see, my pantry's an inside cabin, so I can't see around the corner along the passageway. Kettering, no, that's quite obvious from the ship's plans I've got in front of me. So you wouldn't be able to see if anyone approached Mr. Blane's cabin from the lounge, would you? No, sir. But you would be able to see anybody who came in the other way from the forward companionway, which leads to the upper and lower decks, wouldn't you? I would that, sir. Was your pantry door open during this time? Yes, sir. Now, think carefully, Ringbottom. Did you see any member of the crew, or any other person, come either up or down the companionway and pass your door, going in the direction of Mr. Blane's cabin, between 7:45 and 8:30 p.m. that night? Only Miss Rock Savage's maid, sir, going along to dress her, no one else. But you would have if they had. Yes, sir. I couldn't have helped seeing them. Kettering, right. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, so we've got a bit of information here. He's saying that he would have seen anyone coming this way, up and down through the forward companionway, if they tried to go to Blane's room. Our steward would have seen them from his open door into the pantryway. But he wouldn't have seen people coming up down from the lounge or from one of these other rooms. Okay. Jonathan says regarding this bath, maybe H and J share a bath out in the hall. That would make some sense. H shares a bath with J. Yeah, that, or a shared door. Yeah, that makes sense. That's not a bad idea. Okay, so Ringbottom alibi. He says he doesn't see anyone, although, I mean, he does see someone. He sees the maid, but no one else. It sounds like at some point we're going to have to reconstruct that timeline and figure out who was upstairs in the lounge during those hours, but we're not going to do that yet. Okay, here we go. Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Sid Jenks, the ship's carpenter. Kettering, good morning, Jenks. Good morning, sir. How long have you been aboard this ship? Just 2 years, sir. Ever since Captain Derringham took over. He brought me with him from his previous ship, the Southern Cross. Kettering, right. Now, do you mind telling me where you were between 7:30 and 8:30 last night? I was fitting new skirting boards to the stewardess's pantry on A deck from just before 7:30, sir. And from where you were working, could you see the door of Mr. Blane's suite? No, sir. I was working on the starboard side, just across from the forward companionway. Was the companionway in your view the whole time? Yes, sir. And did you see anyone go up or down it during the time you were working there? Well, Lady Welter's maid went below just after I set to work. So just after 7:30, eh? Yes, sir. Then Nels Ord, Miss Rock Savage's maid, came up to dress her mistress much later on. About 8:10, I should say. Okay, so he sees two people. He's looking at the companionway. Okay. Forward companionway. Okay. Did he see anyone go up or down? He sees Lady Welter's maid leaves. She goes down. Okay. There's Lady Welter. Here's where the carpenter's working at Y. So he sees her go down. And then he sees Nellie Ord, Miss Rock Savage's maid, come up to dress her mistress later on, about 8:10. There's the Rock Savage's maid, so he sees her come up. Okay. Kettering, anyone else? No, sir. Could you see the entrance of the steward's pantry from where you were? Yes, sir. It was just across from the companionway on the port side. Was anyone there, do you know? Yes, sir. The cabin steward, Mr. Ringbottom. Kettering, was he in his pantry the whole time you were at your job? Yes, sir, except when he went to answer the Japanese gentleman's bell. Then off to the chief steward to get some notepaper from him out of the store. He remarked, I remember, about the slackness of the lounge steward in letting it run out in the writing room because someone else had asked for some early on in the afternoon, when the chief steward was ashore, and there wasn't none. What time was that? I'm afraid I couldn't say, sir. Can you give me any idea? I'd hardly like to say the time. You see, I didn't notice particular, being busy on my job. Was it before or after 8? Oh, before 8. Maybe about 1:45, but I wouldn't like to say for certain. Ringbottom was away about 5 minutes then, but all the rest of the time he was in his pantry because, although we couldn't see each other, every now and then we exchanged remarks. Kettering, did you see anyone else in the passageway during the time you were working there? Only the bishop, sir, when he went up. That was at 8 o'clock because I heard the ship's bell strike immediately after. But various other people must have been coming down from the lounge or going back up to it during that time. That's true, of course, but the companionway to the lounge is way aft, nowhere near where I was. I heard cabin doors shutting now and then, but you see, I had my back to the passageway most of the time, and I didn't take much notice what happened behind me, being busy with my job. And what time did you stop work? Just after the dinner bugle sounded at 8:30. Right. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Jenks. You're welcome, sir. All right, so he doesn't see what's happening down here. He hears some doors opening and closing. He just sees from here, and he's told us who he sees. I see we're going to have to reconstruct all that. Okay, now we've got someone else. Ferry Rock Savage. So this isn't a photograph taken by the police detective. This is like a photograph she's got in her room or something. That's what a 1936 dame looked like. All right. Oh, I guess it is taken on the 9th of March. Ferry Rock Savage, retake from photograph in her father's cabin. So she's the daughter of the owner, Rock Savage. Don't know what this is. Oh, now we're going to interview her. Okay, let's see what we got here. Detective Officer Neames, shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Miss Ferry Rock Savage. Good morning, Miss Rock Savage. Come right in. Good morning. Come and sit down. There are just a few questions I want to ask you about this unfortunate business last night. Certainly. Anything I can do. Would you just tell me, Miss Rock Savage, what you were doing and where you were from the time the yacht sailed until you went in to dinner? When the ship left Miami, I was sitting on the port deck with Mr. Jocelyn. And did you see Mr. Blane come aboard? No. We were on the port side of the ship. That is, we were facing out to sea. We sat there until about 7:15, and then we both went below to our cabins. I got interested in a book, so I was a little late in changing, and I didn't get up to the lounge until about 8:40. The other guests were all there, except Mr. Bolitho Blane and his secretary, neither of whom I had met, and I was just looking round for my father when the steward came up with a message from him. He said to me, "Mr. Rock Savage says, miss, would you please take everybody in to dinner? Mr. Blane has had a heart attack, so we are returning to Miami." And what happened then? I did as my father had asked me to, and I didn't know anything about what really happened until Father told us all after we had anchored off Miami again just a few minutes before the police came on board. Did you know of any special reason for this trip? No. Are you certain of that? Well, it's just a pleasure trip, like lots of others we've had on this yacht, but as there were several strangers on board, I naturally assumed that some big business deal would be discussed during the time we were at sea. Father often uses these trips to entertain people with whom, if he were seen ashore, comment might be aroused which would affect the markets. I see. Thank you, Mrs. Rock Savage. That'll be all for the moment. Okay. Daughter doesn't seem to know much. Doesn't seem to be hiding anything either. Okay, this is Reggie Jocelyn. Honorable R. Jocelyn. Retake from photograph in Lady Welter's cabin. All right, so these are pins. These are just pins holding the photographs. He's in his full suit. Nothing interesting to remark on. Detective officer names shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of the Honorable Reginald Jocelyn. Good morning, Mr. Jocelyn. Now, I'd just like you to tell me anything you can about this unfortunate affair last night. I'm afraid I can't tell you anything. Well, let's hear what you were doing between the time of this ship's sailing and your going into dinner. When the ship sailed, I was sitting on deck with Miss Rock Savage. We stayed there until the ship was well out to sea, and somewhere about 7:30 we sat down to our cabins to change for dinner. I came up to the lounge at 8:30, and Mr. Rock Savage had arrived soon after. A steward spoke to him, and he went below. Then a message came up that Mr. Blane was ill, so we were returning to Miami. After that, we went in to dinner. Do you always take an hour to change your clothes? Sometimes an hour, sometimes two, if I feel like it. No need to get fresh now. Were you changing all that time? I don't see what the devil it's got to do with you, but if you must know, I spent a long time laying in my bath. Okay, thanks. Now, this trip, you were in on the object of it, weren't you? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, yes, you do. Bolitho Blane and Carlton Rock Savage were using this as a meeting ground to patch up a truce in the commercial war they've been waging. Oh, yeah, that, yeah. Yeah, that. How much more did you know about it? Nothing, except that Lady Welter, my mother-in-law, has very large holdings in the Rock Savage companies, and that she always likes me to stand by so that I can advise her when her business interests are concerned. Right. Okay, that'll do for the moment, Mr. Jocelyn. Our guy doesn't like Mr. Jocelyn much. Trying to notice the lovely voice you gave this guy. I don't know what he's supposed to be, but okay. All right. And here's Pamela Jocelyn, taken from a photograph in Lady Welter's cabin. These are some professional-looking photographs this police photographer has taken. So remember, that guy we just talked to, Reggie Jocelyn, he's the son-in-law who married the daughter of the woman who's the number one stockholder, and he is normally brought along to advise the mother-in-law. Okay, here's Pamela Jocelyn. Okay. She looks kind of fancy. Well off. Detective Officer names shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of the Honorable Mrs. Reginald Jocelyn. Kettering. Good morning, Mrs. Jocelyn. Sit down, won't you? Oh, thank you. Now, just what can you tell me about this unfortunate affair last night? Oh, nothing at all, I'm afraid. It would help me to check up on things if you wouldn't mind giving me your movements from the time the ship sailed until you went into dinner. I'm afraid that's not going to help you much. After all, it's quite clear that this Mr. Blane took his own life, isn't it? Sure, Miss Jocelyn. It's only a matter of routine procedure that I have to bother everybody like this. Just where did you happen to be when the yacht left Miami? I was in the lounge with Count Posadini. Anyone else there? No, not until Mr. Rock Savage arrived. What happened then? Well, we had more drinks and talked for a bit. Then Mr. Blane's secretary came in and was introduced to us. There was some talk about him sending a message down to Mr. Blane, and just after that, I said that I must go down and change for dinner. Count Posadini said that he thought he would too, so we went below together. And what time would that be? About 10 minutes to 8. And then I changed and came up to the lounge with my husband again just as the dinner bugle sounded at 8:30. A few minutes later, a steward came in and spoke to Mr. Rock Savage, who had just come in, and they both went below together. Yes, go on, please. I was talking to my mother when a message came up from Mr. Rock Savage that Mr. Blane had some sort of an attack, and so we were returning to Miami. Ferry Rock Savage said that we had better go in to dinner without her father, so in we went. Just when did you know the real cause of trouble? Not until the yacht was anchored off Miami again. Mr. Rock Savage told us then and said that the police would be coming on board in a few moments. Good. Now, did you regard this just as a pleasure trip? Not altogether. I know that my mother has a big interest in the Rock Savage companies, and as Bolitho Blane was expected to join us at Miami, I thought that there must be something in the wind. Anyone would who knew that Blane and Rock Savage were the two soap kings, but I wasn't particularly interested because it's not really anything to do with me. Your husband advises your mother, though, where her financial interests are concerned, doesn't he? Oh, yes, but we go about with Mother quite a lot on social parties where no business comes under discussion at all. Thank you, Miss Jocelyn. That'll do for the present. Okay. Now we got the stockholder, Lady Welter. Retake from her photograph in her daughter's cabin. I don't quite understand why each of these photographs are like completely mounted with different paper. It's a little odd. Retake. Does that mean maybe it's a photograph of a photograph? That's why these pictures, he's like, do you have a photograph of yourself? Let me take a picture of it. Why wouldn't you take a picture of the person at the time? That's a little weird. A retake, is that a term of art in photography? Retake from photograph? Don't know. Let's see what the comments say. Jonathan says, Mr. Jocelyn took 2 hours to bathe and change, and Miss Jocelyn took 10 minutes. They're bucking some stereotypes, you know? Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Lady Welter. Good morning, Lady Welter. Take a chair, please. Thank you. I prefer to stand. Just as you wish, lady. What is it you wish to see me about? Isn't that rather obvious? You know that I'm the officer in charge of the investigation of Mr. Bolitho Blane's death. And what has that to do with me? Nothing. Nothing as far as I know, Lady Welter. But this is just a matter of routine, and you won't mind answering a few questions, I'm sure. Well, that depends on the questions, young man. Well, they're quite simple. It's just a matter of routine checking up. I'd like you to tell me what your movements were between the time of the yacht sailing from Miami and your going to dinner last night. Are you accusing me? Now, have a heart, please. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but it's my duty to get all these details, which may seem stupid to you. Where were you when the ship sailed? I was on deck talking to the Bishop of Boudet. Whereabouts on deck? By the rail. I was leaning on it, if you must know. Yes, but in what part of the ship? I was facing the land. You saw the tender come off, then? I did, and the bishop said to me, "That's Mr. Bolitho Blane," as the two men came up the gangway into the middle of the ship. The bishop knew Blane by sight, then? I don't know. I suppose so. All right, what happened after that? Well, the bishop and I went down to our cabins. When I came up to the lounge, I found Mr. Rock Savage with Mr. Blane's secretary and the bishop. The secretary was introduced to me, and we sat there until Mr. Rock Savage left. And what time was that? I really haven't the faintest idea. What has all this to do? Patience, please. What happened after Mr. Rock Savage left the lounge? If you must know, the Japanese gentleman came in, and then my daughter and son-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. Jocelyn. After the dinner bugle sounded, Mr. Rock Savage came in too. But he went downstairs almost at once, and some message came up that Mr. Blane was ill, so that we were to go in to dinner without waiting any longer. Am I right in believing that you hold a large block of shares in the Rock Savage companies? That, young man, is nothing whatsoever to do with you. Did you come on this trip for pleasure? For many reasons. This discussion is quite pointless. All right. I won't trouble you any more now, Lady Welter, but maybe we'll have to talk. We'll have to have one of these jolly little discussions together again a little later on. Okay. Here's the Bishop of Boudet, taken from a photograph in Lady Welter's cabin. Again, it's like a totally different style photograph. That's a little odd. I don't know why these photographs aren't. He must be asking them for photographs and retaking a photo of the photo. I don't know why he's not taking new photographs. Okay, God, I gotta come up with voices for each of these people. I'm running out of voices. Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of the Very Reverend Dr. Stapleton Thomas, D.D., the Lord Bishop of Boudet. Kettering, good morning, Bishop. Bishop, good morning. This is a very distressing affair, very distressing. It certainly is, and I'm sure you'll forgive me for bothering you, but I've got to ask you just a few questions so that I can check back up on events last night. Of course. I'm the last person to wish to obstruct you in your duties, officer. Any information that I can give is entirely at your services. That's nice of you, Bishop. I only wish that all people I've had to question looked on things like that. Now, perhaps you'll just tell me what you were doing between the time of the ship sailing and going into dinner last night. I was standing by the after rail on the starboard side of the ship with Lady Welter when we left Miami. So you saw Blane and his secretary come aboard then? Yes. You're quite sure that it was Blane? Oh, yes. I remarked to Lady Welter at the time how very much older he was looking. You knew him before then? I would hardly say that I knew him, but we met once about 7 years ago. He was staying in an English country house where I also chanced to be a guest. Okay, and what happened after that? Lady Welter and I went below shortly after the ship sailed. I changed for dinner and came up to the lounge at 8 o'clock. I can state the time with certainty, as the ship's bell was sounded just as I went up the companionway. My host, Mr. Rock Savage, was there with Mr. Stoddart. A few minutes after that, Lady Welter came in, and then Mr. Rock Savage went below to change, remarking as he did so that he had left it very late, and if he were not up on time, we were to go in to dinner without him. Lady Welter and I talked with Mr. Stoddard for a time, and then a Japanese gentleman who had come aboard in the afternoon joined us. Mr. and Mrs. Jocelyn came in next. No, I'm wrong there. Count Posadini arrived after the Japanese, then the Jocelyns, just before the dinner bugle sounded. Mr. Rock Savage was a little late, and had no sooner arrived in the lounge than he was sent for to go below. We stood about for a few minutes, and then Miss Rock Savage came in. Soon after, she received a message from her father that Mr. Blane had been taken ill, so that the yacht was returning to Miami, and that we were to go to dinner without waiting any longer. Thanks, Bishop. That's all nice and clear. Now, what can you tell me about the objects of this party? Well, it's just a pleasure trip, you know. I had hoped that it would be a most pleasant relaxation from my arduous duties. I have a large flock, you know, a large flock. Yeah, but you are aware, surely, that Lady Welter is a very rich woman, and a considerable portion of her fortune is invested in the Rock Savage companies. Well, yes, I was aware of that. Lady Welter is a very old friend of mine, one of my oldest, and you will not misunderstand me when I say one of my dearest friends. Those papers that she controls at home wield an enormous influence for good, and it has been my privilege on many occasions to advise her on her questions of policy for those papers. She might well have consulted you then if the money which supports those papers were in jeopardy. Yes, she certainly might have done so as an old friend, you know, a very old friend. But you didn't actually know that this trip was cover for a big business deal in which Rock Savage, Bolitho Blane, and Lady Welter were concerned. No, I was not actually aware of that. And although you had known Blane previously, you did not have any communication with him while he was on board the ship? At this point, Stoddard, whom we had sent for earlier for the purpose of getting a flash photograph of him, came into the cabin. I snapped him as he entered. We then saw that the bishop had collapsed in his chair. After a moment, he came round out of his faint and apologized and mentioned that he had had no breakfast and that he suffered from his heart. Detective Officer Kettering, having concluded his examination, allowed the bishop to withdraw in Stoddard's company. So did he faint when he saw Stoddard? Or did he faint because of this question we asked him about him not knowing anything? It's a little suspicious. Jonathan says, I do like the idea of someone jumping into the sea, but then the boat turns around and heads towards land and everyone has a pleasant dinner conversation. Yeah, someone's overboard, so they're going to turn around and leave the body out there. It's a little weird. It's also a little odd that no one has seen him. Like, this guy says he saw him and he looks older. Is it a little fishy that no one's seen him? Like, is it really him? That's true. Jonathan points out, everyone except for the captain and the steward and the secretary thinks he's just ill, so they're just having their conversation as normally. But they know he's dead. All right, here's Inosuke Hayashi. He's the Japanese person involved in the soap industry. And Rock Savage and Blane were going to maybe talk to him, try to get him involved in their business if they could make a deal. Detective Officer Neem's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Mr. Inosuke Hayashi. Good morning, Mr. Hayashi. Just sit down and answer a few questions, will you? Certainly. Will you give me your movements, please, from the time you came on board this yacht until you went in to dinner last night? Oh, yes. I came on board from a launch at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. After visiting my cabin, I had tea with my host and some of the other guests. About 6:10 I went down to my cabin again to do some work. I remained there until after I had changed for dinner. At 8:15 I came into the lounge where I found the bishop and Lady Welter, whom I had met at tea. The latter introduced me to Mr. Stoddard, whom I had not seen before. From this point, Inosuke Hayashi's statement confirms that of the others. So they're skipping that, I guess. Kettering. Now, I'd like to know the reason for your coming on this trip. At the invitation of Mr. Rock Savage. We are business friends. It is nice to meet each other and enjoy the pleasure of such excellent company upon his very beautiful yacht. Now that won't do, and the sooner you come clean with me, the better. This pleasure trip was a blind to cover a big business deal between Rock Savage and Blane. You're going to tell me just what part you were going to play in that. I tell you anything you like. When I say it is a pleasure trip, I speak truthfully. But I have already said that I was a business friend of Mr. Rock Savage, too. When businessmen are together, even for pleasure, their conversation is their business also, most of the time, as I have frequently observed. You knew then that business would come under discussion. Certainly I knew that. Well, let's hear the part you were going to play in it. I have the honor to act for the Shikoku Products Company, which is associated with my government. Shikoku handles various commercial concessions for the Ministry of the Interior, and one of these has to do with the supply of soap to the armed forces and also civil services of Japan. This monopoly is of considerable value, and Shikoku hoped to raise a loan of $10 to $12 million on it. Also, this monopoly would have considerable value for whatever company acquired it, since If they wished, they could float a subsidiary company upon the prospective profits which the monopoly will bring, and thus attract considerable new public money to their business. And you were about to sell this monopoly to either Rock Savage or Blane? That is so. I have been negotiating by correspondence with both for some time. A fortnight ago, however, Mr. Rock Savage cabled me that negotiations could go no further until after a conference he proposed to hold on this date. He suggested that I should join the party and said that if I did so, he had every reason to believe that the affair might be concluded to the satisfaction of all concerned. I sailed from San Francisco to Panama, and from there I came overland to join his yacht at Miami. I see, that will do. Okay. Here's a flash of Count Luigi Posadini. Looks like a guy with a fake mustache. Okay. Jonathan says the police photographer doesn't let it just being a job to stop him from fulfilling his artistic passion. It's true. He's definitely taking some artistic photos. All right. Detective Officer names shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Count Posadini. Hello, hello! Has this writing room been converted into a photographic studio overnight? No, come in, Count. It's just that we're taking a flash of all the guests on board before we examine them. Matter of routine, that's all. Sit down, will you? There are just a few questions I'd like to ask you about this unfortunate affair last night. Fire away, friend, fire away! From your name, I had imagined you to be an Italian, but you talk like an American. I am Italian, but I have lived in the States nearly all my life. My mother was an American, and she had the money, so although I still have the old place in Italy, I regard New York as home. Remember, our secretary had that little sticker from Italy on his trunk. Kettering, I see. Now, would you mind telling me what your movements were from the time the yacht sailed till you went in to dinner last night? There's no mystery about that. I was having a drink in the lounge with Mrs. Jocelyn when the engine started to turn over. A few moments later, Mr. Rock Savage joined us. We had another spot with him, and then Blane's secretary, a chap called Stoddart, came in and made himself known to us. We had another round of drinks to keep him company while he was taking some notes of share prices off the board for his boss. The lounge steward took those down to Blaine's cabin for him and came up to say that he couldn't get any answer to his knock, so Stoddard told him to take them down again and push them under the cabin door. Just after that, I said I thought it was about time to go below and change. Kettering, can you tell me what time that would have been? Oh, about 8:15. Miss Jocelyn said she thought she would go down too, so we went down together, after which I went straight to my cabin. I came up to the lounge again about 8:25, and when the dinner bugle sounded, most of the guests were assembled there. From this point, Count Posadini's statement confirms that of the others. Okay, now, Count, what do you know about the real motive for this party? Real motive? There's only one as far as I know, stealing a little summer down in these waters before New York becomes livable again. I'm just mad about sunshine, but maybe that's my Italian blood. Do you mean to tell me you had no idea that an amalgamation between the big soap interests was to be negotiated during this trip? That's news to me. The only thing that I know about soap is that it's useful to wash with. How long have you known Mr. Rock Savage? Just 3.5 days. You'd never met him then before you came on board at New York? No, sir. Well, how long have you known Bolitho Blane? I've never met him either. I've heard of him, of course, as a big financier, but I didn't even know that he was interested in soap. All right. What about the Jap, Inosuke Hayashi? How long have you known him? The same applies. I didn't even know of his existence before he came on board yesterday afternoon. Yeah, but if you've never had any dealings with any of these people, can you give me a satisfactory explanation as to why Rock Savage invited you to join the outfit? He didn't. It was Reggie Jocelyn who asked me if I'd like to come along for a few days. Sunshine and the big game fishing. And how long have you known Jocelyn? I met him coming over on the Normandy and later developed the acquaintance in New York. His wife is Lady Welter's daughter, and I gather that Lady Welter is a very old friend of Mr. Rock Savage. In fact, although Miss Rock Savage is nominally hostess here, Lady Welter gave me the impression that she was running the party, and as the invitation came from her son-in-law, I didn't hesitate to accept it. Thank you, Count. That'll do for the present. All right. Couple more interviews. Jonathan says, the confirmed part is weird. Seems like it should be made very clear what is being confirmed. Yeah, this part where it says, confirms the times of arrival and departure of the guests from the lounge. I guess all the stuff that's like, they came in the lounge. There are multiple people who have observed that, so I guess they're just saying they all agree what times they arrived at the lounge and departed the lounge. All right. Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's second examination of the Honorable Reginald Jocelyn. That's interesting. He's called Reggie Jocelyn back. I don't remember what voices I use for people is the problem. Sorry to bother you again, Mr. Jocelyn, but I understand that Count Posadini joined this party at your invitation. Yes, that's right. Now, what part does he play in this business deal with Rock Savage Blane and the Jap contemplated putting through? None at all. He doesn't even know nothing about it. Well, why did you ask him then? Because he's a nice fellow, and I thought it would give the gathering the appearance of a pleasure trip to have someone there who didn't know anything about the business which was contemplated. I see. And how long have you known him? About 5 weeks. I met him coming over in the Normandy. Thanks, Mr. Jocelyn. That's all for the moment. Okay, so he's just called the other guy, Reggie, back to confirm that he was the one who invited him. And that he was just inviting him as a friend, and he says he met him in the same place, so that seems to confirm. Okay. Detective Officer Kettering's third report continued. Looks like we're reaching the end of the third report, maybe. Oh, got a bit more. From the foregoing statements, it is obvious that, as we have a note in Blaine's own hand, scribbled on the back of the leaf torn from Stoddard's pocketbook with the share quotations on it, which was sent down to him at 7:45, that he must still have been alive at that time. This whole framing, let's take a moment here. This whole framing in terms of broken up by reports is really clever and fascinating. We've got a vested interest in this person who's taking these reports and is talking to everyone, this guy Kettering, and then he's summing up his thoughts about these things. It's really quite fascinating, and it gives the game a way of sort of giving us, summarizing information so it doesn't leave us so much in the dark. It's really quite interesting. Okay, so he's summing up this fact that we should know about it. A note in his own hand, scribbled on the back of the leaf torn from Stoddard's pocketbook with the share quotations on it, which was sent down at him at 7:45, that he must have still been alive at that time. Unless, of course, Stoddard is doing it and Stoddard used that note from before. I mean, the note, though, does have his diary. Let's find it. These papers are not going to survive all this. I want to find that note again. So that was the note that went up to him. Okay, so here's the note he sends down. It is on the 8th. It is on, at least the diary entry that Stoddard sends down looks like it's from that day. And there's the writing that they say means this guy was alive at 7:45. Makes sense. You'd have to fake that and really plan ahead. Jonathan says, I think you skipped an interview with the Count. with Kane. You're right, I did. Okay, so I skipped one, and then he brings Reggie back. Okay, so before he brought Reggie back, there was another interview I should have read. Thank you, Jonathan. Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of the lounge steward, Jack Kane. Come in, Kane. I just want to ask you a few questions about what occurred last night. Yes, sir. How long have you been in the employee of Mr. Rock Savage? 1 year and 3 months, sir. And what were you doing before that? I was third barman at the Biltmore in New York. I did 18 months there, and before that I was at the Sporting Club in Havana doing lounge waiter. That's all right. Now, I want you to tell me all that you can remember about which guests came and went from the lounge from the time of the ship's sailing until they went in to dinner last night. Kane's statement confirms the times of arrival and departure of the guests from the lounge as given by themselves between the time of sailing at 7:30 and they're going to dinner at 8:40. Kettering, were you in the lounge the whole of that time? Yes, I was there the whole time, sir, as they kept me pretty busy mixing drinks, except, of course, for 2 brief absences between 7:40 and 7:45. Mr. Stoddard took down some figures from the notice board in his pocketbook, tore out the leaf, and asked me to take it down to Mr. Blane's cabin. I knocked, and there was no reply, so I took it up again, and then Mr. Stoddard remarked that Mr. Blane was probably in his bath, so he sent me down with it again and told me to slip it under Mr. Blane's door, which I did. That'll do. You can go now. Okay, so he just confirms that story. Good. Thank you for catching that, Jonathan. All right. So our guy Kettering is writing up his report. He's saying, given that Stoddard sent down this note paper at 7:45, it's this weird thing where he sends it down, it comes back up, then he sends it back down. He says, slip it under the door. That does make me, that does seem like an honest thing, right? Like, I'm less suspicious of the secretary now. Like, if he planned it all, he probably would have said, like, bring this note down and slip it under the door if you don't get an answer. But the fact that he's like, bring it down to him, and then he comes back up, he says he didn't answer the door, then he says, well, I'll just leave it under the door. That makes me think the secretary is not to blame. Okay, but our detective is just remarking that if our guy, Bolitho Blane, wrote something on the back of this note that he was sent down with, then he must have been alive at that time. And again, well, no one sees the writing on the back until they find the body. But on the other hand, it does look like it's in his handwriting. So, okay, this seems right to me. The steward, Ringbottom, entered his cabin at 8:30 and discovered him to be missing. Therefore, Bolitho Blane must have been murdered between 7:45 and 8:30. The situation of the cabin steward's pantry and Ringbottom's statement, backed by that of the carpenter Jenks, rules out the possibility of the crime having been committed by any number of the crew, and we must therefore assume that the guilty party is either Carlton Rock Savage or one of his guests. After I had questioned Count Posadini, Detective Officer Neam told me whether we agree with that, we shouldn't be too sure, but it seems like the steward and the carpenter are sort of alibying each other. They see the maid come up, but the maid is not going to be dragging his body. Okay, so one of the guests, and we note from the map, where's that map? We note from the map that there's the lounge where they were. So they wouldn't be seen by the pantry guy. They wouldn't be seen by anyone if they come down, but some of them say they go down with each other, so we may have to look at those times more carefully. After I had questioned Count Posadini, Detective Officer Neem told me that he felt certain that this man's face was familiar to him, and that we had him on our criminal records. Every effort, therefore, should be made to obtain full particulars regarding him at once. So this Posadini guy is a is a criminal. He's posing as a count, maybe. Okay. Having taken statements from all the guests and the only members of the crew who might possibly have been concerned in the affair, I proceeded to analyze their statements with a view to seeing how far they vouch for each other and the limited time in each case when they were on their own during the period from 7:45 to 8:30, during which the murder must have been committed. Okay, so he's summing up what we should be doing. He's saying, who was alone when during this period? Is he? Oh, he's going to summarize it for us. That's interesting. So this is an interesting design decision to make it a little easier for us. He's sort of summing up information that we might otherwise have to write down and figure out on our own. Times accounted for by presence in the lounge. Analysis of people eliminating each other from suspicion by their presence in the lounge from time when Blane was known to be alive until he was reported missing. I'm going to put a little note, a little mark here. Maybe I should use these to mark a couple more of the important places. Like, where's our map? Okay, there's our map. Okay. And maybe, I don't know if the stock prices are important for us. Maybe not. Okay, so let's see what he's got. In fact, let's write this down. Okay, so between 7:45 and 8:30, murdered. Unless something is much more complicated, but I think that would be reading too much into it for now. Okay, let's see what he's collected this information for us so we don't have to. 7:45, Miss Jocelyn, Count Posadini, Mr. Rock Savage, and Mr. Stoddard. People eliminating each other from suspicion by their presence in the lounge. So 7:45, everyone's in the lounge. But then from 7:45 to 8, Stewart, Rock Savage, and Stoddard are in the lounge. From 8 to 8. Okay, so this is important. 8.5 means 8, not 8.5, but 8:05. Let's remember that. So from 8 to 8:05, Stoddard, Rock Savage, Stoddard, and Bishop. We might want to just go confirm where they say they go at this time. But these are people in the lounge together. So from 8 to 8:05, these four are in the lounge. From 8:05 to 8:10, they're joined by Lady Welter. From 8:10 to 8:15, Rock Savage has left. 8:15 to 8:25, Stewart, Stoddard, Bishop, Lady Welter, and the Japanese Mr. Hayashi. 8:25, they're joined by Posadini. 8:30, they're joined by Mr. and Mrs. Jocelyn. 8:32 to 8:33, as above, with the cabin steward who reported Blane missing. 8:32, the cabin steward goes down. So the cabin steward is there the whole time except to go down. So Stoddard. So Stoddard is the only one. Stoddard is the only one who's there the entire time. Everyone else is gone for some period of time. The bishop comes up late and he's there till the end, but he's missing in the beginning minutes. Rock Savage is there in the beginning minutes and then gone. And some mix of other stuff for everyone else. Stoddard has really alibied himself by being up there the whole time. And we think it can't be that Stoddard killed him first. Just to get this on the table, if Stoddard killed him and then came up to the lounge, well, killed him, locked the door, came up to the lounge, and then he sent in the stock prices down, he would have either had to write on the back ahead of time, which would be very risky because the steward who was delivering it could have noted that, or he had to have falsified that writing when he went down. But I don't think he went down alone because he doesn't discover the body. He doesn't discover the scene of the crime. So I think Stoddard is proven as innocent, at least not working alone. Okay, now our Detective Kettering is helping us out again by listing unvouched for times. The following table shows the number of minutes in the period 7:45 to 8:30 when each member of the party was not under direct observation of one of the others and therefore at liberty to commit the crime. Let's remember, if any of people did it together, they might not be on this list. Let's just keep that in mind. So Mrs. Jocelyn was in the lounge till 7:45. There she is. At 7:45 she leaves. She returned she went to go get change at 7:45. She returned at 8:30. Unvouched for time, full period of 45 minutes. This is really nice that this is giving us this stuff so we don't have to write all this down. We didn't have to figure all this out, assuming we trust all this. Count Posadini was in the lounge till 7:45. He comes back at 8:25. He was gone for 40 minutes. We probably can look and found that they left together, but it's not important for us for now. Mr. Rock Savage, he's in the lounge till 8:10. Came back, changed at 8:35, so he was gone for 20 minutes. Mr. Stoddard was in the lounge at 7:40 and remained there until 8:33. Unvouched for time, nil. Bishop of Boudet came below with Lady Welter at 7:05. In lounge, changed at 8 o'clock. Unvouched for time, 15 minutes. Came below with Lady Welter at 7:05. So let's just see this here. Bishop of Boudet. So he's up at 8:05. Came below with Lady Welter at 7:05. He comes up to the lounge at 8 o'clock. Why is there unvouched for time? Because we know he was alive. He was alive at 7:45, we think. So he wasn't seen till 8. So that means the entire period from 7:45 to 8, he was not accounted for. Okay. Lady Welter, she came below with Bishop at 7:05. She was in the lounge by 8:05, so unvouched for time, 20 minutes. Mr. Hayashi went to cabin at 8:10. In lounge, changed at 8:15. Unvouched for time, 30 minutes. From 7:45 to 8:15. Okay. Mr. Jocelyn came below with Miss Rock Savage at 7:30, approximate. He's in lounge, changed at 8:30, unvouched for time, 45 minutes. Miss Rock Savage came below with Mr. Jocelyn at 7:15. She's in the lounge, changed at 8:45, unvouched for time, period, 45 minutes. So from 7:45 to 8:30, the full period. Okay, Detective Kettering's third report continued. The foregoing tables rule out the lounge steward Kane, as he was only absent from the lounge for 2 periods of 2 minutes each during the time under review, and each of these has to go down to Blaine's cabin and come up again, so could not possibly have had time to perpetrate the crime in either period. The only other person who's entirely ruled out is the secretary, Nicholas Stoddard, as he was in the lounge during the whole period under review. If we're right. Don't forget the overleaf, the book jacket tells us that the detective can't solve it, right? the book jacket says, look, this detective who got sent on this case missed something because he doesn't know who to arrest. So we shouldn't, when our Detective Kettering rules someone out, we shouldn't necessarily rule them out. Jonathan says, the writing on the back of the stocks matches the writing of the note, but the note and the writing on the back could both be fake. Seems like a stretch, but we don't have an original sample. That's a very good point, Jonathan. That's a good point. But if they're both fake, it would seem to that Stoddard would know, the secretary. So either Stoddard has to be in on it, or he would recognize the owner. And here is Stoddard's handwriting. It is very distinctive. So if we were to presume in your theory that Blaine Bolitho's handwriting was being faked on this document, where is it? Then Nicholas Stoddard should know it or faked it. And if he faked it, boy, that's a huge change of handwriting to write such a long note. I don't buy it. So I don't think that was his handwriting. I think that was Bolitho Blane's handwriting. Otherwise, Stoddard would say, I work for this guy. I know his handwriting. That's not it. All right. The only person who is entirely ruled out is the secretary, Nicholas Stoddard, as he was in the lounge during the whole period under review. Rock Savage and all his other guests were, however, absent from the lounge for periods from 15 to 45 minutes between 7:45 and 8:30, during which they might have committed the murder. I then proceeded to make an analysis of possible motives. Possible motives. Miss Jocelyn, nil as far as known at the moment. Count Posadini, nil as far as known at the moment, although we think he's got a criminal record. Mr. Rock Savage, Blaine's death will send the shares of the Blaine companies down to zero and in their present precarious state possibly cause them to crash altogether. That would suit Rock Savage's book far better than the proposed amalgamation. Blaine also stated his fear that Rock Savage might attempt his life before he died. Motive in Rock Savage's case is therefore strong. The Bishop of Boudet, nil as far as known at the moment. Lady Welter, as the largest holder in the Rock Savage company, she stands to benefit by Blaine's death. She may have other assets outside the Rock Savage companies, however, so although there is motive in her case, it is weak. Mr. Hayashi, nil as far as known at the moment, but as he is concerned in the world's soap interest, he may well have a motive which has not yet come to light. Mr. Jocelyn, nil as far as known at the moment, but as a dependent of Lady Welter, his interest marches with hers, so it is possible that he might have acted at her instigation. Miss Rock Savage, nil as far as known at the moment, having analyzed the information gained from first statements as above, I then went below to examine the dead man's property, an inventory of which follows. Oh, this is interesting. Inventory of the late Bolitho Blane's property found in C-suite of the yacht. Contents of number 1, the Louis Vuitton wardrobe traveling trunk. 3 pieces dress suit, 3-piece light gray tuxedo, black dinner jacket, a cream shantung jacket, pressed white flannel trousers, clean, white dress waistcoats, clean, white dress shirts, clean, white dress ties, clean, White dress collar is clean. White turnover collar is clean. White silk muffler. Why are these numbered? Does it mean he has 3 white flannel trousers, 15 dress collars, 11 turnover? Okay, this is our 1936 history lesson. What is a turnover collar? What is a dress muffler? He's got 14 white linen handkerchiefs. He's got 5 silk shirts. He's got 4 pressed black dress socks. He's got 8 pressed colored day socks. He's got 2 black dress bow ties, 15 colored silk day ties. He's got day ties, day socks, dress socks. He's got 7 silk colored handkerchiefs, 1 pair of black silk suspenders. Wow, silk suspenders. 2 suits of silk underclothes, vests, and pants. 2 pairs of silk pajamas, and a Panama hat that we saw on the couch. My God, that's a lot of clothing. What is a dress collar, a turnover collar, and a silk dress muffler? Jonathan says, a dress muffler seems to be a scarf to be worn with a suit. And Jonathan says, we presume that he was paranoid, so we have to ask how someone convinced him to let him in, let his guard down, that he would let him in the room. It's true. Although the door may have been open, Jonathan, when the murderer came in, but locked by the murderer when they left. It is this weird, we know the door was locked when the steward comes in and discovers that his body is gone. So we know it was locked as the murderer left. But we don't know for sure that it was locked when the murderer went in. Wow, look at this guy really traveled with some stuff. We're continuing looking at his traveling stuff. Contents of number 2, a leather kit bag. Is one of these bags belong to the secretary? It says, found in the C-suite. Let us go look at that photograph again. Let's see if we can't see which... Let's make sure we're not looking at Stoddard, the secretary's items. Okay, so here's Nicholas Stoddard's stateroom. E. Large leather-fitted dressing case, Louis Vuitton shoe trunk, leather kit bag. Wardrobe traveling trunk. I want to make sure we're not assuming that some of these belong to Bolitho Blane, but they were really Stoddard's. Okay, let's continue through this. The leather kit bag has short sleeve sweatshirts, pale yellow bathrobe, 2 pieces of swimming suits, rope-soled beach shoes, dress shirts dirty, white dress ties dirty, white waistcoats dirty, dress collars dirty. Remember, there's this interesting thing how they're meeting them. They were going to meet him in New York, but they met him in Miami. This seems like someone's been traveling before they got here. That's a little weird, right? It's got all this stuff that's dirty. Turnover collars, linen handkerchief dirty, silk suit, vest, pants, underclothes dirty, silk day shirts dirty, Black dress silk socks dirty. Day socks dirty. Handkerchief dirty. Bottle of coconut oil, which is full. Bottle of witch hazel, which is full. Okay. Louis Vuitton shoe trunk. Pair of black patent dress shoes. Brown day shoes. White doeskin shoes. Potts cleaning cream. Cleaning brushes. Leathers for cleaning. Contents of number 4. A large leather fitted dressing case. What's a fitted dressing case? Papers, various, all to do with Blane's companies. He's got a bottle of bath salts, a book called No Ordinary Virgin by Eve Chaucer. Okay, these are definitely we saw this. I'm gonna put a marker near these photos. These seem relevant. So this is where this is in his room. That's where the book stuff is. So that's the large leather fitted dressing case is here. That's the fitted dressing case. And he's got a traveling trunk too over there. Okay, book No Ordinary Virgin by Eve Chaucer. Is that a real book? I wonder. MS Dasher says, no wonder he's worried about bankruptcy if that's his travel wardrobe. Nash's Magazine. Okay, are these real things? No Ordinary Virgin by Eve Chaucer and Nash's Magazine. We don't know what that is. He's also got 100. He's got 2 tins of 100 each Balkan Sobrani cigarettes unopened. A bottle of gum Tragacanth. Tragacanth. Maybe someone can look up what that is. 7 pencils all sharpened. 2 India rubbers. 1 bottle Fensic. Phensic. Can someone look up what that is? A bottle of white powder, which is indigestion medicine. A big silver flask containing brandy. A pair of Zeiss binoculars. A .22 Scott Webley automatic, which is unloaded. 25 bullets for that gun. An electric torch, aka a flashlight. Blank sheets of foolscap, FOOLSCAP, all one word. What is foolscap? Jonathan says, I think Eve Chaucer was Wheatley's or Link's wife and did write that book, but I could be misremembering. Okay, he's also got a jewel box containing 2 sets of diamond and black onyx waistcoat buttons, 1 set of dress studs, 1 lever sulca collar fastener, various bone and metal studs, pins, waistcoat buckles, and other oddments. I'd really like to know what gum Tragacanth is. Tragacanth. You could imagine that someone had to knock him out, although it's blood. That suggests maybe he was hit on the head. Blane's personal belongings already unpacked. I can't believe this is how you traveled in the 30s when you're rich. He brought basically a lifetime's worth of clothing. Okay, he's already unpacked a dark blue belted overcoat, a cording rainproof rubber coat, blue and green shot silk dressing gown, pair of soft leather slippers, pair of hairbrushes from the fitted case. We can see them there on the counter somewhere. Comb, clothes brush, valet safety razor. That's what that is, a safety razor for shaving. A shaving brush, a bowl of shaving soap. Oh, that's what that white powder in the bowl was. It was shaving soap. A bottle of hair oil, Douglas Bond Street half full. Bath sponge, face flannel. That must be a washcloth. a toothbrush, a plate brush. Don't know what that is. What's a plate brush? Can someone look it up? Jonathan says Fenzik is headache fever medicine. What's a plate brush? Plate brush. A nail brush. A black soft felt hat. A box of Balkan Sobrani cigarettes. Okay, so theoretically he smokes. That might be nice to confirm. Some silk pajamas. A bottle of Milton. 3 parts full. What's a bottle Milton? What's Milton? That might be some whiskey or something, or a block of yellow writing paper, 25 sheets remaining. Okay, so that's his writing paper that he wrote that note on. There, that's his writing paper. Okay. Packet envelopes to match. Okay, 10 only. So he had envelopes to go with that. We know he sealed it up and sent it up. A bottle of Parker fountain pen ink in a traveling case. Desk fountain pens in holders. A postcard addressed only Bolitho Blane Esquire, found in right-hand top dressing table drawer. Detective Officer Kettering's third report continued. The last item on the inventory is of considerable interest as it comes from the Japanese Inosuke Hayashi. It is on a yacht postcard and therefore written after Hayashi's arrival on board. Presumably it was delivered to Blane sometime between his arrival on the yacht at 7:05 and his death, which is known to have occurred between 7:45 and 8:30. Postcard herewith. Oh, we've got a handwritten postcard, which actually looks handwritten. Tragosanth is a stomach medicine, says Jonathan. Okay, so it's a postcard from Inuyaki. And now we've got to read this. It says... I have no idea what this is. Okay. Dear Mr. Blane, needless to say, I was very shocked to receive your letter while I was in New York. I'm not in the way here. You have certainly overlooked some considerations which me from your point of view, you have certainly overlooked some considerations or conversations with me, from your point of view, extremely important. And quite apart from my own interests in the matter, I consider it highly desirable that you should know the consequences, something of the action you contemplate. You should know the consequences to you of the actions you contemplate before conferring with Rocks, whatever his name is. What is his name? Rock Savage. I shall be in my room until 8 o'clock, but I should prefer to discuss the matter in your room. Please, therefore, let me know at what time I may visit you. Yours truly, Inosuke Hayashi. Okay. Plate brush is for dentures, says Jonathan. Foolscap is 13 by 18 paper size. Okay, come on, that's pretty cool. All right, so we're getting a little taste of that 1936 world that we aren't familiar with. All right, so he's got this postcard on the ship SY Golden Gull stock that was dropped off. And he says, needless to say, I'm very shocked to receive your letter while I was in New York. Okay, so our guy, Bolitho Blane, sends him a letter to New York that shocked him. And he says, you've certainly overlooked some considerations which something for me from your point of view is very important. And quite apart from my own interests in the matter, I consider it highly desirable that you should know the consequences to you of the action you are contemplating before conferring with Rock Savage. So let's make a note here. Letter to Japanese in New York. This is presumably before the trip. And then Ayashi wants to tell him consequences before talking to Rock Savage. And he says, I'm going to be in my room until 8, but I'd like to meet and talk in your room. Let me know what time you want to meet. Okay. All right, third report continued. With the assistance of Detective Officer Neem, I searched the cabins of all parties concerned. As the parties had slept in them on the previous night, they had ample opportunity to destroy any incriminating evidence. However, as Blaine's death was assumed to be suicide until early this morning, none of the innocent parties is likely to have taken any special precautions, and in a case such as this, nearly everybody has some private peccadillo to conceal. I was in hopes that we might still unearth some useful information which would eventually lead us to the murderer. On my instructions to the captain, the whole party were informed immediately. Each of them left their cabins this morning that they were not to return to them until they received permission. None of the cabins had therefore been cleaned or tidied, and each was locked after its occupant had gone up to breakfast. The contents of the waste paper baskets in each cabin, which had not been cleaned since the previous morning, were removed, and as a matter of routine, their contents are being catalogued. The search revealed items of interest in 2 cases only. Count Posadini. Among the Count's belongings were found 8 packs of specially prepared cards, 2 sets of loaded dice, and an automatic Mauser 22 pistol with a silencer attached. Oh my God, he's got a silencer. 1 spare clip with 44 rounds of ammunition. Really? 44 rounds? It will be recalled that upon the Count's examination by me this morning, Detective Officer Neem remarked that he felt certain this man's face was familiar to him and that we have him on our records. The items above mentioned, having been discovered in his possession, give considerable color to Detective Officer Neem's suggestion, and every effort should be made to trace up particulars of this man at once. And then the Bishop of Boudet, in a square black portable writing case belonging to the bishop, I found a letter which was evidently written and dispatched by Bolitho Blane from New York and received by the bishop in the post delivered to the yacht on her arrival off Miami yesterday. Letter herewith. Okay, so Bolitho Blane has mailed the Japanese guy ahead of time in New York. And then he mailed the Bishop of Boudet a letter to the yacht yesterday when she arrived in Miami. Okay, well, here's the same handwriting again, so I think we know it's his handwriting, but it's sent from the Hotel Alden Claridge in New York on the 5th of March. My dear Bisbee, I have only just learned that you are to make something of the party with Carlton. Why am I Rock Savage? Which Carlton Rock Savage is something on his yacht, assembling on his yacht for a something holiday coming this something. It is, of course, many years since we met, but I shall look forward so much to resuming my acquaintance with you. Okay, so he's confirming that he actually did know this guy, Boudet. Remember, Bishop of Boudet says he recognized him and it's been a long time, and this is confirming all that. It says, you're something, he's saying, I'm looking forward to resuming our acquaintance. You're something, you will, I'm sure, recall the wonderful something, which we held when we were together for a little time during the war. Then a wonderful and I feel never to be forgotten friendship. We established a wonderful, never to be forgotten friendship. I have an idea that may sound strange, and unusual things are likely to take place with Mr. Rock Savage yacht on Rock Savage yacht. When we put out to sea, and however strange the something may be, I feel sure that you will keep them in mind. You will bear in mind what very good friends we are. I value your friendship more than I can say, and from your past something of esteem, it makes me happy to think that something equally rightly your something friend, Bolitho Blane. All right, well, he considers this guy his good friend, even though he hasn't seen him in a while. Maybe this rules out this guy. Okay, we're continuing with this third report. I then examined the ship's officers, Dr. Ackland, Mr. Rock Savage's personal physician, who messes with the officers, and all members of the crew. I am satisfied none of them could have had any connection with the crime, and take it you will not require detailed reasons for my conclusions. As my examinations and listing of Blaine's effects had occupied me all the morning, and a thorough search of the cabins of all parties some 6 hours, being completed a little after 8 o'clock, I decided to postpone any further examination of the parties until tomorrow morning, by which time it is to be hoped that further information from them from outside would be to hand. Okay. And that's the end of that report until we hear what his supervisors reply. Okay, well, very interesting structure to this. I'm loving this segmentation into reports, and you can see it is set up to have things develop. He's sending his report. He's saying, well, we got this guy who looks familiar. The other officer thinks he recognizes him. And he sent his third report off to headquarters. And now when we come back, headquarters is going to reply and fill us in on what they found in the records about these other people. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit, and then we'll get into the fourth report. It looks like we're maybe halfway done. Halfway done with the documents, but then you gotta, some of it is solution, so maybe a little more than halfway. All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two, February 1st, 2022. It's 3 a.m. I think we're about halfway through with Murder Off Miami, file on Bolitho Blane. Detective Kettering has sent his report to headquarters, his third report, which are now getting back a memo from headquarters. Let's see what it says. Or should we, maybe we need to discuss this a little bit more as our little halfway point. Let's bring up the chat a bit. Well, I mean, what are your impressions? I love the format of this. I think this completely works as sort of a book format rather than just a huge document dump. I love this breaking up into sections, and at the end of each section, our officer sort of summarizes the information so we don't have to. It's saving us a lot of work. He's sort of summarizing. But there's something enjoyable about him summarizing these details that are important, that are sort of grunt work to have to figure out. There's something very pleasing about that. How much we can trust him not to overlook something, I don't know. But it is interesting that it's put this extra character in the story that's sort of our proxy. He's the detective that we are seeing this case through his eyes. But even more than that, the idea that the end of each section, which is really set up into days, it's at the end of the day he sends a report, this idea that we're now seeing his view, his point of view of this case as it goes, and then the idea that he's sending this report in and then he's getting a memo back at the end of each day with additional information. So it's not just that the case is now broken up into days after which some new information can come or new events can transpire. It's that we're getting back feedback from headquarters to him that's able to consult their database of people that we're going to hear. So that's really quite interesting. I mean, to think back in 1936, to think that we haven't seen that done in the mystery games we've been playing is sort of shocking because it seems so natural. And this sequential, the fact that we're going through things in a specific order, I think it works. I guess it removes one element of putting together things, of figuring out where things fit in, because you're sort of given them sequentially, but it doesn't feel like you're losing anything from it. Now, those are all positive stuff, and MS Dasher saying, love the report format and the feel of the game we were getting. Jonathan says, I think it's impressive about the different documents, the amount of flavor detail, since it's from the 30s and is one of the very first of its kind. Yeah. We haven't gotten too much of a flavor from the 1930s. It's interesting. You play Sherlock Holmes, which is written as if it was taking place in the 1800s, or Gumshoe, written in the 80s as if it was in the 30s. You can see how it's a little bit ironic, but when we're playing this game that was set in the 30s and written in the 30s, you can see how maybe there wasn't a conscious effort to add in things that are from that time period. It's like this. You watch a movie set in the 80s, it's sprinkled with stuff that when you see jump out at you as the 80s. Like the director has said, okay, we got to put in lots of stuff from the 80s, put in 80s music, put in posters from the 80s, books from the 80s, make sure you show a TV show playing that was from the 80s, like it's glaringly from this time period. And the same thing is true with the Sherlock Holmes games and Gumshoe. But here they're living in the 30s, writing about the 30s, so there isn't a lot of stuff jumping out to us as being from this time period until we came across that catalog of what was in his traveling supplies and his clothing, and then it's like this insane amount of weird stuff. 10 different kinds of collars, day socks, mufflers, just weird stuff, weird denture polish. And so that was the one little piece of flavor we got of a whole bunch of these things that were sort of ostentatiously from the 30s. Jonathan says, I also appreciate how I brought up my concerns about the handwriting. The game seemed to anticipate that and gave another example. Yes. So far, so good, although I feel like we're halfway in and not much has happened. And not much... I don't know how to phrase this. Like, I'm loving the format and the system, but I'm not sure how much there is there. And I've got a little bit of trepidation how the guy's like, okay, I've worked out the details for you. I found out all the times when someone was alone and all the times when they were unaccounted for, when they were together, how much time. It's really interesting that they've done all that shoe leather work for us. I think I like that, but I'm not sure. But I also feel like I'm not sure how invested I am in these people yet. I feel like there were a lot of people thrown at us. We had interviews with each of them. I had to do a different voice for each of them, but they've sort of faded in my memory, who they are, what personalities they have. They seemed a little muddy to me. I'm trying to remember, we talked about this. When you play these mystery suspect games, and there's a lot of suspects, sometimes you get like one little snippet of each of them, one little interview from each of them. It's hard to develop a real feeling for their personalities. And then occasionally you get a game like we played Adventures by Gaslight, where we had interaction after interaction and information after information about each of the very couple people, main characters. And I feel like we really got to know them and their motivations and stuff. I'm not sure right now. I feel like there's a lot of characters and all of them are a little thin and shallow. The handwriting stuff, I'm not sure about. At least we're seeming to figure out some of it. We are missing the interaction between characters, only letters to and from Bolitho. Well, that is a good point. That's sort of, maybe that's the one intriguing thing we have seen. We have seen some hints that he's writing and talking to some of these people before this event. And it is interesting to see what is he writing and talking to these people about. And I did like the way our detective talked to the different people differently depending on who he was talking to. Any other comments from the audience before we read our memo back from headquarters? Duke of Zil says, is there any sense of space like you're traveling and earning these clues is all spoon-fed? You're pretty much getting this on a schedule. It's being spoon-fed to us. There are no actions to take in this game. We're just reading it. We're seeing it as the detective sees it. Which I think is really fascinating, the fact that we have this proxy, this Detective Kettering. Jonathan says, it's hard to say so far if this is more book or game. Yes, I would agree. In fact, so far it's leaning much more towards a book, where at the end reports he's sort of summarizing what we could be figuring it out. Jonathan agrees. He says it's leaning more towards a book. But it's with the documents and stuff, it is still pretty cool. There is a sense of time happening, though. There is a sense of this investigation happening over the course of days that does feel like it's unfolding. And let's remember, this was the first book, and it may be that this one they were getting their footing and figuring out how difficult do people want it. Do people want to be challenged? Do they want to be walked through it? It wouldn't be crazy if this first case was more spoon-fed, and then in later cases they made it more difficult. But people, hundreds of thousands of people bought this book and had a totally new experience, had no idea what was in store for them, this idea that they would be trying to solve it while they read it. And we still got more evidence to discover. All right, let's get back into it. Here we go. So he sent his report to headquarters. He's saying, I hope by tomorrow morning that there's further information about some of these people from the outside world. Okay, here's our letter back from headquarters. Memo. To Detective Officer Kettering. I acknowledge herewith your 2 reports of yesterday's date, together with documents as stated therein. I am now forwarding herewith all information at present available regarding the parties concerned. Let me have your report upon the re-examination of all parties in light of the fresh information obtained as soon as possible. John Nilton Schwab, Lieutenant from the Florida Police. So we're now March 10th. Oh, look at this. We've got some police reports. New York City Police Department. Arrested July 4th, 1930, on Mauritania on ship's arrival in New York. Sentenced 18 months for fraud. Served 15 months Sing Sing. Then released for good conduct November 10th, 1931. Arrested May 15th, 1933, in Feldmar Hotel, New York City. Sentenced 2 years for fraud. Served 20 months Sing Sing. Then released for good conduct January 28th, 1935. George Slick Daniels, alias Philip Vere Frognall, Henry de Belasco, Count de Venuto, George Gordon Carr. Picture taken 28 February 1936. So here's our guy who's pretending to be... Let's find his... There we go. Pretending to be Luigi Posadini. He's actually known for committing fraud. No violence though, right? But he likes to travel on ship and conduct fraud. Doesn't say exactly what he did though, just fraud. Alright, who else we got? Oh, here's more information about him. George Daniels, he's a U.S. citizen. Card sharp, he's a card sharp and a con man. And we found him with loaded dice and marked cards. So hopefully maybe he was just planning on gambling with these rich people and stealing some money. Okay, 5'10.5", 149 pounds, age 42. Doesn't have a beard or mustache in this photo. He has a pointed chin, thin upper lips, projecting ears, a well-set head, a medium neck, a straight mouth, and a long oval face. A square forehead with a double wrinkle. Distinctive marks, deep lines from nostrils to mouth. Peculiarities, Italian extraction, good-looking Latin type, often poses as foreign nobleman. Always smartly dressed but never flashy. He's got a gold signet ring on small finger left hand. Where likely to be found, trades Atlantic ships. Personal associates, Harry Rand, Mike Doolin, Philip Canetti, and Angela Forden. Carries a gun but never been known to use it. Smokes and drinks, speaks Italian, normally speaks English with American accent, but can almost hide any trace of accent when he wishes, and sometimes passes as an Englishman. Oh, look at that. We've got fingerprints for George. So here's his fingerprint sheet from when he was in Sing Sing. FP formula is 2602R00. We have no idea what these mean. Presumably these are This looks like how they might really record fingerprints. Let's see how they do it. All 5 fingers on the right hand. All 5 fingers on the left hand. And then a simultaneous print of 4 fingers on the left and a simultaneous print of 4 fingers on the right. Is that how they did it? I wonder why. Just so in case they made some mistake, like he duplicated a finger, this would be harder to fake. Who took the impressions? 1930. Classified. I don't see any classification, although maybe here's a classification. Well, we got some training in Gumshoe for identifying fingerprints. Do we see anything interesting? They look like whorls to me. There's a double whorl. Alright, well, we would need some fingerprints on the scene to match it up with this if we find any. Alright, I got another telegram here. Da-da-da-da-da. Police Headquarters, March 9th. Your inquiry, PQ 4726, Lady Welter, born August 81, widow late Sir David shipping magnate, died October 22. Will attested 1,311,000. Stop. Purchased controlling interest, Fireside Weekly 23, Christian Girl 25, Cross and Pen 28, British Youth 29, all papers. High moral tone, object to influence British youth towards established church lady. Welter fanatic on this subject. Stop. Circulations of papers 1, 8, 5, 90, 120, and 250,000 respectively, all run at losses made up by Lady Welter privately. Stop. Lady Welter involved Hatchery crash 29, lost large portion of fortune. Stop. Principal income now derived Rock Savage companies, which passed dividends last year. Papers now in financial difficulty. Stop. Many friends in high positions established church, including Boudet. That's the guy who's on the boat. Stop. One child only. Pamela Mary, born September 1910, educated Rodine, married November 31 to Honorable Reginald Jocelyn. No children. Stop. Honorable Mrs. Jocelyn, no information available except above. Stop. Honorable Reginald Jocelyn, born 1902, second son of Earl of Crockhorn, educated Eton and Cambridge, entered stockbrokers Wren, Fall and Howkett in 1925, motor salesman Rendell Company 27, Kenwin Advertising Company 28, publicity department Pinnacle Films 30, married Pamela Welter 31 and entered Lady Welter's publishing house, later became her personal advisor. Stop. Not well regarded by family. Stop. No personal fortune as far as ascertainable. Stop. Ridded for debt many occasions between 23 and 31. Stop. Apparently provided for since by Lady Welter. Stop. Nicholas Stoddart, no information. Stop. Bishop of Boudet, born 71, educated privately in Cardiff University, entered church 92 from 95, has contributed many articles, general press on church affairs. Stop. 1901, served as Padre South African War, 1417 World War. Then sent home involved unsavory scandal with troops, escaped publicity as inquiry held in private, at which Bishop exonerated on all charges, appointed suffragan bishop September 23. Stop. Bishop of Boudet, March 29. Stop. Bolitho Blane, date of birth unknown, age approximately 48. Believed to arrive Europe with Australian forces during World War. Stop. First came into prominence as financier 23. Stop. Termed by press mystery man of stock exchange. No photographs ever published. Stop. Lives as recluse, Benwood, Cobham, Surrey. Rarely visits London offices. Transacts business by telephone. Stop. Blane Company's shaky at moment. Shrewd observers believe him due crash Stop. Count Posadini, no information available. Stop. Chief Inspector, Tring Records, Scotland Yard. So let's just look over this for a second. So there's stuff about Lady Welter. She's inherited this will of $1 million. God knows how much that would be worth now. Tens of hundreds of millions. And then she's running these newspapers. Christian Girl Weekly, Fireside Weekly, Cross and Pen, British Youth. They're all high moral tone newspapers intended to influence British youth towards the church. She's a fanatic on the subject. Then it says they all run at huge losses that she's paying for. And then it says there's a crash 29. That's the stock market crash in the U.S., the serious stock market crash that caused people to commit suicide. They lost everything. She lost a large portion of her fortune. Her principal income now comes from Rock Savage. Okay, so she doesn't have a great... She doesn't have... It's not like this is a minor amount of her money in this company. Her principal interest is coming from Rock Savage. Then it's saying that Reginald doesn't have money coming in. He's now dependent on the money he gets from Lady Welter and being her advisor. And it said something about how he filed bankruptcy, writted for debt many occasions. So he has no money and he's desperate to keep his mother-in-law having money. And it says one of her friends is this Bishop Boudet, and then we're told a little bit about him, and he's actually involved in an unsavory scandal in the church, so that's his connection to the woman, but no other connection to both Bolitho Blane. No information about the secretary at all. And as far as Bolitho Blane go, he's painted more as this mysterious financier who no one has any photos of. And it gives his age, though, as 48 or something. Age 48. Believed to have arrived in Europe with Australian forces during World War. That seems consistent with the letter that he wrote to the other guy, right? They say they met in the war in Australia? Was that it? Australian forces. I think that's what this letter he wrote to the... Who is that? The Bishop Boudet. That's the bishop that he wrote to saying they're good friends and they met during the war. Okay. All right. Here's an additional document that got sent back to us. This is from the intelligence section of police headquarters. Only information available at the moment regarding Mr. Carlton Rock Savage and his daughter. Mr. Rock Savage from the Who's Who in America, 1936. Rock Savage, Carlton Henry, born Detroit, 17 December 1876, third S, whatever that means, third son of late Theodore Henry and late Rose Emma, 1912. Antoinette Gloria, died 1928. OC of late Julius C. Pritchard of Bridgeport, Connecticut. 1D, I'm not sure what all these mean. These are just his background. Rudd College Technical Schools. Spears, Gunliff Coy, 1898. Standard Oil. Director Bloomberg and Freen. Managing Director, 1909. President of Bloomberg Rock Savage, 1912. Chairman and Managing Director of Grandall Soaps, 1915. President of Denton Brothers. Formed Toilet Preps, 1918. Founder and president of Rock Savage Inc., 1922. Rock Savage Construction, 1933. Recreations, Yachting, Golf, His recreations are yachting and golf. Here's his address, 1482 Riverside Drive, New York City. So he lives in New York City. Lake House, Wading River, Long Island. Corinthian Yacht, Beaver Dam Sports, London, American, Paris, Travelers. I'm not sure what all that is about. Oh, clubs. Union, Grolier, New York Yacht Club, Corinthian Yacht Club, the Beaver Dam Sports, London, American, Paris, Travelers Club. Further to the above, we have no police record, but the following details are based on general information. Carlton Rock Savage came of a respectable middle-class family, but as a younger son had to make his own way. On finishing his education, he entered the soap firm of Spears, Cunliffe, and 6 years later transferred to Standard Oil, in both of which he gained considerable general experience. He left the latter to become a director, again in soap, of Bloomberg Freen, a small company of which he soon became the moving spirit. His rise to eminence as a financier dates, however, from his marriage with Antoinette Pritchard in 1912. Her father put up the necessary capital, and the firm was reorganized as Bloomberg Rock Savage in the autumn of that year, with Rock Savage as president. The company secured large contracts from the Allies for supplies in the early stages of the war. This is World War I they're talking about. And it was in order to take advantage of war contracts that Rock Savage assumed the chairmanship of Grandel Soaps, which had their headquarters in Paris in 1915. The following year, he also became president of Denton Brothers Incorporated, and by that time his financial interest was spreading in every direction. Early in 1918, he formed Sen Toilet Preparations to handle other lines allied to the soap industry, and at the conclusion of the war, he was reputed to be worth a very considerable fortune. His company suffered somewhat in the after-war slump, but various retrenchments were affected, and his business continued to develop in all parts of the world until the Depression set in. In 1932, however, found him in very serious difficulties, and it was rumored then that he might go under. His original partner, Moisten Bloomberg, died in the November of that year. The cause of his death was never cleared up quite satisfactorily. He was found dead in his office chair one afternoon, and poison of a subtile variety, which would leave little trace, was suspected. It is believed, however, that if this was the case, the poison was self-administered, as Bloomberg, in addition to having a large and expensive family, had lived with the utmost extravagance for many years and had come to the end of his financial resources. No suspicion attaches to Rock Savage in this matter. Although he was present in the same block of offices at the time, After his partner's death, he reorganized as Rock Savage Consolidated in January 1933 and then succeeded in bringing his companies through the Depression. He has, however, never regained his financial strength, and last year has shown a steady decline in the shares of those concerns in which he is interested. This is largely due to a price-cutting war which he has been waging with the British soap company controlled by Bolitho Blane. Okay, so previous partner died of poison. Here's information about Miss Ferry Rock Savage, the daughter. Only child of the above, born 10/5/1913, educated at Heathhurst School, Long Island, Munich, and Paris. Prominent socialite and member of the Young New York Smart Set. On her return from Europe 4 years ago, she at once became a press personality, is fond of amateur acting, and has appeared at nearly all smart charity shows in recent years. Much photographed and credited with numerous love affairs. There are grounds to suppose that the Wendell Norton marriage was broken up on her account, although she was not cited as co-respondent. Last fall, she was constantly in company with well-known film star Jack Houghton, and there were rumors of her engagement to him at the time, but nothing came of this. She often accompanies her father upon his yachting trips and does hostess at the big private entertainments which he gives in his New York and Long Island homes. She is often absent at house parties, however, and lives the independent life of a modern young woman. Okay. And we've got another telegram here. Jonathan says, I guess I appreciate it. And instead of this detective being able to dig up all the dirt just through conversations, went more realistic route, and department just dug up backgrounds. Okay, we've got another Western Union telegram, March 9th, from police headquarters. Anatsuke Hayashi, native of Nagasaki, educated Oxford, aged 35, stop. Has negotiated many commercial transactions for Japanese government, stop. Believed acting at the moment Shikoku Products Company, who have big dealings with the Office of Interior Supplies Department, stop. Takashi Information Bureau, Police Headquarters, Tokyo. Okay, so that's all of these were the replies from headquarters to our Detective Kettering, and now Detective Kettering is starting his 4th report that he's writing back to headquarters. I have to acknowledge your memo of today's date, together with cabled report from Scotland Yard upon Mr. Blane, the Bishop of Boudet, Lady Welter, and Mr. and Mrs. Jocelyn. Also, about Mr. Hayashi from the Japanese police. The identification particulars of George Slick Daniels, alias Count Posadini, and the information supplied by you about Mr. and Mrs. Rock Savage. So first thing he's doing is confirming he's got all this information from headquarters. In these days, I guess if you're getting telegrams and stuff, you need to confirm what you've got. Last night, I decided that it would be a good thing to have a talk with Nicholas Stoddard in order to find out from him as many particulars as possible about Blane's life and affairs. I therefore suggested that he should join me for dinner, as all my meals are served separately in the small writing room in which I am conducting my examinations. He agreed readily enough, but the meal did not prove a particularly happy one, as Stoddard has a small abscess, and on account of this is suffering somewhat with his false teeth, which gives him pain when eating solids. He is also very distressed by his employer's death, which leaves him without a situation, and I gather very little money. He talked quite freely, however, and the following is such information as I gleaned from this interview. Okay, so we need to pause here for a second. This description of him having a toothache, there's two things in this paragraph here. First of all, he's got the toothache, and we were looking at that. Remember when we were looking at the contents of the luggage, we were a little concerned that the contents, could they be talking about some of the contents of the secretary? And it wasn't clear to me that some of the contents of those bags weren't the secretary's bag. I still suspect the secretary a little bit, so, although I don't know how he could have murdered him. So I want to make sure, and then there was another part of the note that was suspicious. So let's find that for a second. The note that gets sent up to our secretary says something interesting, right? Let's look at this again. He says he's talking about the shares if they, and he doesn't want to go in bankruptcy. But he says something about Stoddard getting the shares. There's a rough crowd around Rock Savage, and I wouldn't put it past him to kill him. He said that would send the shares down to you without any further argument. What does that mean? maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's not to you. He says, I wouldn't put it past him to try to kill me while I'm on the yacht. And then he says, help me read this sentence. So I wouldn't put it past Rock Savage to kill me when I'm on the yacht. And then he said, that would send the Argus shares down to you without any further argument. Does that not say you? Why is he saying they would go send the shares down to you, to Stoddard? Unless that's not you, and he's saying that would send our shares down to 0. The question is he saying if he kills me, Stoddard somehow gets the shares? That doesn't make any sense, right? He must be saying that if he kills him, the shares are going to go to 0. It can't be. It's 0, you think? Okay, so fine. All right. If it's down to 0, then Stoddard has no vested interest, and he's going to be out of a job. So maybe we don't have to suspect Stoddard so much. Now the other thing was the contents of the suitcases. So, contents of one Louis Vuitton wardrobe traveling trunk. Okay, that's the Panama hat. And then leather kit bag. Where's our... Okay, bath salts, magazine... Here's the, okay, contents of number 4, large leather-fitted dressing case. Papers, all to do with Blane's companies. Bath salts, the book. Well, okay, so this book that's got the shaving powder and everything. And the tooth cleaning, denture cleaning, I guess that is Bolitho Blane's, because we see that in his bathroom and everything. So maybe the secretary's trunk has not been studied. Okay. I won't worry about it for now. It seems like that might have been just a red herring that I was concerned that it might be the secretary's bag. All right. Let's continue here. Particulars gathered. Okay, so he's talking to the detective. He says he seems to be distressed by his employer's death, which leaves him without a situation with very little money. Okay, particulars gathered from a talk with Blaine's secretary, Nicholas Stoddard. Blaine was a generous but difficult employer. The work which he demanded of his secretary was light, but on the other hand, he liked to have him at his beck and call all the time. And part of the understanding on Stoddard's engagement was that, except in very special circumstances, he would not be allowed any free time off duty. This suited Stoddard, as he is quite alone in the world and has no relatives or friends whom he wished to visit. His history is as follows. He's 46 years of age and was born at Felixstowe, Suffolk, England. His mother died at the time of his birth, and his father was employed in the Indian Forestry Department. During his early childhood, Stoddard lived with a maiden aunt, the sole surviving member of his mother's family, to whom she had come home when she was about to have her baby. The aunt was killed in a railway accident, however, when Stoddard was 8 years of age, and so he was sent to a boarding school in Felixstowe, and he never saw his father, except during 4 periods of leave at intervals of several years, until he was 16 when he left school and went out to live with his father in India. He's 46 years old. He's almost the same age as Bolitho Blane. We still haven't seen a body. And no one, in fact, saw him except from afar. His friend did sort of recognize him, but say he has aged. I just want to throw that out there, that, like, we don't have a body. For the next few years, he studied accountancy, and having served an apprenticeship with Messrs. Wayne and Robbins and Company of Calcutta, he succeeded in obtaining a position with the Renaga Rubber Company. His duties with this company entailed visits to numerous rubber plantations owned by the company, where he spent anything from a week to a fortnight inspecting the accounts on the spot twice yearly, and then moved on to another station. His friends, therefore, consisted solely of planters that he visited twice yearly, since he was never able to settle down for any lengthy period in one place and create a permanent circle of friends. He enlisted in 1914, but was not sent home, being drafted as one of the reserves to the India Frontier Force, and thus spent his whole of his war service in northern India. His father died in 1917, and Stoddard was disappointed to find that his father left practically nothing. He had always assumed that, as his father could spend very little in his isolated forest station, he must be saving a good portion of his salary. But on Stoddard Sr.'s death, it was found that he was an inveterate gambler and invested all his savings in various companies which held out prospects of enormous dividends from oil, gold, etc., but proved to be worthless concerns. His father's death did not improve Stoddard's position, therefore, and he was not able to save very much out of his moderate salary. He received promotion in his firm from time to time, but never rose higher in it than deputy accountant at a salary of £600 a year. Then he suffered a big setback because his firm went under in 1931 owing to the World Depression, so he found himself out of a job at the age of 41. He remained in India for a further 2 years, partly living on his savings and partly by temporary work which he managed to obtain with one or two firms in rush periods. Early in 1934, he decided that the prospects of earning his living in India were becoming more and more hazardous, and so he decided to return to his mother country. There, however, he did not meet with any better fortune, as there were few openings for men of his age and scope. Until earlier this year, he managed to support himself by taking various temporary clerical posts, but he had practically exhausted his savings and was in a pretty bad way when he noticed an advertisement in a local paper. The advertiser offered a permanent post with good remuneration to a man free of all responsibilities who was prepared to travel if necessary. Qualifications demanded were that the applicant should be under 50, but have had at least 20 years' experience in secretarial post, or as an executive in a business office. Public school education not essential, but must possess decent manners and appearance. Must be under 50. Jonathan says in the comment, would be interested if Stoddard was the real Bolitho, but it seems far-fetched. Yes, that has occurred to me. Could Bolitho Blane have hired this person Stoddard to kill, and he's now faked his own death, and he's going to take on the identity of Stoddard now? No one has seen him. No one knows what he looks like, except for this Bishop Boudet, who has seen him. That's going to be interesting to follow up on. But let's think about that for a second. If the person we're talking to who says he's Stoddard is really Bolitho Blane, and Stoddard has been killed and pushed out the window, that would require this faking of signatures, and it would require some very convoluted time of death manipulation. Seems far-fetched because of that time of death stuff. He'd still have to write both handwritings. Yeah, for the same reason that it's difficult for the secretary to have killed him, it would be difficult for this even more convoluted thing. But can be red herring or it could be significant. We'll come back to it. Okay, had to be at least 20 years experience, had to be under 50. The advertisement appeared in the East Anglian Times, and applicants were asked to apply to a Mr. Benwood at the White Horse Hotel, Ipswich. Stoddard was staying in the town at the time, so he called and managed to secure the job. Having taken him on, Ben would explain that his real name was Bolitho Blane, and he had not advertised under his real name in order to avoid unnecessary publicity. He took Stoddard off the next day to his home at Cobham in Surrey. For the next fortnight, Stoddard acted as Blane's secretary, but his duties were very light as Blane did nearly all of his business over the wire and never went to London. Stoddard, in fact, was never even called on to visit the London offices of Blane's companies, nor did he meet any of Blane's executives, as during this period none of them came down to see him. In the latter part of February, Blane informed Stoddard that they would shortly be leaving for the United States and explained that the reason for this decision to make the trip. By that time, Stoddard, of course, had acquired a certain knowledge of Blane's situation and his financial position, so he was competent to undertake the secretarial work which Blane gave him on the voyage over. Stoddard says himself that it seemed queer that Blane would take on a complete stranger for this job of secretary with very little knowledge about him, but he thinks that Blane already had the American trip in mind when he engaged him and was anxious to have somebody with him who was capable of doing the odd jobs in connection with his journey and, at the same time, competent to take accurate notes of his conference with Rock Savage, yet someone completely outside his business, so there could be no possibility of any leakage of information about what occurred at the conference to any of his other employees in the London office. Detective Office Kettering's fourth report continued. This morning, immediately I received the outside information upon various members of the party. I proceeded to a new analysis of the situation and composed a fresh draft of possible motives. Possible motives on March 10th. Miss Jocelyn, none, as far as known at the moment. Count Posagini, nil, as far as known at the moment, but the Count is now identified as the ex-convict Slick Daniels. So I hope to be able to make him talk, as there must be some special reason for Reginald Jocelyn having asked him on board when he was quite unknown to any other member of the party. Okay. Mr. Rock Savage, strong motive to do away with Blane, as pointed out in previous analysis, this becoming even stronger on confirmation of the precarious situation of his companies. The Bishop of Boudet, nil, as far as known at the moment, but his possession of a letter from Blane, mailed from New York on the 5th, shows his acquaintance with the murdered man to be far stronger than he would have us believe in his first statement. The letter lays much stress upon the friendship existing between the two, that it reads to me as much more like a threat by Blane, that whatever might occur on the yacht, the bishop had better keep his mouth shut. This is supported by the suggestion in the cable from Scotland Yard that there was some unpleasant scandal in which the bishop was involved in 1917. Okay, well, that really thickens things. Now, that does suggest that Stoddard is really Bolitho Blane. Do you not agree, Jonathan? Like, Kettering framing that letter as saying it seemed more like it was a threat to our great friendship. Don't say anything if something happens. And that's why it was cabled last minute to him on the ship. That letter that Boudet gets delivered to him on the ship sounds like Bolitho Blane is sent this letter and like, okay, I know this guy knows my face, so I better remind him to keep his mouth shut when he sees me pretending to be the secretary. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. It still doesn't explain the timeline problem. We're still going to have to figure that out. Interesting. Okay. This is supported by the suggestion in a cable from Scotland Yard there was some unpleasant scandal in which the bishop was involved. Okay. Lady Welter, motive in her case, which was weak in our first analysis, is considerably strengthened by the cable from Scotland Yard, in which it appears that she has been expending a portion of her fortune for numerous years in supporting a non-commercial group of papers. Further, that she lost a considerable portion of her capital in the Hattree crash. That must be a real thing, the Hattree crash. I don't know what that is. Something related to the stock market crash. Maybe that's the British version of the stock market crash. And is now principally dependent upon her holdings in the Rock Savage companies. Mr. Hayashi, nil as far as known at the moment, but the fact that he wrote to Blane asking for an appointment brings him much more strongly under suspicion. If it can be proved that he visited Blane's cabin between 7:45 and 8:15 when he appeared in the lounge, it will look very much as though he is our man. Mr. Jocelyn, as dependent of Lady Walter, his motive is considerably strengthened by the facts about her financial situation which have now emerged. From the report of his activities previous to his marriage with Lady Welter's daughter, it is obvious that he is something of an adventurer, and since he was frequently ridded, probably unscrupulous where money is concerned. Moreover, he is responsible for having introduced into the party a known criminal, Slick Daniels, alias Count Posadini. Miss Rock Savage, nil as far as known at the moment. I then proceed to re-examine the whole party. He's going to interview everyone again. Okay. So he's going to have more interviews with everyone. Lots of interviews. Okay. I need to take a 5-minute bathroom break, then we'll come right back. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's approaching 4 a.m. here. And we were just talking about how Jonathan suggested that he wondered if the secretary was the real Bolitho Blane, this mysterious person. And I was saying, I was kind of thinking something similar. And then we got this summary about how the secretary says he answered an ad that wanted someone under 50. It started, and then the fact that the letter to the Bishop Boudet seemed to be some threat not to tell anything or to keep his mouth shut. Then we thought, okay, it's starting to look like maybe that's what happened. Although I will say, if the person pretending to be the Secretary Stoddard is Bolitho Blane, why did he cough up so much detailed information about the advertisement that made us a little suspicious? But Jonathan has raised a very good point in the chat. He says, the Bishop Boudet did faint or pretend to faint when Stoddard walked into view while he was being interviewed. I think that really cements this theory that the bishop is the only one who knows what Bolitho Blane looks like. And when Stoddard came into the room, it caused him to faint or pretend to faint to get out of the interview. So I feel pretty good now that this Mr. Stoddard secretary is actually Bolitho Blane. Now, does that now make sense of why the toothache mouth stuff was in Bolitho's suitcase and why the secretary has an abscess? Like that, Jonathan, can you clarify when we looked up some of the ingredients in his suitcase? Was one of them for mouth? One of them was denture cleaning, but was one of them was possibly for mouth pain? Because that would make sense. That would be a little clue if in Bolitho Blane's trunk there was mouth cleaning stuff, mouth pain medicine. Like, I wonder if from some of the, if we think they were impersonating each other, I wonder if looking at their rooms might help us understand that better. They both had shaving material, but, like, for example, the secretary has a mustache, Like if we looked at the rooms, would we be able to say that? I mean, they both have razors, but one has a straight razor and one has a safety razor. I wonder if we should know that, like, this guy's mustache needed to be done in the main room of Bolitho Blane to give us a clue about that. I'm not sure. But when we looked at the contents of the suitcase, I wonder if that was a clue that the person with the mouth abscess, bottle of gum, tragosanth, and indigestion medicine. I wonder if looking at this suitcase stuff, so let me put it so you can see it too, gives us any clue to the fact that they're switching identities. Cigarettes. Let's keep an eye if the secretary Stoddard starts smoking these cigarettes. Why does he need binoculars? Why does he need a gun? A bottle of Milton, 3 parts full. Do we know what a bottle of Milton is? Shaving soap. All right, we'll come back to this. Plate brush. Okay. All right, here we go. He's conducting a new set of interviews. He's brought in Count Posadini, the guy who's faking it. And I don't remember what accents I used for everyone, so it's all going to be, it's going to be confusingly new. All right, Kettering. Good morning, Count. Hello, hello. Still busy, Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Very busy indeed, Mr. Daniels. Well now, just fancy your people being as quick off the mark as all that. Kettering, you don't deny it? What's the use, friend? I kept up the little bluff yesterday because I had half a hope you might lay your hands on the man who gave Blane his right way. Then I could have gone back to business without any sort of trouble from you folk at all. But it was only half a hope, and I knew that if you didn't get your man, you'd pick it up with that Count stuff. Was all hooey by today. Well, that's frank anyhow. Now, what do you know? I don't know nothing. I swear by almighty God. Cut it, Slick, cut it. You're in a spot. You know that, don't you? So that's the line, is it? You're trying to frame me, are you? Not a bit of it. I want your help, that's all. Oh yeah, that's what all you guys say. And once I start to shoot my mouth, I'll say something I didn't mean. Then you'll be on me and I'll be for the hot squat before I know what's happened. No, sir, I'm not talking. Now look here, Slick. I'm not trying to frame you, honest. But you're in a jam, boy, in a jam. You're an old-timer, mixing in with this swell crowd. Why? You didn't come here for sunbathing and big game fishing, and you didn't come here to invest $1 million in soap. What's more, you've got a gun down in your cabin. There you are. What did I say? Just because I'm known to the bulls, you're jumping to it that I bumped off Blane. What's a gun anyway? Your bunch have never known me to use one, have they? No, that's the whole point. Murder's not your racket, Slick, so you've got nothing to be frightened of if you'll come clean. But if you don't, Slick, you're in a spot. You're in a spot, my boy. You've said a mouthful. If you can't get the right guy, you'll get the wrong. Rather than fall down on your job, and having me on board makes it easy money. You know how things can pan out, Slick. It's a bad break, but that's just how it might be. Will you play ball with me if I play ball with you? Sure I will, Slick. I know you didn't do it. You're a con man and a sharp. This isn't your racket, but you've got to tell me just what you know. Okay, shoot the questions. You were in the lounge till 7:45 the night before last with Mrs. Jocelyn. Then, according to your previous statement, you both went below together. You turned up in the lounge again at 25 after 8. It doesn't take a man 40 minutes to change his clothes, and I want to know just what you did during that time. Well, it seems it was this way, Chief. That dame's sweet on me. Which dame? Why, Mrs. Jocelyn. She's a good looker, too, but I make it a rule never to mix business with pleasure. So, you were here on business. There you are. What did I say? You'll have me on the hot squat before I know which way I'm walking. You bulls are all the same. All right, forget it. Go on now. You say this dame is sweet on you. Yes, she made just one darn nuisance of herself ever since the day after we put out from New York. Oh, Count, it's such a lovely day. Would you carry my rug up to the sun deck? Oh, Count, don't run away. There's so many things I want to talk to you about. Oh, Count, must you go below? Then let's meet in the lounge before the others come up for a cocktail. Well, it's all right when you want that sort of thing, but when you don't, some Janes give you all the willies. I get you. Now let's go back to the night in question. Well, it was this way. When we were talking in the lounge, before Rock Savage and that fellow Stoddard came in, I happened to have mentioned that I had a real good book. The Saint in New York, it was called, by a guy named Chatteris. When we came down the companionway, she said to me, "Oh, Count, I wonder if you'd lend me that lovely book you've just finished." And she takes my arm and accompanies me along to my cabin. I handed her the book immediately. We got inside, but she wasn't going. Oh, no, sir, believe you me, she wanted something more exciting than the Saint in New York. Down she sat at the edge of my bed and engaged me in conversation. Only conversation? Sure, haven't I been telling you? She sat there nearly half an hour, and even then I had my work cut out to get rid of her. Then I had to scram after she left, or I wouldn't have been changed in time for dinner. That's all there is to it. Right, that's fine. Now I want to know why Reginald Jocelyn asked you to join this party in the first place. He fancies himself at poker, so he asked me along in the hope we'd be able to make a little school and brighten up the trip. Did he know you were a sharp? Well, no, I wouldn't say that, but he's no fool, that boy, although I certainly took a wad off him when we crossed together on the Normandies. He can see as far as most people, and although he's no reason to complain, I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks my castle in Italy to be all moonshine. Kettering. Listen, Slick, he wouldn't have asked you to come along if he felt that way about you, and it's pretty obvious from what you say that he did. There must have been some other reason, and I want it. Well, if there was, I'm not talking about it. Kettering. Don't you think it would be better to do the talking quietly here with me than to some heartless cop you'll have to spill the beans to if I send you ashore? You wouldn't do that, Chief. I would, and you know it. You're due for a first-class grilling, Slick, unless you come clean with me. If only you'll believe me, that's all I ask. I'll believe you all right. Now let's have it. Well, Jocelyn and I got friendly on the Normandy, and one night I asked him if he ever did a job of work or just drifted around being the grand playboy all the time. He told me he was in Lady Welter's outfit, and from then on we got to talking stocks and shares. He let it out that most of his ma-in-law's money was tied up in the Rock Savage companies, and they hadn't been doing too well lately because Bolitho Blane and his crowd had been hitting into them right and left. At the mention of Bolitho Blane, I just saw red. I've never seen the man. Honest, Chief, I never have. But he did me dirt once, and I'll never forget. He came on board the old Mauretania to see somebody off at Liverpool, and he noticed me among the passengers. He recognized me from a snapshot that had been taken on a previous trip when I got intimate with a friend of his, and, well, you know my line of business, Chief. I had skinned that friend of his good and grand. He tipped off the purser. The purser told me afterwards that he had. They watched me specially during that trip and caught me out. That was the first time, and the judge sent me down for 18 months into Sing Sing. Now I ask you, wasn't that just a devilish trick to play? It wasn't as though I had taken a wad off Blane himself, but he must go and point me out to the purser as a suspect, and that put me behind the bars. I've always sworn that I'd get even with him one day. So that's how the land lies, is it? No, Chief, you got me all wrong. Didn't I say that once a guy starts talking, he lets himself in? I didn't murder Blane. I give you my word I didn't. I'm not suggesting you did, but now you've got so far, you better give me the rest of the story. All right, then. When I went off the deep end about Blane, this chap Jocelyn became mighty interested, and he said to me, now, if you really like to take a chance to settle your account with Blane, I can give it to you. A little party's being arranged in about a fortnight's time in Mr. Rock Savage's yacht for a deep-sea fishing, sunbathing, and that sort of thing. Blane is going to be one of the guests. Would you care to come along? Well, I thought that over. I didn't give Blane his. I swear I didn't. But that was the last thing in my mind. But it seemed a grand opportunity to get in with the swell crowd like this. How's the luck been running? I haven't touched a card since I came on board. There's been a little mild bridge evenings, that's all. What'd you take me for, anyway? Think I'd go and spill the beans by soaking this crowd for a few grand first evening we were out of port? No, sir. That's not the kind of man I am. There might have been just one little card party one night before we got back to port, where maybe I'd have been the lucky one, but not so lucky that any of these people would have supposed there was anything phony about me. I valued this connection higher than that. If I played my hand right on this trip, it was a sure bet they'd be asking me to parties when we got back to New York. That's what I was after, and I wasn't going to spoil it by any funny stuff on the trip. Has Jocelyn said anything to you since you came on board about the chance he had given you to settle your accounts with Blane? Not a thing. I just took him at his word and came along, and if you want to know the truth, by the time we were one day out, I'd just forgotten every word about the conversation in Normandy. I was so interested in making these new hookups with the society crowd that I'd even forgotten Blane was coming on board until his secretary introduced himself to Rock Savage 2 evenings ago, just after we sailed from Miami. You do believe, though, that Jocelyn asked you on board principally because he knew that you had a grudge against Blane. That's God's truth, Chief, God's truth. And if you ask me, something fresh must have happened to make Jocelyn so mad with Blane that he sailed in and did the job himself before waiting to see if I'd act as his cat's paw. All right, Slick, that'll do now. I'll be seeing you. All right, so the con man card sharp came clean, finally, and admitted that Jocelyn brought him on board to specifically get revenge on Blane. So Reggie Jocelyn wanted Blane dead, presumably to have the mother-in-law make money. All right. Let's see. Okay. Jonathan says in the chat, he looked up Milton. Remember that half bottle of Milton? Milton is apparently a sterilization solution mixed with water to clean cooking utensils. Not sure what its purpose here is. And then he says, wait, looks like it could be used for treating root canal. Good call. Okay, so the pieces are clicking into place that Bolitho Blane is this guy posing as the secretary. He's got a tooth abscess, and in Bolitho Blane's luggage in his room is maybe some medicine that could treat it. I guess he was pretending to be the secretary, but his ego said, I still want to get the good luggage. It's all mine. I get the good room and all that. All right, but I think we figured out the major part of this. Now we just got to figure out some more details. We still, we should say, let's be clear about something. If we're right that Bolitho Blane is still alive, pretending to be the secretary, it doesn't necessarily thus follow that he has killed his secretary. To sort of, one idea was that my first gut thinking was he's killed his secretary so he could fake his own death. But there's another possibility, right? Which is that he's so paranoid that he's going to be killed that he plans with his secretary to switch identities as like a body double just in case, and that he had no intention of killing him to fake his death. He's just like, all right, you pretend to be Bolitho Blane, I'll pretend to be the secretary, just in case. And then someone's actually killed the secretary thinking it's Bolitho Blane, and that there is still another murderer. It's just that murderer hasn't killed the real Bolitho Blane, but there's still a separate murderer who's killed someone, right? We don't have any good reason why he would want to fake his own death except to get out of the possible bankruptcy. Okay, here we go. Next interview. Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's second examination of the Honorable Mrs. Reginald Jocelyn. Good morning, Mrs. Jocelyn. Good morning. Sit down, won't you? There are just a few more things I want to ask you about the night before last. Thanks, but I have already told you all I know. All, Mrs. Jocelyn? I wish I could be quite certain about that. But aren't you? Why ever not? I don't know anything about Mr. Blane's death at all. Well, maybe you don't, but I just want you to think very carefully. Forget everything which you may have said to me from yesterday. Put it right out of your head, and I promise I won't hold it against you. I want you to tell me exactly where you were in this yacht between the time of your leaving the lounge with Count Posadini and returning to it, changed for dinner on the night before that. Oh, he wants her to confess now that she was really trying to hook up with Count Posadini. So it's like, forget the stuff you told me yesterday. We'll just pretend you didn't say that. Okay. I've already told you I came below with the Count, left him at his cabin door, and went straight along to my own cabin to change. My husband can prove that because he was there lying in his bath when I came in. Ever read a book called The Saint in New York by Leslie Charteris, Mrs. Jocelyn? Yes, I am reading it at the moment, but I suppose you saw it in my cabin when you searched the whole ship yesterday. That's right. Where did you get that book? Count Posadini lent it to me. Oh yeah, when? Well, as a matter of fact, it was the evening that we're talking about. He gave it to me just after we came below, and I took it to my cabin when I went to change. That's better. Now we're getting somewhere. How long did you stay in the Count's cabin? Oh, I was never in it. He went in and got the book and handed it to me through the door. Now, Mrs. Jocelyn, this won't do. I have no desire to pry into your private life, and if you've been having an affair with the Count, that's nobody's business. Anything you say is just confidential between you and me. But you've got to tell me the truth because somebody on this ship has committed murder, and somebody is going to the electric chair on that account. You'd feel pretty bad if that somebody was the wrong person, just because you failed to own up to it that you were talking to them while the murder was being committed, and you were the only alibi they had, wouldn't you? Please don't let's be melodramatic, Inspector. I'm sure it won't come to that, and as I've already told you, my husband can prove I was in my cabin at 7:45. He asked me the time as I came into the bathroom, and I looked at my watch. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you, Mrs. Jocelyn. It's natural enough that you and your husband should have got together directly. It was discovered that there had been a murder done on board. You fixed that time between you to coincide with the time you left the lounge, but at the time you say you found your husband in the bath, you weren't in your own suite at all. Well, if you choose to think I'm a liar, but I don't admit that for one moment. I see. That's your story and you're sticking to it. All right, Miss Jocelyn. I won't trouble you any more for the moment, but later on I'm afraid you may be sorry that you haven't seen your way to tell me the truth. It is the truth, I tell you. So you say, sister, but I don't believe you, so there's no use our arguing about it anymore. You can go now. No, not that way. Do you mind going into the next cabin and waiting there for a few moments? I'm going to have a little talk with your husband next, and I prefer that you shouldn't have any opportunity of comparing notes with him as you pass each other in the passageway. Thanks. Oh boy, she's sticking to it. Jonathan says, we do have the fake suicide note. Yes, we do. That would suggest that he did stage it. All right. He's calling in the husband. Detective Officer Neem's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's third examination of the Honorable Reginald Jocelyn. Good morning, Mr. Jocelyn. Good morning, officer. There are just a few more things I want to ask you about the series of events which preceded the discovery of Bolitho Blane's death. Righto, fire away. According to your previous statements, you were on deck with Miss Rock Savage when the yacht sailed from Miami. You both went below together, but in your statements the times vary. You say that you came down to your cabin at 7:30, whereas Miss Rock Savage says that you both came down at 7:15. Can you get any nearer to the actual time for me? I don't think so. You know what life is in pleasant company on board a ship. When you're really enjoying yourself, time goes only too quickly. It's always time to have a swim or go into lunch or change for dinner or something. I see. You find Miss Rock Savage's company very enjoyable, then? Certainly. She's a very amusing and intelligent woman, and incidentally, she's my hostess. So it is her due that I should devote a certain amount of my time to her. In this particular case, the duty happens to be a very pleasant one, that's all. Kettering, I see. You can't get nearer to the time you went below than that. It might have been 7:15 or it might have been 7:30 then. No, if Miss Rock Savage says it was 17, I don't doubt she's right. Very well, let's agree that it was so. You went below at 7:15. You did not arrive changed in the lounge until 8:30. That's an hour and a quarter. You don't mean to tell me that it took you all that time to change. Dear, 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 how pernickety you policemen are. We went into all this yesterday morning, and I told you then that I always take my time about changing. Moreover, that I often spend a long time lying in my bath. Can you tell me how long you spent in your bath on the evening in question? Not exactly, but I was already in it at 7:45 because my wife came down from the lounge at that time and I asked her what time it was as she came into the cabin. And she told you 7:45. I find that very interesting. Why? Well, you'll find out, friend, before this inquiry is over. Now, it was at your invitation that the Count Posadini joined this party, wasn't it? Yeah. Do you mind telling me when it was that you tumbled to it that the Count was a crook? What the hell do you mean? Just what I say. Count Posadini is known to the police and to his intimates as Slick Daniels, card sharp and con man, who trades the Atlantic ships. Would you like me to tell you just the sum that Slick took off you on the Normandy before you tumbled to it that he was a crook? I see. Posadini is a crook, and you found him out. Then jumped to it that he murdered Blane, and so, to protect himself, he's faked up some cock and bull story involving me, has he? Well, officer, that won't wash, and you needn't think it will. I had not the least reason in the world to wish any ill to Blane, and very fortunately for me, as it happens, my wife can prove that I was lying in my bath at 7:45, when we all know that Blane was still alive from the fact that he'd scribbled something on the back of the note that was sent down to him at that time. How'd you know that? Mr. Rock Savage told me, and if you don't mind not interrupting, as I was about to add, my wife having been with me in our suite from 7:45 until we arrived in the lounge at 8:30 together, that proves quite conclusively that I had no hand in Blane's death. Does it, Mr. Jocelyn? I wonder. I'm quite satisfied that Slick didn't do this job. Murder is absolutely outside his line of country, whatever he may have led you to suppose when you had your little talk about Blane on the Normandy. I suppose that's another portion of Posadini's cock and bull story. Mr. Jocelyn, it happens to have been my job to spend a good portion of my life examining the criminal classes, and so officers like myself get a sort of feeling as to when they're telling the truth and when they're not. It's my belief that Slick has come clean with me, and in any case, I'm pretty satisfied about his movements during the time under review, so I think you'd better count him out. Now, if we accept his story, it seems that you invited him on board knowing him to be no better than he should be, and knowing, too, that he had a definite grudge against Bolitho Blane. He took advantage of your invitation because it gave him the opportunity to mix with a swell crowd where he might have picked up a lot of loose money. But if we're to believe his statement, you had far more cause to wish Blane out of the way than he had. You're in a pretty bad spot, Mr. Jocelyn, and I think the time has come when you better stop lying and tell the truth. You're not really suggesting that I murdered Blane, are you? I am. But this is fantastic. Besides, I've already told you that my wife can prove that she found me in my bath at 7:45, and that we were never out of each other's sight from that time on until we went up to dinner at 8:30. I've just advised you to stop lying, Mr. Jocelyn. Your wife did not find you in your bath at 7:45 because she was somewhere else at that time, and for the best part of half an hour onwards. During that time, I don't know where you were, but it may quite well have been in Blane's cabin. In fact, it's going to look like that unless you can provide some other explanation as to how you were spending your time. I was in my bath, I tell you. All I know is that when my wife came into the cabin, I asked her the time, and she said it was 7:45. She may have been wrong. It may have been much later. How the hell do I know? Kettering. If it was much later, that doesn't improve your situation because you definitely wanted Blane out of the way. Unless you can bring evidence to show what you were doing between 7:45 and 8:15, I must assume that, since you've lied to me on other matters, you're lying now. And that you were in Blane's cabin. Now look here, officer. Whether my wife was right or wrong about the time, I don't know. But one thing that stands out a mile is that there is a man on board this yacht who had far more reason to wish Blane out of the way than ever I had. Who? Why, Rock Savage, of course. 2 days ago he was bankrupt. Now that Blane's shares have gone to pot, as anybody knew they would the moment he was dead, Rock Savage has been buying every share in the Blane companies as they come on market. He was picking up Argus Suds at 17 1/4 yesterday, and Redmire Syndicates at 32. He's standing in to make a fortune over this thing, because once Blane's death had been announced, he was able to get all the financial backing he needed without the least trouble, whereas nobody would loan him a bob for the last 15 months. He has the whole of the world's soap interest in his pocket today. Don't you realize that? And the thing he's got to thank for it is Blane's death. Kettering, yeah, I see that, but there's one point you seem to have forgotten. Or perhaps you didn't know it because you wouldn't have the same opportunity as I've had to check up on these timesheets. Rock Savage did not leave the lounge to go below and change until 8:10, and even then he wasn't back in the lounge until 8:35, 5 minutes late for dinner. A man could hardly have changed in that time if he had murdered another man and had to dispose of the body and wash a blood stain out of the carpet, too. Couldn't he? That's all you know. Rock Savage could. Believe you me. Why? Only the night before we reached Miami, he was prepared to bet anybody that he could change for dinner in under 4 minutes. The Count, or Slick as you call him, took him on. $100 even money, and Rock Savage won the bet. He was back in the lounge, changed again under 4 minutes after he left us. If he could do it then, he could do it again the following night, when somebody put paid to Blane account. If Rock Savage changed in 4 minutes that night, he would still have 20 minutes free to do Blane in. Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. I find that very interesting. That will be all for the moment. All right. So, it's interesting. They're not confessing, but they're all acting a bit shady in this third act. Or second act, as the case may be. John says, interesting wrinkle. He's a super fast dresser. Yeah. Okay. So, the captain is a super fast dresser. Not the captain, the owner. All right, let's interview Mrs. Rock Savage. This is Ferry Rock Savage, the daughter. Good morning, Miss Rock Savage. Good morning. Sorry to trouble you again, but there's just a little difference of opinion between Mr. Jocelyn and yourself as to what time you came down from the top deck on the evening of Blane's death. He says it was 7:30 and you say it was 7:15. Can you clear that up for me? I'm afraid not. I didn't really notice the time, and perhaps it was 20 or 25 past 7. But surely you're not suggesting that I had anything to do... Oh, of course not, Miss Rock Savage, of course not. But saying it was even as late as 7:25, you didn't get into the lounge changed until 8:40. That's an hour and a quarter after you came below. Surely that's a long time for even a lady to take changing for dinner. But I told you yesterday that I didn't start to change at once. I was reading a book in my cabin for half an hour or so after I came down. Yeah, I remember that, but as you had so much spare time on your hands, it seems a little strange that you should have been 10 minutes late for dinner. I was interested in my book, and I forgot the time. You must know how easy it is to do that if you are deep in an exciting story. My maid will tell you that I did not ring for her until nearly 8:15. That's why I was late. I see. And you did not see Mr. Jocelyn again after, say, 7:30 at the latest, until you reached the lounge at 8:40? Why do you ask that? Well, I'm just going to let you in on something, Miss Rock Savage, which I want you to keep to yourself. It's not your movements that I'm interested in, but Mr. Jocelyn's. You don't think... I don't know, Miss Rock Savage, but unless he can bring somebody forward to vouch for what he was up to between 7:30 and 8:10, things aren't going to look too good for him. If, on the other hand, you were with him for longer than you say, we'd forget your previous statement. That might make just all the difference as far as he's concerned. No. I wasn't with him after, say, 7:30 at the latest. All right, Miss Rock Savage, thank you. So she's not going to admit it, but she is slipping her time a little bit forward. First she says 7:15, now she's agreeing 7:30, but she's not alibying him. So we think maybe the Detective Kettering thinks everyone is having affairs with everyone else. All right, we're going to talk to the maid. We're getting down to the bottom of this. I can feel there's some more evidence somewhere. Okay, Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Miss Rock Savage's maid, Nellie Ord. He sees the maid. The petty officer on board says he saw the maid come up at a certain time. I wonder if we need to go back and check that. All right, here's Kettering. Come in, don't look so scared now. I'm not going to bite you. Sit down, kid. Oh, I'm not scared. That's the way. Now, you're Miss Rock Savage's maid, aren't you? Do you help her to dress every evening? Yes. Did you help her the night that Blane got his? Yes. How long were you with her? She rang for me about 10 after 8, and we weren't through till near 9:15. How'd you find her when you came along? All right, she's always cheerful. I'll give her that. She made me hustle, though, getting her out of her dress. That's so. How was the cabin? Just like any cabin always is. Can it? You know what I mean. Was it all tidy, or did it look as though she had a party there? If she'd had 10 parties, I wouldn't be telling you. I like Miss Ferry, and I like my job. I get you. Maybe you wouldn't object to a party yourself sometime. Notes concluded on this as having no further reference to the case. What does that mean? What is that all about? Maybe you wouldn't object to a party yourself sometime. Notes concluded on this as having no further reference to the case. What does that mean? He's like, can it? You know what I mean. That's weird. I'd like someone to explain the 1930s innuendos. What's going on here? All right. Detective Officer names shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's second examination of Mr. Carlton Rocksavage. Okay, he's talking to the owner of the yacht. Good morning, Mr. Rocksavage. Morning, Mr. Kettering. What's the latest quotation for Argus Suds? They opened at 13.5 this morning, but why the question? I was just thinking what a fine break it is for you that Blane should have faded out just when he did. What the devil do you mean? Only that you must be picking up those Argus shares by the bucketful and making a fine thing of it. That's all, Mr. Rocksavage. Now look here, what are you insinuating? Kettering, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm only voicing what is quite apparent to anyone who knows anything of your financial situation during the past few weeks. You were up against it, Mr. Rocksavage, up against it pretty badly until Blane's death. But once that happened, it was easy enough for you to get all the financial backing you needed, and you're picking up Blane's shares as hard as you can go, so that before you're much older, you'll have control of his companies as well as your own. That will make you the unchallenged king of the soap market with a secure future. It's a bit unfortunate, though, that Blane should have died on your yacht. Everything you say is perfectly true. I admit that, as you would see it, I had a strong motive for putting Blane out of the way. But very fortunately, the facts of the case placed me absolutely beyond any suspicion. I did not leave the lounge until 8:10, so how could I possibly have murdered a man, disposed of his body, and changed for dinner all in 20 minutes? 25, Mr. Rocksavage. You didn't get back to the lounge until 8:35, and I hear you're an expert quick change artist. I've just been talking to Mr. Jocelyn. He tells me that you wagered Count Posadini $100 you could change in under 4 minutes on the night before Blane's death, and that you won your bet. If you did that the night Blane died, it would have left you a full 20 minutes to commit this crime and clear up afterwards. So Jocelyn said that, did he? But wait a minute, how'd you know that he didn't do the job? I passed him in the passageway, still unchanged, at 8:10, when I went down to change myself. Did you now? I did, so perhaps you'll exercise your talents in finding out what he was up to between 7:45 and 8:10. There was much more time for him to have done this job than me. Yeah, but he hadn't got your motive. He certainly had. He's always lived above his income. For the last 5 years, he's been entirely dependent on Lady Welter. She's in a jam because of those fool papers she runs. She loses a packet on them every year, yet she won't give them up because she just lives for this Christian crusading business. If I'd failed to do a deal with Blane, she would have gone under with me, and young Jocelyn would have found himself on his uppers. He stood to benefit just as much by Blane's death as I did. More, in fact, because even if Rocksavage Consolidated had gone down the drain, I have other resources. I get your point, Mr. Rocksavage. Yeah, how about that Jap, too? How about him? Well, he stood in to lose $1 million if Blane had lived long enough to come to an arrangement with me. I'd certainly like to hear some more about that, Mr. Rocksavage. It's this way. Officially, he's acting for the Shikoku people, and he's been trying to sell me the Japanese soap monopoly on their behalf for months past. But he's playing ball with another crowd called the Totami Soap Company on the side. They're in a position where they might be able to queer the pitch as a home-producing firm by rousing national opinion against the monopoly going outside Japan, unless they're squared first. Their price was $1 million, so Hayashi wouldn't have got it all, but I'll bet he stood in for a pretty useful split. I wouldn't conclude, though, once I got the idea of coming to terms with Blane. But if my deal with him had fallen through, Hayashi knew he could count on my signing up. It's plain sailing for him now Blane's out of the way, and you know what these Orientals are. He had a mighty strong motive to do in Blane in order to prevent Blane and me getting together. That's certainly something to work on, Mr. Rocksavage, and I'll get down to following up what you said of Jocelyn and Hayashi right away. Good, and there's no trouble I won't go to in helping your investigation. I don't need telling that sort of thing that people are going to say on account of Blane having died on my yacht. So it's to my interest, more than anybody's, that poor Blane's murderer should be brought to book. Don't worry, Mr. Rocksavage. We'll get him. Well, I'm not sure I buy that other people have more to gain than Rock Savage, but it does seem like well, let me point out. Let's see what Jonathan has to say here. Jonathan says, I'd like to imagine flipping and seeing a report, internal review of Officer Kettering's conduct with the witness relating to murder inquiry. With the maid, a little disciplinary report about his conduct on behalf of with the maid. Yeah. I will say this, like, if Bolitho Blane is coming on this trip, one would assume he's open to some deal or negotiation. So it's a little strange that Rock Savage would kill him before talking to him and seeing if he would agree to a deal. Although I guess you could imagine that, like, once he got him on the boat, this was a far better deal to kill him. I do think we should look again at that postcard that the Hiyashi gave him, because it seemed to suggest that Hiyashi knew something was up. Let's take a look at that for a second. Or maybe first we'll talk to him first and then we'll go back to it. I did want to say something else. If our theory is that Bolitho Blane is the secretary, I really feel good about that. So he's not dead, he's the secretary. But if we think he faked his own death, that doesn't, he's lost all his money then. Like, how is he getting money? Like, you fake your own death, you have to be on the run for the rest of your life. You don't have your money. He would have had to make a deal with someone that, I'll fake my death and you'll pay me off, you'll split the money with me. Or it's stock market, maybe he bought puts on his stock so he's profit when they go down. It's a little weird. Yeah, I mean, it's a little odd. He's the suicide note, which isn't really a suicide note, but the note is like, if the prices go down too much, we're done for. But then, but why wouldn't you make a deal then to bring your stocks back up if you made a deal to go into the amalgamation? It's a little odd to me. All right, let's continue on. Detective Officer names. Shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's second examination of Lady Welter. Come in, Lady Welter. I hope you're feeling a little more reasonable this morning. I've got to ask you a few more questions, and the sooner you realize that rudeness and obstruction will only prolong the ordeal, the better it will be for you. I find all this most tiresome. I've already told you that I know nothing whatsoever about this man Blane's death. It hasn't occurred to you, I suppose, that you might be charged with it? What? You're mad, my man. I shall report you. You can make any report you like, but it won't alter the fact that you had a very strong motive for wishing Bolitho Blane out of the way. This is ridiculous. Not at all. You lost a big portion of your fortune in 1929. You've been paying up the losses on these papers which you run for years, and now you're up against it because the Rock Savage companies in which the remainder of your money is invested passed their dividend last year. Owing to Blane's death, Rock Savage is back on his feet again, and you with him. Well, if that is so, Mr. Rock Savage benefits by this man Blane's death just as much as I do. Oh, you're wrong there. Rock Savage has other assets outside his soap companies, whereas you haven't. So motive is stronger in your case.
This is absurd. As though an elderly woman like myself could murder a man and push him out the porthole.
You're only 55, Lady Walter, and a strong, well-preserved woman at that. Let me assure you from my police experience that many a woman with less physical strength than yourself could have done this business, and in your case the motive was there. Moreover, there is no check on your movements from the time you came below with the bishop at 7:05 until you arrived in the lounge, changed at 8:05 on the night of Blane's death.
Oh, yes, there is, young man. My maid was with me, helping me to dress for dinner.
Ah, now that puts a very different complexion on it. But why didn't you tell me that before, Lady Welter?
Because I didn't think you could be such a fool as to suspect a woman like myself of a crime like this.
Was she with you the whole time?
No. I rang for her when I reached my cabin, and she was with me for about half an hour, until I had finished dressing.
Wait a minute, then. That only gets us to about 7:30, and we know Blane was alive at 7:45. You were already changed, and you had 20 minutes. Therefore, in which you might have done this job before arriving in the lounge.
I was in my cabin the whole time.
So you say, lady, but I want proof of that. And, if you're a wise woman, you'll do your best to produce it.
Proof? But how can anyone prove such a thing? Take my word for it.
I'm afraid I want something more than that. What were you doing all that time?
Well, if you must know, I was knitting a jumper. I only had one sleeve to do, so I thought I would finish it before I went up to dinner.
Can you give me any proof of that?
Yes. My maid knows just how far I had got with the jumper before I dressed that evening, and I left it finished on the table for her to press when I left my cabin half an hour later.
Can you produce the jumper, Lady Welter?
Yes.
All right, that'll do for the moment. No, not out of that door. Do you mind stepping into the next cabin for a few moments? I'm going to see your maid, and I don't want there to be any chance of your fixing things up between you before I've had a word with her.
What impertinence!
Okay. We're calling in the maid. This guy's he's pretty good about not allowing people the opportunity to talk to each other. I appreciate that. Detective Officer names shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Lady Welter's maid, Mildred Short. Come in, Mildred. Just a few questions I want to ask you about what happened on the night Mr. Blane met with his death.
Yes, sir.
What time did Lady Welter ring for you to come along and help her dress that night?
I think it was about 7:10, sir. That is when I got to her ladyship's cabin.
How long were you with her?
Just after half an hour, sir. I was back in the service room down below by 7:25.
Lady Welter was busy knitting a jumper that day, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how far she had gotten with it before she sent for you to help her to dress?
She had only one sleeve left to do, sir.
And how long would that take her?
Oh, about half an hour, sir. It was only a short sleeve, you see.
And when you came back to her cabin, after she had gone up, did you notice if the jumper was just the same, or had she done anything to it?
I didn't see it then, sir. In fact, I was wondering yesterday what had happened to it, because I haven't seen it since.
Is that so? All right, you can go, Mildred. That's weird. So she says, my maid knows how far I got with the jumper before I dressed that evening, and I left it finished on the table for her to press when I left my cabin. And then she says, when you came back to her cabin, did you notice if the jumper was just the same? And she says, I didn't see it, sir. In fact, I was wondering yesterday what had happened to it, because I haven't seen it since. So she was actually looking for it. Weird, huh? Jonathan says, Jonathan says, I like that it seems at this point Kettering is tired of these people and is done being polite. Same with these people. They are sick of Kettering. It's really true. The personality of Kettering is coming through, and he has really had enough of these people. He's totally tired of them bullshitting him. It is kind of funny. And yeah, it is funny how some of them are fed up with him. All right. He's going to talk to Mr. Hayashi now. But that was weird that the maid didn't see the jumper. Are we going to... That's weird. That's weird. That's a discrepancy. All right. Let's read the discussion with Mr. Hayashi. Good morning, Mr. Hayashi. Good morning, officer. I don't think you were quite frank with me yesterday. Oh, but I'm always frank. I always answer everything you ask. Yes? Maybe, but you didn't go out of your way to give me any extra information, did you? For instance, you didn't tell me that you had written a note to Blane asking him either to come to your cabin or give you a meeting in his before dinner. I did not think that had any bearing on the case. It has a bearing which may make things look very nasty for you, Mr. Hayashi. What time did Blane come to your cabin? He did not come to my cabin. Then what time did you go to his? I did not go to his cabin. Poor man, he ignored my note, perhaps because he had no option. What time did you send that postcard along to him? Almost 7:10, soon after Mr. Blane came on board. I wrote it in the small writing room here and sent it down at once. What were you so anxious to see him about? It is quite simple. I have the disposal of the soap monopoly of my country in my hands. I must get the best price for my country that I can. I've been negotiating for its sale by correspondence with both Mr. Rock Savage and Mr. Blane, but neither would make me a definite offer. I knew that if these two once got together, the chances were that they would arrange an amalgamation. That would have put an end to their competition, and my government would have had to accept a much lesser price in consequence. It was my business, therefore, to try and arrange a deal with one of these two gentlemen before they met. I spoke to Mr. Rock Savage soon after I came on board in the afternoon, and he was unwilling to deal with me until he had seen Mr. Blane. His position was, of course, then far stronger than Mr. Blane's, because the shares of the Blane companies had been falling so heavily during the past few weeks. In consequence, I determined to see Mr. Blane if I could and try to persuade him to make a firm deal with me. If he had done so, it would have strengthened his position in dealing with Mr. Rock Savage tremendously. I do not know if you are well acquainted with the methods of finance, but whichever of these gentlemen had purchased the monopoly I have to offer would have been able to float a new issue upon it, and thereby draw much fresh capital, which they badly needed, into their concerns. I hope that Mr. Blane might have been persuaded to see the wisdom of saving himself in this manner before he opened negotiations with Mr. Rock Savage. And what did you hope to gain for yourself if you could have pulled the deal off? For myself, nothing. I am only the employee of the Shikoku Products Company. So you say, but what were you standing in to make on the side? This suggestion you make is one which I resent most strongly. Now you can cut out that high moral stuff right away, and I'm warning you that you had best come clean. Mr. Rock Savage has given me the lowdown on the situation. You'd have us believe that you're trying to get the highest price you can for the Shikoku people, who are acting for your government. But that is not the case. The thing you're interested in is the highest bribe you can get to split with the Totomi soap people in order to stall them off from wrecking the deal. Rock Savage told me himself that he had promised you $1 million to split with them if the deal went through. It's my opinion that you were scared that if Rock Savage and Blane got together, they would no longer be prepared to pay you enough to square the Totomi people, so the whole thing would have fallen through. That I deny. Deny it if you like, but it's the truth and we can prove it. In consequence, it becomes quite plain now that you had the strongest possible motives for getting rid of Blane.
If he and Rock Savage had ever got together, it looked as if you were going to lose your share of $1 million. Do I understand that you accuse me of the murder of this man Blane? That's about what it looks like to me. No, please, you make a big mistake. I have no hand in that, none whatever. Do you deny that Rock Savage has offered you a big bribe which you intended to split with the Totomi Soap Company, and that you feared you would lose it if Rock Savage and Blane came to an understanding? On that question, I cannot give my answer now. I reserve it for my defense, should you make the error to charge me with the crime. Unfortunately, you are unable to prove any alibi. You say you went to your cabin at 6:10, and you did not arrive changed in the lounge, but I came up again. I wrote the postcard which you found in Mr. Blane's cabin here, in this writing room, between 7 and 10 past. You might have mentioned that yesterday. What did you do then? I went down again. Well, that doesn't help us any, as you were in your cabin between 7:45 and 8:15, and during those 30 minutes you may have murdered Blane, as I suggest. No, I was in the cabin all that time, working, please, on my papers, and wait, the steward can prove that I was there at 7:50 because I rang for him. Oh yeah, why? To bring me some writing paper. When I asked for it before, there was none, as the chief steward had only just returned from Miami, and he had the key of the store which it was locked up. That's why I wrote first on postcard. The steward came back with the writing paper about 5 minutes after I asked for it. Were you changed then? No, I had not then changed. I was still in lounge suit at 5 to 8. The steward can prove that. How then could I change my clothes and murder a man in the short space of 20 minutes when, in that time, I also wrote a longish letter? Where is that letter? I see no reason why I should answer that question. This document is a secret one and can add nothing to your investigation. Mr. Hayashi, you don't seem to realize that you are under suspicion of having committed murder. It is vital for your own sake that you should produce any evidence that will free you from suspicion. It may be true that I am under suspicion, but I hope sincerely, Detective Officer, that you will not do anything as foolish as to charge me with murder. I have assured you that this letter exists. It could be procured, and if produced, it would clear me of suspicion immediately. It would also make a fool of you, so I pray you do not force me to produce it. These Oriental tricks won't wash with me. If you'd been writing a letter during those 20 minutes, you'd only be too pleased to fetch it out. Will you or won't you? I have nothing more to say to you, sir. Okay, I've done my best for you. Okay, that's interview finished. Okay. Jonathan says we might need to double check when that steward had to go get that paper. Yes, although I'm inclined to believe the timeline he's given us. Okay. Detective Officer names shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's second examination of the Bishop of Boudet. Good morning, Bishop. Hope you're feeling all right again now. He's the guy who fainted. That was a rotten business, you throwing your faint on us yesterday. Thank you. I am better, yes. But with my heart, has been troubling me for a little time, and I'm rather subject to these sudden attacks. Now, that's real bad, particularly as I've got to ask you some rather unpleasant questions. Dear, I cannot think what they would be about. I have nothing to hide, nothing at all, I assure you. Well, I hope that is so for all our sakes, but I want the truth about your relation with Bolitho Blane. A casual acquaintance made many years ago. I barely knew the man, as I told you yesterday. Now, that won't do. You evidently haven't looked in your black dispatch bag box this morning. Or you'd realize that, when I was searching the cabins yesterday, I removed that letter from it Blane wrote you a few days back from the Adlon Claridge in New York. In that he spoke of the wonderful friendship you had for each other. Oh, or that. Well, what an extraordinary letter it was, wasn't it? I took it to be some kind of joke. I could hardly regard it as anything else. But I did remember from my meeting with him in the past that Blane had a very queer sense of humor, very queer. Pointless sort of joke, wasn't it? Quite pointless, but we all know that the poor fellow was half off his head with worry. I imagine he must have been suffering from some strange reaction caused by overstrain when he wrote it. Those protestations of friendship were so absurd when you consider that I'd only met the man quite casually. I don't consider anything of the kind, Bishop. In 1917, you knew Blane mighty well. What? What's that? You heard. You remember that nasty business in 1917, so nasty that we just won't talk about it? You were in that up to the neck, and Blane knew it. For reasons we needn't go into, he decided not to spill the beans at the time, and so you managed to get away with it. If you hadn't, you wouldn't be a bishop today. But Blane hadn't forgotten. He had the goods on you, and when he contemplated doing some funny business during his trip on this yacht, he took the precaution of writing you first to tip you off that if you didn't keep your mouth shut, he meant to put you through the hoop. Now, what have you got to say? I protest, sir, I protest. An Episcopal court exonerated me completely, on every charge, in that most unsavory matter in which it was my ill fortune to be involved when I was with the troops in 1917. An Episcopal court might have preferred to give you the benefit of the doubt rather than have a prominent churchman involved in a public scandal. Where have we seen that before? Be careful, sir. There is, I warn you, such a thing as the law of libel. I should worry you wouldn't dare to rake that unsavory scandal up by bringing an action in a civil court, but unless you're very careful, it's all going to come out now whether you want it to or not. What do you mean? You don't think Well, maybe we don't have to rake it up, but that largely depends on you. It's my duty to get the man who has murdered Bolitho Blane, and if you'll give me your assistance, I'll do my best to keep you out of this business as far as I can. That's very kind indeed. Of course you must quite understand, officer, that there was no foundation for those charges, none at all. But naturally I should find it most distressing to have that horrible affair made public after all these years. I'm afraid I don't see, though, how I can help you more than I have done already. You came below to your cabin at 7:05 on the night of Blane's death, and you did not appear in the lounge until 8:05. What were you doing all that time? I want the truth now. I was in my cabin. I never left it, I assure you. Can you give me any proof that was so? No, I fear I cannot. I wonder if you realize the seriousness of your situation, Bishop. Here is this man, Blane, who knew something which he might have published to your detriment. He writes you a letter from New York containing a veiled threat that in certain circumstances he may give you away. The moment he comes on board, you go down to your cabin. If you had started to change, then you had 40 clear minutes in which to do so, which would bring you round to 7:45, and then 15 clear minutes before you appeared in the lounge to kill that man who was holding a threat over you. You were the only person on board who had ever met Blane before, and you had a very strong motive for wishing him out of the way. Do you understand how black this case looks against you? But surely you're not suggesting that... I certainly am. But my dear sir, this is... well, really... It's really a very strong case against you, unless you can prove what you were doing between 7:05 and 8. Nothing, absolutely nothing, except changing in my cabin. I give you my word, but unfortunately, there is no way in which I can prove it. All right then, but I'm afraid I shall have to talk to you again later on. Oh boy, I think we're coming up on the end soon. Okay, he's cleaning up his final report. Detective Officer Kettering's fourth report continued. Having re-examined all the parties, I proceeded to a new analysis of the situation and composed a fresh draft of possible motives. Possible motives, number 2. 10th of March. Miss Jocelyn, nil, as far as known at the moment, but she is in collusion with her husband, supporting his statement that he was in his bath at 7:45, when we know that he was not, and she may or may not have been in her own cabin at that hour. Count Posadini alias Slick Daniels, a motive in that he admits that it was through Blane's agency that he was sent down for its first term in Sing Sing, and that Jocelyn brought him on board with the deliberate intention of giving him the opportunity of getting even with Blane. It is even possible that Jocelyn may have paid him to do the job, or that they did the job between them. His alibi depends on his being able to prove that Mrs. Jocelyn was in his cabin from 7:45 till 8:10, and this she denies. Mr. Rocksavage, strong motive, and it is now proved, owing to his capability of changing in under 4 minutes, that he has ample time to commit the crime between 8:10 and 8:30. The Bishop of Boudet, strong motive. In the bishop's previous statement, he said that he had only met Blane casually in an English country house once about 7 years ago, in 1929, whereas he does not now deny that he met Blane in France in 1917. Blane's letter shows that there was some strong tie-up between the two. It now seems certain that this was in connection with the unsavory business that the bishop is so anxious should not be made public. The probability is that Blane was holding this over him, and as there was ample opportunity for the bishop to commit the crime, he now comes strongly under suspicion. Lady Welter, strong motive owing to the fact that it looks as though she would have been completely bankrupt if the Rocksavage companies had gone under and no longer in a position to finance the group of papers which are her principal life interest. Mr. Hayashi, strong motive. It now appears that he stood to lose a considerable sum of money if Blane and Rocksavage had ever got together. Mr. Jocelyn, strong motive. Lady Welter's bankruptcy would have thrown him back into the precarious existence which he was leading between 1923 and 1931, with the additional burden of a wife to support. It is now proved that he told a direct lie in his early statement, where he said that he was in his bath at 7:45, since Mr. Rocksavage met him in the passage, still unchanged, at 8:10. Moreover, Slick Daniels' evidence goes to show that Jocelyn had deliberately invited him on board in the hope that he might square accounts with Mr. Blane. Miss Rocksavage, nil, as far as is known at the moment. So she has no motive. Okay, so here's his final report, or his finishing his fourth report here. Detective Officer Kettering's fourth report continued. The foregoing examinations and the writing of the report have occupied me all morning, and at the moment I must admit that I am completely baffled. Only the two stewards, the ship's carpenter and Stoddart, are conclusively ruled out, it having been quite impossible for any of them, or any other member of the crew, to commit this crime. Against Miss Rocksavage and the Honorable Mrs. Jocelyn, we have no evidence of motive, although both of them had opportunity. On the other hand, there was motive, and in many cases very strong motive, against Count Posadini, Mr. Rocksavage, the Bishop of Boudet, Lady Welter, Mr. Hayashi, and the Honorable Reginald Jocelyn, and all of these had opportunity. A further report will follow this evening. Signed by Kettering, 1:35 p.m. on the 10th of March. Okay, and then we've got our fifth report next. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll talk. So I'll see you. Oh, sorry, 10 minutes. 10-minute break.
Okay, we are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're at it's a little past 5:15 a.m. We're about a little more than 6 hours into this. We're at the fifth and final report. Got a bunch of pages, and then we've got the solution. But it seems like we're going to finish it in this session, but it could take us another 2 hours. Jonathan, are you okay with going till 7 a.m. if it takes us 2 more hours? What we're going to have to do is, I guess we're going to get to the end probably in the next hour, and then we'll have to decide. It seems like we're being spoon-fed information, and so that we're not going to want to spend a huge amount of time going back and trying to solve things, but I can't quite tell. So I guess we'll keep playing. If there's any question, it would be after we do the whole case. Do we want to take more time to think about it before we read the answer and try to solve it? But it seems like we'll definitely get to the end here. But I can feel that there's some more evidence section. Okay. Let's continue on then. Detective Officer Kettering's fifth report. After lunch today, Mr. Rock Savage came to me. I wanted to make a note to myself about something to talk about. Okay, after lunch today, Mr. Rock Savage came to me and said that he would like to see me privately. We went to the small writing room together, and he told me that our interview of the morning had greatly upset him. He again protested his complete innocence of Blane's death and said that, in spite of any unpleasantness which might arise for him out of the matter, he had decided to inform me of certain facts which would clear him altogether. He then sent for Dr. Ackland, his personal doctor, who always travels with him, and in the presence of the doctor, Detective Officer Neem, and myself, he made the following voluntary statement. This statement has been duly vouched for as the truth and signed and witnessed by Dr. Ackland. Interesting. What is it going to be? Voluntary statement made by Mr. Carlton Rock Savage. As a man who is responsible for many millions of other people's money, I have been subject to bouts of acute worry at times when my affairs have not been going well. In consequence, a few years ago, I took to the habit of administering drugs to myself by injection, their purpose being not to allay nerves, but to keep me up for further efforts at times when I was suffering from severe strain. Dr. Ackland has always prepared these injections for me, and on the night in question, I brought him down to my cabin with me for this purpose, as I anticipated having to enter into a strenuous conference with Blane that night after dinner. It was customary for me to rest for a quarter of an hour after the injection, in order that the drug might take effect. I did so on this occasion. Dr. Ackland remained with me until I had changed and went up to the lounge for dinner. I could have mentioned the doctor's presence before as an alibi, but given some false cause for his presence in my cabin, but in view of this police investigation, where my habit of injecting myself with drugs might come to light later, I felt that suspicion might be cast upon Dr. Ackland's veracity unless I told the whole truth now. Carlton Rock Savage. The foregoing statement was written in my presence, and I bear witness to its entire truth. Frank Ackland. Well, I always felt he was telling the truth, this guy. Now we know where he gets his dressing speed. It's true. Okay. Detective Officer Neem's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's examination of Dr. Frank Ackland. This Kettering guy is thorough. He's like, he takes the statement and he's like, all right, now let me talk to the doctor. Let me just dot all my I's, cross all the T's. Doctor, you've just vouched for this statement of Mr. Rock Savage that you went below with him at 8:10. You are quite certain that is correct? Yes. But you weren't in the lounge with him? No, I was sitting just outside, enjoying the evening air on deck. As Mr. Rock Savage passed the deck entrance of the lounge, he saw me and beckoned. I knew at once what he wanted, so I got up without a word and followed him down.
You had to come into this lounge to follow him down the companionway, though. Yes, a few steps, that's all, as the companionway is within a couple of yards of the deck entrance. No one in the lounge seems to have noticed you. Don't you think that strange? No, the bishop, Lady Welter, and Mr. Stoddard were sitting together at a table with their backs to the companionway and the deck entrance, so they would not have been likely to notice me as I stepped through. Kane, the lounge steward, saw me, though, asked him if he doubt my word, and Mr. Jocelyn, too. Mr. Rock Savage and I passed him in the passageway below. Thanks, Doctor. If the lounge steward saw you, I guess that will do. This would be one of these things that, like, if we were depending on our own observations to check out alibis, like this part, he says, Mr. Jocelyn saw me too. Like, would that tell us something about where Mr. Jocelyn was? But we're kind of feeling like Kettering is going to tell us when people's alibis check out. Okay. I then examined the contents of the wastepaper baskets, which had been removed from each of the party's cabins on the morning following the crime. Why is he down to... All right, now he's talking about the wastepaper baskets again. He's back to this. 3 items. I thought he already went through the waste baskets. So maybe he went through other stuff. It's just he's finally getting around to the wastepaper baskets. Okay. Examine the contents of the wastepaper baskets, which had been removed from each of the party's cabins on the morning following the crime, and 3 items of interest emerged from this examination. In the refuse from Count Posadini's cabin, I found 31 cigarette ends. 25 of these are Chesterfields, but the other 6 are an English brand called Players, and 4 out of these 6 have obvious traces of lipstick on them. Okay, well, neither of these are the ones that were in Bolitho Blane's suitcase, but it sounds like he's telling the truth about that woman wanting to hang out with him. In the refuse from Miss Rocksavage's cabin, I found a twist of hair which had previously been removed from a comb. Most of this was golden hair, which undoubtedly comes from the head of Miss Fairy Rocksavage, but mingled with it there are a few short black curly hairs, which definitely suggest that a man had used that comb after her. Among the refuse from the Bishop of Boudet's cabin, I found 1 match torn out of a booklet of matches, upon which is printed in block letters the words Alden Claridge. Well, that Alden Claridge was the place that Bolitho Blane wrote Bishop of Boudet the letter saying that he better keep his mouth shut. So I wonder if when he wrote that letter, he included a book of matches and said, like, burn the letter or burn some other piece of evidence that's with the letter. That doesn't seem like it's very helpful to us. I then re-examined various members of the party. All right, so let's look. He's got photographs of 6 cigarettes ends, all Players, found in Count Posadini's cabin on the morning. So this suggests that the woman was sitting there smoking with him. A match found in the Bishop of Boudet's cabin on the morning of 9/36. So this is a match in a bag, and it actually has written on it, you may not be able to see it, it actually says Alden Clarendon. It actually has the hotel name engraved on the matchstick. That's expensive to produce that for a game. And then look at this craziness. There's actual hair here taped to the page. It actually looks like hair. Now, is this confirming the alibi? Who is the person that she's having the affair with? Is it Mr. Jocelyn? If we look at his hair, do we find that it's curly black hair? Here's Reginald Jocelyn.
I'm not sure what that tells us. There's Ferry. That's the woman's. That's her. She's the daughter of Rock Savage. That's the hair in her room, suggesting another man was in here. I'm trying to remember what if she was the one that he's saying someone was having an affair with her. Miss Jocelyn is having an affair with Posadini. That's here. And then Mr. Jocelyn is having an affair with Ferry, Rock Savage, so that's gonna be him. If Stoddard visited Bishop, he might have had the matches. Yeah, okay, that's possible. Okay, he's interviewing Miss Jocelyn again. Third examination of Miss Jocelyn. Come in, Miss Jocelyn. Sit down, do. What, more questions already? Yes. Sorry I've got to trouble you again, but let's make it as pleasant as we can. Have a cigarette? No, thanks. I only smoke my own. Right then, may I have one of yours so we can be sociable? Certainly. I see you smoke Players. Very popular brand in England? Very. That's a charming shade of lipstick you use, Miss Jocelyn. Need we go into that? I'm afraid we've got to. I'm going to trouble you for the lipstick you have in your bag at the moment. But I don't understand. Never mind. Just hand it over, will you? It'll save all sorts of trouble in the end if you'll oblige me now. All right. There's nothing very exciting about my lipstick, but I'm sure I don't want to be searched. Here it is. Thanks. You won't mind if I keep it, will you? We shall need it later to prove that it matches the lipstick on these cigarette ends which I've got in this little tin box, you see? Why, yes, but... Players, all of them, Miss Jocelyn. Smoked by you and found the morning after Blaine's death in Count Posadini's cabin. Now don't get me all wrong. I'm not trying to fix you for murder. And I'm not trying to raise any nasty scandal about you. The point is that sometime between the morning of the 8th and the morning of the 9th, you smoked these cigarettes in Posadini's cabin. If it was, as I have reason to believe, between 7:45 and 8:10 p.m., that lets you out of any suggestion that you were doing anything with the Count that you shouldn't have. Because it's not reasonable to suppose that you could have smoked 6 cigarettes and had much of a necking party in a matter of 25 minutes. On the other hand, if you didn't smoke these at that time, it might suggest that you were there for a very much longer period, and then, no offense, but it might be suggested that you and the Count were up to the sort of thing your husband wouldn't care to hear about. I have nothing to add to my previous statement. All right, Miss Jocelyn, then the presumption is that you were in the Count's cabin at some other, and probably a much longer period, during that 24 hours. If that comes out, as it may quite well have to in a case like this, what will your husband have to say? A lot, I expect. That doesn't appear to worry you overmuch. As a matter of fact, it's just a sort of little lesson I've been meaning to give him for quite some time. So he's been playing you up with Ferry, huh? I guessed as much. I did not say so. Wait a minute, though. I'm going to put you wise to something which may make you think differently before you burn your boats. The bird you know as Count Posadini is actually Slick Daniels, con man and card sharp. Here's his police record. Take a look. Now, what about it when the press get hold of that? Can't you see the headlines in the news sheets? Society dame becomes maw of well-known crook. That's not going to be so funny for you, is it? You'll sure be ruined socially, and that's a high price to pay just to get your own back on your husband. Yes, it would be horrible. All right, then, why not tell me the truth? I have nothing to add to my previous statement. Oh, Lord. Let me put it to you another way, then. Mr. Rock Savage and the ship's doctor both saw your husband still unchanged in the passage at 8:10. So your bluff about his being in the bath at 74 is now quite useless. Get that? Yes. On the other hand, there is a very strong presumptive evidence that Posadini did in Blane. As Slick is a known criminal, that makes the presumption doubly strong. Now, you seem a decent sort of girl. Just because a man has a criminal record behind him, you're surely not going to see him sent to the chair for a murder he didn't do. If you can stop it, are you? I see.
Yes, that does make a big difference, doesn't it? All right, then. I was in the Count's cabin. When we came below at 7:45, I went in to borrow a book, and I sat there talking to him for the best part of half an hour. And why the heck didn't you say so to begin with? Isn't that obvious? Yes, because your husband told you not to. Did he know where you'd been? I intended that he should. I suppose I might as well tell you everything now. My husband and I haven't been getting on very well lately, and this trip has brought matters to a head. I don't worry much about his having an occasional affair, because he's the type of man who's never quite grown up, and it seems that sort of thing is absolutely necessary to him. You see, I try to persuade myself that he never really goes off the rails, but this business with Ferry Rocksavage has been a bit too much. I jib at being made a fool of in public, and of course he considers that I'm as safe as houses, because I'm very fond of him and I've never looked at another man. I thought that it might bring him to his senses if I did, so when he and Ferry started throwing eyes at each other on the first day out from New York, I decided to start a party of my own with the Count. I knew quite well that I could take care of myself, and I thought that, well, if I spent half an hour alone with the Count in his cabin before changing that night, Reggie would be certain to ask why I was so late. As it was, I had all my trouble for nothing. He was so occupied himself that he never even thought to ask where I had been. I understand, says Kettering. I wouldn't have told you this unless you'd have proof already that he didn't come down till 8:10. But now, as there's no object in keeping up my original story, at least I can get the Count out of trouble. I'm glad to do that because whether he's a Goldbird or not, he's a very amusing and kind-hearted person. Thank you, Mrs. Jocelyn. I really am grateful to you for having cleared this matter up. Detective Officer Kettering's fifth report continued. The Honorable Mrs. Jocelyn had only just left when Lady Welter's maid, Mildred Short, appeared at the door of the writing room and asked if she might have a word with me. She was very nervous, but after a while I got her to tell me the trouble, and from a big work bag which she was carrying, she produced a pale blue knitted jumper. In the middle of the back of the jumper there was a large burn where it had been singed with a hot iron, and after some persuasion, Mildred Short made the following statement about it. She burned the jumper, that's why she hid it. As previously stated, when I went to Lady Welter's cabin at about 7:10, this jumper still lacked one sleeve. When I returned to her ladyship's cabin to tidy it at 8:30, the jumper was lying on the table finished, and I knew that her ladyship had left it there for me to take below and press. Later that evening I proceeded to do so, but I was called away, most unfortunately, left the electric iron on it. This resulted in a large burn in the middle of the back, which I could not possibly disguise, and I became most desperately worried in consequence. Her ladyship is a good mistress, but hard. She has a terrible tongue when she's angry, and I was scared out of my wits as to what she would say to me about ruining her jumper, seeing that she had knitted it herself. In my fright, I decided to say nothing, and, if she asked me about it later on, to pretend that it had got lost. With all the to-do about the murder on the following day, her ladyship never said anything about the jumper, and I was beginning to hope that she had forgotten all about it, until she sent for me and questioned me this morning. At first I protested that the jumper had got lost somewhere, but when her ladyship impressed upon me how important it was that its whereabouts should be discovered, I broke down and told her the truth. She said that I must tell you exactly what had happened, and that is the truth as God is my witness. Mildred Short. Witnessed by us, Kettering. Okay, we're done with that. So that wraps up. So it does feel like he is solving all this. We're not having to solve it. It's getting solved for us. But we can talk about how we feel about that later. Okay, there's not that much left. Detective Officer Neam's shorthand notes of Detective Officer Kettering's third examination of Miss Ferry Rocksavage. Sorry to bother you again, Miss Rocksavage. Come and sit down, won't you? Well, look here, help me out, will you? I always help people if I can. That's a good girl. You got a sunny nature, haven't you? You're always being nice to people, whether they deserve it or not. Oh, I don't know about that. But it's a short life, and it's no good being miserable. Kettering, you've said it, and that's why I'm hoping you're not going to blow up on what I'm going to say. Well, why should I? Well, I don't know. You're a young girl, very well brought up and that sort of thing. Some girls like that might resent the sort of questions I'm going to ask. But you know I wouldn't do it if I didn't have to in the course of my duty. Now I'm going to treat you just as though you weren't a young society girl at all. I'm going to talk to you as though you were a woman of the world. I suppose I am what you call a woman of the world. Most girls are these days. That's right. Now, I'm sure you don't want any sort of scandal attached to your name, and believe me, a scandal's the last thing I want to involve you in. But there's one thing I've got to ask you. Who was the man who was in your cabin on the night that Blane met his death? I don't understand. Oh, yes, you do, and you can take it from me that I have actual proof that a man was there. You can take your choice. Come clean with me now or face it out against the evidence that I shall produce when you're in the witness box, with all the press photographers standing around to take shots of you at 40 different angles. Who was the man in your cabin the night that Blane met his death? You're bluffing. You haven't got any evidence. Oh, yes, I have. Take a look at this little bunch of hair that came out of your comb and was found in the wastepaper basket the night after Blane was murdered. The fair hair is yours, but the short, dark, curly hairs are not. Somebody used this comb to tidy their hair after you had ruffled it before leaving your cabin. Those strands of yours were probably already in it at the time. Anyhow, you'd have cleaned it before you used it to do your hair when you dressed for dinner. Shall I tell you who these dark hairs belong to? Who? Reggie Jocelyn. Very ingenious, Dr. Van Dyne. But we had a swim off the yacht earlier in the afternoon. I lent my comb to Mr. Jocelyn then, after I'd used it, and being a lazy person, I suppose I never thought to clean it afterwards. Doesn't that rather upset your clever little story? It might, Miss Rock Savage, if it weren't for the fact that a man's life hangs in the balance. What do you mean by that? Just this. Reggie Jocelyn had a very strong motive for wishing Bolitho Blane out of the way. He even brought Count Posadini on board, knowing the Count to be a criminal with a grudge against Blane. What? Our handsome Count turns out to be a crook? That's so, and Jocelyn brought him on the trip in the hope that he'd do Blane in. He didn't, though. Posadini's proved an alibi that makes the presumptive evidence even stronger against your boyfriend. He swears that he was in his bath at 7:45, but his wife now admits that he wasn't. What's more, he was actually seen in the passageway, still unchanged, at 8:10. Now, what was he doing between 7:45 and 8:10? If he was with you, I think you'd better say so, because if he wasn't, it looks to me very much as though Jocelyn is going to stand his trial for murder. In that case, you win. Reggie was with me from the time we came below, which was really about 7:15, until he left me at 8:10. I'm afraid that would hurt Miss Jocelyn a lot if she knew, and Father wouldn't be too pleased either. Will you try and keep this out of it, if you can? I'll do my best, Miss Rock Savage. You're just paying the penalty of being over kind to a good-looking young rascal, but I'm prepared to take a little risk on being kind to you. All right. Everyone's coming clean. He's getting it out of him. He's having to work for it. He's having to work a little to get these people to come clean. Whenever we play these detective games, I'm always convinced they're gonna get people to confess, and they never confess. And so I'm enjoying that he's wearing these people down and getting them to come clean, if not confess to any real crimes. But he is he's threatening them into coming clean. And he's like a pretty good cop. When he has to threaten someone going to jail, he does that. When he knows he's dealing with a good person, he plays off their kindness, sort of. All right, let's continue. Detective Officer Kettering's fifth report continued. After my third examination of Miss Fairy Rock Savage, it occurred to me that the letter Hayashi alleged he had been writing might have been posted and would then still be in the post bag, as in the course of routine I had given instructions on the morning of the 9th that no letters were to be sent ashore. This turned out to be the case. Kettering is a good cop. He knows what he's doing. This turned out to be the case, and I had the letter translated by the yacht's second cook, who is Japanese. He attests that the original could not have been written in less than 8 minutes, leaving Hayashi only 12 minutes to change. His story, therefore, appears to be true. The lounge steward, Kane, confirms the fact that the supply of ship's notepaper in the writing room ran out early in the afternoon, before Hayashi came on board, and that he could not refill the racks until the chief steward, who had the keys of the storeroom, got back from his trip ashore. He further states that Hayashi handed him the letter for posting on arrival in the lounge at 8:15. It is obvious, therefore, that Hayashi could not have produced the paper earlier or written the letter at any other time than that appearing in his statement. The cabin steward, Ringbottom, also confirms that Hayashi was still unchanged when he brought him the supply of ship's notepaper at 7:55. So this is Kettering again, running down all the alibis. Like, he does not let anything slip by him. He checked out his alibi. The guy told us that, the Hayashi told us, hey, I wasn't even dressed when the guy brought the newspaper. Here is Kettering, checked with the steward, confirmed that alibi. Whoa, look at here is our Japanese letter. Look at that. Right to left. What does it say? Here's the translation. My dear Kashima, as you know, instructions were given by Shikoku to do the business either with Mr. Rock Savage or with Mr. Blane. Shikoku refused to offer you anything. Therefore, any compensation you may receive will have to come out of my own money. It depends on the fee which will be paid to me by Mr. Blane or Mr. Rock Savage. I understand that Rock Savage will agree to a loan of $10 million, and I may expect $1 million for my share. I told them that this was the lowest you would accept. My expenses have been considerable, and I am therefore suggesting that we divide this amount between us, and on that understanding I am proceeding with the matter. Yours, Inosuke Hayashi. To the best of my knowledge and belief, the above is a full and true translation of the letter handed to me by Detective Officer Kettering. The ship's cook signed it. Witnessed by Kettering. Detective Officer names. Shorthand note of Detective Officer Kettering's third examination of the Bishop of Boudet. Come in, Bishop. Have you thought of anything since this morning which might show us how you were occupying yourself between 7:05 and 8 p.m. on the night of Blane's death? No, I wish I could, but I can't think of anything. What time did Blane come to your cabin? Blane? Yes, Blane. It's no good denying it. I've got the goods on you. Just a little thing that happened to be in your wastepaper basket. See, it's a book match with Alden Claridge on it, the New York hotel from which Blane wrote you a few days back. Nobody except Blane could have left it where we found it, and it proves that after he came on board, he went along to see you in your cabin. Now, what have you got to say? This is what Jonathan said. I thought maybe he included the matches with the letter, but that's stupid now that I say it out loud for the second time. Jonathan's theory made more sense. He's a smoker. He had the matches from the hotel. What have you got to say? But, officer, I want the truth. What time did Blane come along to you? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is terrible, quite terrible. What time did he come, I say? Only a few minutes after the ship sailed. I hadn't been in my cabin more than 3 minutes when he came in. And how long did he stay? Only 2 minutes, no more, I assure you. Why did he come? Just to ask if I had gotten his letter. What did he say? Only after asking if I got his letter that it would be well for me to remember that we were very, very good friends indeed. Then you went back with him to his cabin? No. You're prepared to swear to that? I am. That he left you at about 7:10 and you never saw him again? I never saw him again. Then what in Hades were you doing all that time? It didn't take you 50 minutes to change. No, I read a little first, I told you, but I never left my cabin. I am prepared to swear to that before Almighty God. And what did you read? I read an essay of R.L. Stevenson's. What was it about? Why, it was, I really can't remember. Most odd indeed. I can't remember. Most unusual. Listen, Bishop, you're in a spot. You're in a spot, I say. I've got all the movements of every other party in the ship checked up, and unless you can prove your alibi, I'm proposing to run you in for the murder of Bolitho Blane. You can't do that. I didn't do it. You had motive, you had opportunity, you killed Bolitho Blane, and I'm sending you to the chair for that. Get that? What was the essay about? What was it about? I don't know. That infernal hammering all the time. I couldn't concentrate for a moment. What hammering? You haven't mentioned hammering before. Oh, indeed, it was terrible. From about 10 minutes after Blane had left me until I went up to the lounge, changed, it didn't stop for a moment. For the love of Mike, couldn't you have told me that before? Why, certainly, but I never thought it important. What was the essay about? Oh, to hell with the essay. What? That hammering must have been the carpenter who was outside your cabin all the time. Yes, the carpenter. I said good evening to him when I went up to dinner at 8 o'clock. Well, now, if that isn't the limit. I'll check up on it, but Bishop, I reckon it lets you out. Detective Officer Kettering's fifth report continued. In closing this report, I now have to confess myself completely at a loss. The situation has developed this afternoon in a most remarkable manner, and it is even more baffling than it was at midday. After examination, which I conducted this morning, it was quite apparent that numerous members of the party had ample motive for wishing Blane dead. The trouble then appeared then to be to fix upon the actual perpetrator of the crime. But since then, so much new evidence has come to light, I am now far more befogged than I was before. In the last stages of my examination this afternoon, I had quite made up my mind that the Bishop of Boudet was the guilty party. But the ship's carpenter, Jenks, confirmed his statement, and it is quite clear that he never left his cabin between 7:45 and 8, when he went straight up to the lounge. The following is an analysis of what occurred according to my latest information, and in my opinion, it would have been impossible to commit the murder, dispose of the body, and partially remove the bloodstains from the carpet in less than 10 minutes. Miss Jocelyn could not have done it because she was with Slick Daniels. So he's going to summarize now the evidence he's gathered and why people have alibis. So here he is going through them. This is very interesting. This is interesting. And we're going to have stuff to talk about after we play this game. I mean, I think we understand basically what happened, but it's a very interesting structure. Okay, so here he is summarizing. Miss Jocelyn could not have done it because she was with Slick Daniels, alias Count Posadini, from 7:45 till 8:10 in his cabin, and from 8:10 to 8:30 when she was with her husband, changing. Okay, so Jocelyn is having an affair. She finally admitted she was spending all the time in his room. She has no motive, but she does give an alibi to the Slick Daniels Posadini. Okay, Count Posadini, alias Slick Daniels, could not have done it because he was in his cabin with Miss Jocelyn, because she's alibied him now. From 7:45 till 8:10, and from that time until 8:25, when he appeared in the lounge, he would have been occupied in changing. Mr. Rock Savage could not have done it because from 8:10, when he came down to his cabin, until he went up and changed at 8:35, Dr. Ackland was with him and vouches for his presence there. Bishop of Boudet could not have done it because from 7:15 until 8, the ship's carpenter was doing a job of work outside his cabin and vouches for the fact that he never left it during the whole of that time. Okay? Lady Welter could not have done it because her maid Mildred Short was with her in her cabin from 7:05 to 7:35, and from 7:35 to 8:05 she is proved to have been knitting the last sleeve of a jumper, which would have occupied her the whole of that time until she went up to the lounge. Mr. Hayashi could not have done it because when he rang his bell at 7:50, the steward found him in his cabin still unchanged, and he was still unchanged when the steward returned at 7:55 with the note paper. 8 of the following 20 minutes he was occupied in writing the letter. I like how they got an estimate of how long it would have taken him to write it. 8 of the following 20 minutes, he was occupied in writing the letter and the balance and changing to arrive in the lounge at 8:15. Mr. Jocelyn could not have done it because from 7:15 when he went below, he was with Miss Ferry Rock-Savage in her cabin until 8:10. From that time until 8:30, he was with his wife changing, okay? Miss Rock-Savage could not have done it because from 7:15 she was with Jocelyn in her cabin until 8:10. From hence onward, she was occupied with changing in the presence of her maid, Nellie Ord. It seems to me, therefore, that all the parties under suspicion have incontestable alibis, and as we know that Stoddard was in the company of various persons in the lounge from 7:30 to 8:30, he could not possibly have committed this murder either. However, it could not, on the evidence shown, have been any member of the crew. This leaves me at a completely dead end, and I am now awaiting further instructions. Okay. Do not break this strip until you have decided on the evidence submitted who murdered Bolitho Blane. All right, let's talk. Jonathan says, there's almost a meta element to this. It's like Jesse is reading about another Jesse Kettering who is playing the mystery game doing all the busy work and eliminating the suspects. It is fascinating to be sort of riding along with this Detective Kettering as his case unfolds. We're like following in the footsteps of a person who's got a personality and is trying to solve this case and is developing opinions about people and figuring out how to manipulate them and talk to them. That is absolutely fascinating. And he's a character in the sense that he's now at a loss. Like, he's writing in his report, we can hear his thoughts. He's saying, like, I don't get it. We can actually see him. We've like learned to like him. He's our protagonist. He's our person that we completely associate ourselves with. We're like locked onto him, as you say. He's like our partner in this. And it's fascinating to get to the end of this and hear his thoughts in this report that he's writing, how he's baffled now. And he's done a good job. So it's like we like him. We feel friendly towards him. But he's at a loss, whereas we have noticed something that he hasn't. And it does almost feel like he's playing a game in the 30s and that he's stuck. And we are playing the meta game on top of that. I guess we shouldn't review the structure and everything of the game until we read the solution. But now we have to talk about our solution for a bit. It seems quite clear that Stoddard... So, okay, let's think about our possibilities. Here's what we think, right? We think that Bolitho Blane is this person who's pretending to be Stoddard, pretending to be the secretary, actually is Bolitho Blane. And that Bolitho Blane has now killed an innocent person? Is that our theory? He's killed this person that he hired to be his secretary only a short period ago. He's dumped his body out the window. To fake his own death because he fears what's going to happen with his company and to be investigated for bankruptcy. So I want us to go back and read that note again that he left, but I want to consider other possibilities. We're sure that two of them came on board, right? I mean, obviously, most people don't see him come on board, but I'm trying to think of what the options are. The other options are somehow, if no one saw him come on board, that he just came alone. Is it possible that only one person got on board? And he's just saying, oh, my boss is gone. But then the dragged feet
You can't really fake dragging of feet, I don't think. So I'd like to confirm that actually 2 people got on board by someone. I do believe that the count sees them both get on board. Jonathan says maybe he was worried about the bankruptcy investigation would bring up things from his mysterious past. Yeah, I want to read that again. The part that's kind of throwing me is it seems like, okay, if he really wanted to fake his own death, then this boat makes sense. He's sort of like playing up to everyone that he's scared they would try to kill him. And he leaves a note to that effect. And so when he shows up dead, people will believe that he's really dead. It makes sense that that would be a good way to fake your own death, but I'm not sure why he wouldn't. I'm not sure why he wouldn't just make the deal. Let's read who saw him. Jonathan says they think it was Lady Welter and the bishop. I want to read the note that he left. Again, to see about this bankruptcy. Okay, so here's the note. You know how worried I've been. This is the note that if he faked his own death, he wrote this to himself, specifically to be left that people would see. So he wanted people to see this. Let's see how he's setting up his disappearance. You know how worried I've been all through this trip. Day after day, I've been watching Argus suds go down the drain. Something with them. He's going down with them. I have hoped my circumstances through, but things have gone too far for Rock Savage to get me a decent deal. So I'm finished caring what happens to them now, or something. I'm past caring what happens to them now. So he's saying he's not going to get a good deal. Oh, okay. So maybe he wasn't sure what he was going to do. Maybe he was thinking he could get I guess that's what he's saying here. Maybe he was hoping he could strike a deal, but when the stock price was too low, he knew that he wasn't going to get a good deal. He says, this something was a forlorn hope, and I never wanted to join it. This party was a forlorn hope, and I never wanted to join it. There's a rough crowd around Rock Savage, and I wouldn't put it past them to try and do me in while I'm on the yacht. This would Argus shares down to zero. That would send the Argus shares down to zero with any further. If he dies, the Argus shares go to zero. Anyhow, I'm not going to wait and chance it. The struggle has been too much for me. I ran always putting. I have always, or I ran always, rather putting than face. I ran always rather something. What does that say? Always rather putting in something than face the nightmare of a bankruptcy examination or bankruptcy thing. I'm getting out.
or something. I ran always rather... What does that mean? I ran always rather... What does that say? Looks like it says poking or... So, okay, maybe it's a suicide note. All right, let's see. I want to see who saw them get on board. Jonathan says he thinks it was Lady Welter and the bishop. Okay, definitely the bishop said he saw him because he recognized him and he looked older. Let's take a look at Nicholas Stoddard's statement too, which we think this is Blane talking to himself. He invited me to a conference. If they make an amalgamation, one of them would go, they would do better. Steady fall in shares of his companies caused him grave anxiety. If it went below 45, he would have very little chance of pulling off a deal with Rock Savage. If Argus Suds went below 40, there would be no chance of his pulling off a deal at all, as it would pay Rock Savage better in that case to let him go under. Okay, so here's why. This is the part that's explaining why he couldn't strike a deal and he had to get out so he wouldn't be investigated for bankruptcy, or I don't know, maybe he's selling puts on it, but this is why he thought that there was no deal to be made. And then this is our Bolitho Blane pretending to be the secretary setting up his disappearance. He's saying, well, he was so depressed, he probably committed suicide. I do want to mention this part. There was this interesting thing about whether they meet in New York. They were going to meet in New York, but they met in Miami. And I want to make sure he didn't kill himself in Miami or something, in New York. We would have joined the yacht in New York, but Blane jibbed at the last moment from this fear that his life would be in jeopardy. But he pulled himself together a few hours later, and I cabled Rock Savage for him that we would fly down to join the yacht at Miami. That's a bit odd, isn't it? Jonathan Warner, what do you make of this? Is this just a red herring, or is it that they were going to get on the boat in New York? Why didn't they? I want to make sure two of them got on that boat, and it wasn't that Bolitho Blane died in New York and that the secretary is just faking his death. That's the other... Yeah. It can't be that the secretary is faking his death, because the whole thing with Boudet being threatened and fainting, that tells us it's all Bolitho. Okay, so we know it's Bolitho. Straight down, wouldn't let anyone in his cabin. The yacht got underway. He sent me up to Rock Savage with a message he wished to get some cables off so it would not appear before dinner. This is what he's saying. This is what the stuttered person is saying happened. So he leaves them at 7:30. He goes up to the lounge, introduces himself, gets his alibi. I took down the prices. He sends them down at 7:40 to the lounge, who says the door's locked. So he says, go down, slip the note under the door. Dinner sounds. I'm trying to find out how he faked that note on the back of his thing. Just after dinner bugles sounded, cabin steward came up to the lounge and handed me the note that Mr. Blane had left for me. So we think he faked that note, left it there for himself. Having read it, I hurried below with the cabin steward. We found that the suite was empty and the window of his drawing room wide open, so it looked as though he had thrown himself out to sea. It was then that the steward picked up a piece of paper from the writing table, which I recognized at once as the leaf from my pocketbook with the share quotations on it, and I saw the line of writing in Blaine's hand containing his latest message. Okay, so how do we think that writing got on the back of that message? So here was the note that he sends down at 7:45. So here are our choices. Either he wrote that in before he sent it down, but boy, isn't he risking the steward seeing that? Or when he gets brought down to the room, well, wait a minute. How does that make sense? Let's think about that for a second. Jonathan says, maybe he wrote on the back after his steward gave it back to him. Yeah, I was going to say that, but I think we have a bigger problem. But maybe there's a way out of it. Steward, who we think is Bolitho, but he goes upstairs at 7:30. He writes on the stock quotes. He gives the stock quotes note to the steward, and he says, bring it down. The guy brings it down. He comes back up. He says, I still have it. The door was locked. So our guy tells him, just go slip it under the door. Okay. So he slips it under the door. Now the cleaner guy goes in, unlocks the door, goes into the room, finds the letter for the guy upstairs, stuttered, brings him the letter. Now, what should be under that door now? Those stock quotes should be on the ground under that door. Right? No one has picked them up. No one's in that room. So he brings up the sealed letter to Stuttered, who opens the letter, we think he wrote to himself, and says, oh my God, my boss is threatening to commit suicide. Let's all go down there. So they go down there into the room. At that point, those stock quotes should be on the ground under the door. So are we saying that as they walk into the room, Stuttered picks it up without anyone noticing, writes some extra note on it, and then puts it on the table and say, hey, there's the stock quotes? You had to pick it up from being under the door. That's the part that's throwing me a bit. It should be sitting there under the door, not on the table. And when did he have time to pick it up and write on it? Jonathan says, did he... Jonathan says, I don't get why he's both setting up a suicide and also throwing suspicion on everyone. I agree with you. That's a little confusing to me, too. Maybe while in New York, he learned about the stock dropping before he started hard to come up with a plan.
Could he have stayed in New York to buy or short Rock Savage Company stock? He could certainly short his own stock, not legally, but he could have bought options, put options on it. Put options? Yeah, options to sell it so that if it dropped in price, he'd make a profit on his own stock. That's possible. Maybe he wrote on the back after the steward gave it back to him. Well, let's look at some. Jonathan says, could there be anything in the photos? He does look a little shifty. I don't know. Let's look at some room photos and see. I mean, I think we know who did it. I want to make sure someone sees two people get on the boat. Here are the rooms. I don't see that there's that much interesting information for us. We found some clues about how it could be his stuff for his mouth, but it just seems to me, I suppose it's just a little bit of a stretch. It's his note paper from his diary, from the secretary diary, so he could have somehow pre-written it and planned to leave it. And maybe it's taking a little bit of chance that the person who lets himself into the room isn't going to find that note under the door. But maybe that's not critical. Like maybe if someone had found the note under the door, he just would have left it there. Like maybe that wasn't a critical part of his plan. Like finding it, being able to write on it, so he wrote, well, the only thing he wrote on the back of that note was like, the jig is up, the shares fell before 40, now the game is up. That was not a critical part to his thing. Does the blood, all of the clues about the blood and mean anything? Doesn't seem like it's relevant to us. Let's read, let me see what the guy who lets himself in. The guests were changing until the dinner bugle sounded at 8. He went about his duty, hiding sweets. The door is locked, so I just unlocked the door with my master key and went straight into the room. The first thing I saw was a note addressed Nicholas Stoddard, Esquire, marked urgent in capital letters. I thought that a bit funny, as if Mr. Blane had gone up to dinner, he could have taken it with him. So he brings it up to him. He tears it open. And sitting on that floor should have been those stock quotes. Guess they just didn't notice them. Listen to this. We went down to the cabin together and had a quick look around. He wasn't in the suite and the drawing room window was open. Mr. Stoddard told me that he was afraid the poor gentleman had chucked himself overboard. Then I spotted a bit of paper on the writing table and gave it to Mr. Stoddard, saying, "What's this here?" He gave it a glance and set me up to get Mr. Rock Savage immediately. Oh, that's when he could have written at the back of it.
But he still would have had to be the person who dropped it on the table. So he is alone. Stoddard is alone in the room before when the paper is spotted, when people come down to look at it. Does the blood mean anything to us? Tracks on the carpet, blood. Just that it wasn't a suicide. He knocked someone out and dragged him. Jonathan says it still leaves an issue of how it got from the floor to the table. I have to assume that he just picked it up when he was brought into the room. Stuttered. Who's Bolitho Blane? He must have just seen, no one noticed it. He picked it up, dropped it on the table where it would be spotted. Or it's possible we're misunderstanding what door it went under. Like maybe it went under the bedroom door. No, that doesn't really make sense because it had to be the same door that the guy couldn't get in. Where is the discussion of them getting on board the ship? You saw the tender come off then. I did, and the bishop said to me, "That's Mr. Bolitho Blane." And the two men came up the gangway into the middle of the ship. I found Mr. Rock Savage with Mr. Blane's secretary and the bishop. The secretary introduced me, and we sat there until... Sounds like two people are coming up. You saw Blane and his secretary come aboard? Yes. You were quite certain it was Blane? Yes. Okay. So we think they just killed him any time before he went upstairs. They get settled in. He kills him. He goes upstairs. He writes the note to himself, to the secretary. He leaves it there to be found. He kills the guy. He tries to clean up the evidence. He pushes him out the boat, out the window. And his whole plan is to give himself an alibi. Does he need an alibi? I guess he needs a little bit of an alibi. He doesn't want the police to think that he did anything. But that whole alibi rests on the idea that everyone knows he sent down a piece of paper and it came up with the stock prices on it. Maybe, just a possibility,
what if our guy pre-wrote the stock quotes and pre-wrote the message on the back with the two different handwritings, leaves it on the desk, goes upstairs, then pretends to write a new note, folds it in half, tells the guy to stick it under the door or something. And then it doesn't matter what note is under the door because the pre-written stock quotes is already on the desk ready to be discovered. I guess that's another possibility. Seems like he does have lots of opportunities to make it seem like that guy must have written on the back of the stock quotes. Because it's his handwriting, he can write it all ahead of time. So, yeah, maybe he wrote that all and left that paper on the desk and then gave a fake piece of paper and had him shove that under the door. Where's the map of this place? There's Blane. Maybe it's not important. All right, I'm ready to read the solution. I think the spirit of this game is not that there's some secret. There may be some details in the solution that we could have figured out if we had studied harder, but I feel like it's not, the spirit of the game is not to hunt for some tiny little thing. It's just to figure out this bigger picture that the secretary is Bolitho Blane. Did you want to look at the photos again before photos of the room? It is interesting that those photos of the room we didn't find any real use for. Studdard's room is a mess with the socks and shoes. You know, I'll just say something for Kettering. Kettering seems like a good cop, but when he found that the blood had been cleaned up with a sponge, should he maybe have checked the sponges in that room? Maybe we just have to assume he did and he didn't find anything interesting. All right. Do not break the seal until you have decided on the evidence submitted who murdered Bolitho Blane. Okay, so we think, just to get on the record here, we think Bolitho Blane isn't dead, that he's Studdard, the pretending to be Studdard, and that he killed Studdard, Bolitho Blane, to fake his own death. And maybe he bought some puts on his own shares to get rich, or he's just trying to get out of everything and not go bankrupt. All right, here we go. We're opening it up. Memo.
To Detective Officer... Oh, sorry, you probably want to see this, don't you? To Detective... From headquarters. To Detective Officer Kettering. Solution of murder perfectly clear on evidence submitted. Arrest Bolitho Blane, now posing as the secretary for the murder of Nicholas Stoddard. So we got it right. We did it. We figured it out. All right. I guess we should read the game's explanation. Let's see if there's anything we missed. But we got it. We got the basics of it. Little doubt, but let's see what more details there are. Lieutenant Schwab's analysis of the foregoing evidence. The time of the murder was set between 7:45 and 8:30, owing to a message, supposedly in the victim's handwriting, that appeared on a leaf torn from Stoddard's diary, which was not in existence until 7:40. Compare the share quotation supposedly written by Stoddard, however, with other examples of handwriting known to have been written by Blane. The word rock savage in the share list also occurs twice in Blane's letter to Stoddard and twice in his letter to the bishop. The similarity of the first to the other four immediately springs to the eye, only the S and G differing to any extent. Other similarities appear in closer inspection. There can be no doubt that all three documents were written by the same person. When we looked at the share quotes, they seemed very different. Did we not give that a close enough look? It says, look at the rock savage. Also occurs twice. Rock savage. No, I disagree with that. I don't think I agree with that. The word rock savage in the share list also occurs twice in Blane's letter to Stoddard and twice in his letter to the bishop. Similarity of the first to the other four immediately springs to eye. No, it doesn't. Only the S and the G differing to any extent. Other similarities appear in closer inspection. There can be no doubt that all three documents were written by the same person. Not the victim, but the writer of the share quotations therefore wrote the alleged last message, so that there is no evidence as to when the murder was committed. The alibi of the man presumed to be Stoddard begins only at 7:25 when he entered the lounge. If the crime was committed before that, his alibi falls to the ground. Okay, yes, we understood that. Examination of the evidence brings other points to light, showing that the man known as Stoddard throughout the investigation is in reality Bolitho Blane. They are as follows. Photograph D of Blane's bathroom shows a safety razor on the washstand, whereas photograph E of Stoddard's cabin shows a cutthroat razor on the washstand. The photograph presumed to be of Stoddard, flashed by Detective Officer Neem on the morning after the crime, shows a razor cut on the man's face. Well, I saw that mark. Razor cut? Really, guys? Come on now. Let me show you this picture that they're saying is a razor cut. Come on now. That's not right. That's not right at all. There's a mark on his face, but it looks like a printing error because it looks like a big black square. Where is it? There. Look. Can you see? Can you see that giant mark on his face? That's not a razor cut. That's a big, giant something. All right, but let's see what they're trying to say. Because I don't think even if we saw that, we would understand what this is trying to say. They're saying in the bathroom of Bolitho was a safety razor, and in the other one is a what do you call it? Straight razor. Okay, so let's see what it says. Okay, the photograph, presumed to be that of Stoddard, shows a razor cut on the man's face. It is obvious that he has always been used to shaving with a safety razor. But as Sweet C was locked up after the murder, he could not get at this. He had to do the best he could to shave himself with the cutthroat razor that was in Stoddard's cabin. I don't know about that. Let's continue. On examination of the photograph presumed to be that of Stoddard, it is apparent that the coat he's wearing is too big for him. You know, I noticed that. I did notice that it looked too big, but I didn't say anything about it because I didn't see how that would help us. So they're making a big deal out of the fact that he was locked into his room. The sleeve is overlong and the garment must have been built for a slightly taller man. It's obvious that Blane, having changed identities with his secretary, had to wear his secretary's clothes, which did not quite fit him. Okay, I guess once we knew we had swapped identities, it didn't really occur to me that it would matter. Okay. I did notice his jacket looked a little big. Do you want to see that picture? It did look a little bit too big for him. So the sleeves are a little bit too big for him. Okay. It will be recalled that on the night of the 9th, when the man presumed to be Stoddard dined with Kettering, he complained of an abscess which was causing him trouble with his false teeth, and as the upper set were slipping badly, he was unable to eat any solids. I don't remember that detail. An examination of photograph D of Blaine's bathroom shows a toothbrush and a plate brush, the latter being an indication that Blane had false teeth, whereas in photograph E of Stoddard's cabin, there is on the wash basin an ordinary toothbrush only. Further, in the inventory of Blaine's belongings, there appears to be a bottle of gum tragacanth powder, which is used for sprinkling upon dentures in order to keep them in a position. As Suite C was locked after the crime, Blane was no longer able to get at this powder, hence his difficulty in keeping his false teeth in place on the following night. I don't remember that. Maybe we skimmed over that. It will be recalled that at the end of his first examination on the morning after the crime, the Bishop of Bude fainted. At that time, it was assumed, upon the bishop's word, that his faint was caused by a weak heart and the fact that he had no breakfast. It is clear, however, that the true reason was that the shock he sustained upon the man presumed to be Stoddard coming into the cabin. Jonathan figured this out. As the bishop had not breakfasted with the others, it was the first time that morning he had seen the secretary, and as he knew him to be Blane, he must have thought at first that he was seeing a ghost. The reason for Blaine's letter written from New York to the bishop, warning him that some very strange things might occur once the yacht put to sea, and that whatever might happen, the bishop was to keep his mouth shut for his own sake, now becomes apparent. Blaine's confession on his arrest confirms the above deductions. Confession of Bolitho Blane. Yes, all right then, I killed him. Little sycophant. What use was he anyway? I've known since last December that I might have to get out any minute. In fact, I suppose I realized it might have to come sometime ever since I started business. Big business is like that, but you wouldn't understand with your safe little job and pension at the end of it. I suppose that's why I never let myself come in personal contact with my staff. That and the fact that I hate people. Most people, anyhow. All I wanted was peace, and I knew if I could find someone to step into my shoes and leave me his to step into, I could have it. I started looking in January for someone whom my shoes would fit. It was only a question of patience. Someone of the right height, build, age, with no friends would turn up. Stoddard turns up in Ipswich, about the 5th place I had spent a week in, advertising and interviewing applicants. He was ideal. No friends, no family. Just the sort of man I wanted to become myself. So I decided to let him do the first big thing he'd ever done, go out with a bang. When Rock Savage asked me to his conference, I thought there was a faint possibility of pulling things together, and Stoddard could have gone back to his corking. By the time we got to New York, though, I knew my position was hopeless, and I decided to put Stoddard through the hoop. I had a nasty shock in New York when I learned that the Bishop of Bude was to be on board. That's why he couldn't get on in New York. Very few people know me by sight, and it was rotten luck that one of them should chance to be among the party.
Fortunately, however, I knew more about him than he did about me. A nasty business during the war, which everyone's forgotten now, and I know that the bishop would rather that they weren't reminded. So I wrote him a little warning that there was real trouble coming to him unless he kept his mouth shut. I don't suppose you want to know how it was all done. It's pretty obvious now, but if some very bright bird hasn't been a little too clever, I should have been in the South Sea Islands by this time. The details? Here they are. I got some closing prices from New York by long distance before coming on board and wrote them in a disguised handwriting I had been practicing a long time on a page of my diary. I wrote a message to Stoddard in my own writing on the other side and put it in my pocket. As soon as we were on board, I gave Stoddard some work to do in our drawing room and went to see the bishop. I found my note had the desired effect, and although I told him nothing, I could see that as far as he was concerned, I could bump off the whole Church of England as long as I didn't dig up that nasty business out of the past. Then I went back to the drawing room and gave Stoddard a little knock on the back of the head with a hammer I had with me for the job. He was sitting at the small round table, so I moved the writing table away from the window, dragged him across to it, and popped him out. It was quite dark by then, so no one could see from the deck. Then I threw the hammer and the gloves I wore while I was arranging the room to join him. I found I'd cracked his silly thin skull, so I had to sponge out a spot of blood on the carpet before I changed into evening dress in his room. I got up to the lounge at 7:30 and introduced myself as Stoddard, and after a while wrote the closing prices in my diary again in front of everyone, and in the same kind of handwriting. I told the steward to push it under the door of the cabin and stayed in the lounge until the bugle sounded for dinner. The bishop, who was among the people who came up while I was there, showed he was safe for anything by not turning a hair when he was introduced to me as Stoddard. After that, everything went according to plan. At 8:30, the steward came up with the note I had left addressed to Stoddard, and I hurried down with him to the cabin. While he was in the bathroom, I exchanged the note I had kept in my pocket with the one that had been pushed under the door. That proved the missing party was alive at 7:45. Okay, that was basically what we said could happen. And you see, although I'd worked this thing out pretty carefully, the differences between doing a thing just well and doing it properly is to make allowances for the unexpected. I didn't see why the suicide story shouldn't be accepted without question, but if they did prove a murder, I didn't want to be in on it. Okay, so this answers Jonathan's question about, like, why is he making it look like a suicide and a murder? He's just, like, covering his bases, just in case they don't buy suicide. He'll throw enough confusion and chaos in that they'll think someone did it. It's one thing to go down for killing Stoddard. It would have been very disagreeable to have been charged with killing Blane. You know, it's almost worth it to have seen the bishop's face when he saw me the next morning and realized I hadn't committed suicide. After thinking he was rid of me, he must have realized what I had done. That's why he fainted. Well, that's all, and since it hasn't come off, I want to see it finished with as little delay and formality as possible. And there you have it. I guess we could take a look at the original and see if there's any difference. That looks exactly the same. Looks the same to me. Everything same. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, only 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about it a little bit and wrap up in under 8 hours. So 5-minute break, we'll come back, we'll give our thoughts for the game. You can give your opinion, Jonathan, give it some thoughts, but only 5-minute break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We have finished reading File on Bolitho Blane, otherwise known as Murder Off Miami. And I have some thoughts. It was fun. It was very interesting. It's amazing that this was written in 1936. There were some parts of this that were very cool, and I think the mystery game writers of today can learn something from it. But there were some ways in which it wasn't so successful. Let us switch over to chat so we can talk to Jonathan and get some thoughts. Jonathan says, overall, it did seem to come down more on the side of a novel than a game, but I'm still impressed with the detail of some of the documents, like the Japanese letter, the fingerprint report, the long list of luggage. The detective and suspect interviews were entertaining, but could have used more documents that provided interaction between the suspects. I think the main way to improve it would be to have some smaller part of the mystery you were asked to solve for each report. Then you read and see if you got the smaller part right, and at the end you would have to use clues scattered throughout all to solve the full mystery. I think those are some good points. So maybe we'll try this a little differently this time. Before talking about all the things that worked and were really cool, let's talk about the overall experience. It was much more of a linear experience of reading a story. I hesitate to call it a novel because I think that's one of the areas where you could say it might have fallen down a little bit. It was a very constrained. It actually fit the model of these mystery suspect games. The whole game was, here are 6 people. They all have reasons to kill this person. And then we'll walk through essentially a set of multiple interviews of these people where more information comes out. We get some information back from headquarters. And we're taking on this very linear story through these 6 suspects, however many there were. And this very linear story gets told to us. And gradually people become, there is an arc, like they went from most of the people not being suspects to them all being suspects. And then at the end, he essentially rules out everyone. And it's actually fascinating when you look at it compared to some of the games that we've played, that we've got this alter ego in this Detective Kettering, and we go through these things where he's talking about where were you, where were you, where were you. Everyone gives us these times and these sort of complicated things. There's a lot of stuff to keep track of. And we're playing it not knowing if we're going to have to go back and study this. And then at the end of each of these 5 reports, he basically summarizes it for us. And he says, okay, here's the list of where people said they were and how much time that left them. And here's the minimum window that they were alone and unaccounted for. It was quite fascinating to have the game give us those answers. And, I wouldn't have thought that would work. I would have thought, based on all of the other games we've played, that that's something we'd want to do. But the game had a trade-off. It would have taken much longer. And I think it would have outstayed its welcome at that point. And so the game made this trade-off where it's like, well, we're going to summarize these tables of information for you, especially since they're not going to help you find the person. Everyone's alibi eventually proved true. But I found it quite enjoyable as an experience for the game to not have us do all that busy work of making charts of where everyone says they were at what times. I liked the idea that at the end of these reports, he kind of summarized. He did a lot of the work for us. This alter ego, this detective in here, Kettering, did a lot of the work for us, and I liked that. But it did then make it feel like we were reading a story that was going to wrap up in the end. And in fact, you could see this not having the solution in a thing and just having Kettering solve it at the end. I think it's a unique experience, but it is more like reading a mystery story with this one element this one little twist we're meant to solve. But it makes you wonder how the other cases are going to be. Are they all going to have this flavor where at the end everyone's alibi checks out and you have to find the one thing that the detective didn't consider? Are they all framed in this same way of a detective with multiple reports? Let me just one more comment about that. I think if there's a weakness for me in the core of it, it's not the format. I think this is not. We were asked in the beginning, is this a game or is this a book, a novel, a story? And it's a game in the sense that at the end you're asked to guess the solution, or you're asked to make sure you think you understand it before you read it. But I guess I would say now that it is more of a story, a book that unfolds. Like watching the movie Scream, where you think this person did it and then they get killed, and you think this person did it, they get killed, and at the end there's only one person left. But I will say this. If that's the way you're going to structure this, then maybe you can loosen the constraints of having this be 5 suspects who all have motives and alibis. If it is going to be a story, maybe it could have been more of a real novel. Like, it wasn't a novel. It wasn't a super engaging story. It was a very, very small, short, tiny little story where there were 6 people who could have done it, and most of the case is figuring out why people had an alibi, why they couldn't have done it. And so there was the actual story wasn't so compelling. I guess that's what I would say. I'm okay with it being a story that we were along for the ride. I just would have liked a little more interesting story then. Some more plot twists, some more character arc. But there were some parts of this that really worked well, that were wonderful to experience. Jonathan's mentioned some of it, like the evidence, getting these evidence, the pieces, the different documents of different types, for sure. But I think more fundamentally, the structure of this, the structure of the story being told from this detective's point of view, broken up into 5 reports, is genius. It's, to me, far superior than these document dumps of these mystery suspect games. Whatever benefit to making an interesting mystery by giving someone a pile of 30 pages where they don't know what things go in what order, whatever you gain by that, by challenging the people playing to figure out what they should look at first, the benefits you get from structuring it as a linear sequence of evidence you gain over time, broken up into multiple days, where the detective is sending in his report and asking for headquarters to look up information on people, that's phenomenal. I mean, that did like 3 different things that were all wonderful. The first thing is, Jonathan, see if you agree with me on this, the emotional connection we had to Kettering was real. Like, he was our alter ego. He was trying to solve this case, as Jonathan was saying. It's like a metagame. He was there in 1936 on this boat trying to solve it. And he came up with his own insights and his own summaries and had his own real personality that came out when he was interviewing these people. That was completely engaging. I felt like we were sort of riding shotgun with him, wondering what he found, stuff that we didn't find. We found stuff he didn't find. And that was a real emotional connection to this case. But then the way that was structured, where half the time we were reading transcripts of interviews with him that he was conducting that felt like they were happening in real time. And then we got these period points where he was writing up his thoughts. So like we were getting this raw evidence, the raw documents that he found, and then the interview transcripts, which we were sort of sitting in the room watching unfold. And then we get to hear him write out his thoughts in these reports to headquarters, like, I'm not sure about this, or this seems pretty clear to me. And then he would get information back from headquarters. That's such a genius idea. We've talked about it when we played a bunch of these games. Jonathan pointed out in Gaslight and Gumshoe how this feeling of time going by, that we went through 3 days here and they sent us information about one people, and then we got to challenge them with that information. Jonathan says, I did miss some of the busy work. Well, it's absolutely true. There's really no work that we do in this game. We occasionally flip back. We had to figure out what the handwriting meant in some cases, but very little work. I agree. I'm not sure if this case had the depth that would make it feel good to spend. Like if we spent 3 hours tracing down alibis and timelines, I'm not sure we would be happy with that time spent. But I do agree some of the evidence was there just for all of the evidence was there just for show, essentially. The fingerprints felt very real but had no use. The blood-stained drapery had no real use, but it was cool. Lots of cool stuff. But yeah, if you use this system, I would buy into a game that was much more challenging. Jonathan points out that one way that the sections could be have more of a payoff would be if maybe we were challenged to understand things. And you could see if you were advising someone playing this, you might say, okay, what you should do is when you get to the end of each day's report, stop and try to make a guess of who did it. Like maybe try to give yourself, because by the time it gets to the end, it's giving you most of the answer. And maybe if you want to have some fun, try to spend some time in between figuring things out informally, guessing who did it. But I think Jonathan's right. What would be nice is if they broke up those chapters into things that ask you to solve little mini mysteries or figure little mini things out that if you figure them all out when you get to the end will make sense. But I loved the sectioning of it into reports, and I wonder if they're all like that. I don't know. I'll tell you my other favorite part. So I've talked about how we emotionally connected with Kettering, who's our sort of alter ego, and have it be through his point of view. There were some real moments of humor and fun. But one of the advantages, we've already talked about some of these mystery suspect games, you get very brief contact. Most of these games, the mystery suspect games, you open it up and it's very common to have statements from each suspect. A short half page, little interview with them. You read it, you're done. You're basically done with that person. That's what you hear from that person's personality. What was so amazing in this game, and it being 174 pages, what they took the luxury to do is our guy interviewed everyone 3 times, some people more. And over the course of many days, as he got more information, and that really brought to life those people. But as Jonathan pointed out while we were playing it, like He interviews them the first time. He's got no information on them. Sometimes he's a little iffy about why someone's not more forthcoming, but he can't push it. He can't press them. He's got no information. Then he gets some more information day 2, day 3. He gets some information from headquarters about certain people and backgrounds. And then he goes back and he re-interviews these people. And we're reading these interview transcripts where he's suddenly pushing them against the wall and saying, you said this, but this is the truth, isn't it? And he takes different tacks with different people. Some of the people he can squeeze hard enough that they cough up that, okay, I wasn't telling the truth. Some of the people he cajoles, he's like, we're just going to forget what you said yesterday. That's not important. Some of the people he threatens, the guy who's the card sharp, he's telling him he's going to go to jail. The guy knows that he doesn't want to say anything because he'll go to jail. He really has to play cat and mouse with them. And then other people, he like leans on their good nature. He's like, you don't want this guy to go to jail for no reason if he was with you. But in all cases, he still has to sort of use some of the stuff he's gathered. It's really fun to hear him talk to these people and talk 3 times. And by the time he's interviewed these people 3 times, we have a sense of his personality and their personality. That was the coolest part for me. The fact that he went back to these people over and over again, and we really fleshed out their personalities, but most importantly, his personality and how he dealt with all these people. I almost feel like this is a guy I want to go have a beer with him, like go meet up with Kettering and talk about the case with him. And yeah, you can see it. You can see Jonathan, back to Jonathan's point about missing some of the busy work. It didn't quite feel like a game. And to me, it didn't quite feel like a novel. But it felt like a story of characters and of this detective getting to the bottom of it. It almost felt like a story told in a sequence of interviews over multiple days, multiple interviews of the same people day after day after day. For me, that's sort of what my memory of this game is. Reading these sets of interviews over time where he's eventually squeezing out information. But the accessory documents was pretty cool too, just to see it and to see the work they put in. Jonathan says, it would be interesting to have a modern version of this where you have to get the background reports. You have that Vienna Connection mission report system. You choose who to investigate more. Yeah, that's interesting. You could imagine... Yeah, that's interesting. You could imagine making this more of a game where you choose who to interview in what order, and maybe you can only interview a few people before the end of the day. Yeah, that's interesting. It really, Kettering was the heart and soul of this, and there were moments where it was fun to watch him. Like, it's interesting. You look at these document games, the mystery suspect games, you just dumped documents and you can read them in any order you want and you read them when you want. You have no sense of there being a person. You have no emotional connection to who's doing the police work. Whereas we were playing this and he interviews the woman, the Mrs. What's her name, Wheatley or whatever. And she's like, I was sewing on this jumper and I left it. My maid can confirm it. And then we see the detective be like, okay, don't go back to your room. You just hang out there while I call down the maid. And he's like dotting all his I's and crossing T's. He brings down the maid. He questions her when he's talking to the husband and wife. He asks one for an interview. He's like, are you wait there? I'm going to bring this one in. And he plays them off each other. Like, that sense of a person doing this investigation is unique. I do not remember another game another mystery suspect game where we've got such a palpable feel for the person doing the investigating and us sort of riding along with them. Perhaps the Sherlock Holmes are the Baker Street Irregular stuff, and Gaslight is the closest to it, because when we enter a scene, it tells us how they cajole someone into giving us information or whatever. But this is a different feel. This is a much more feel of there being a real person, this Kettering. I'm going to get to Jonathan's question in a second, but we like to talk about how could you improve, how could you build off it. So I'm going to make a suggestion. I've talked about how this didn't really feel like a novel to me. It felt like a short story. And how the role of Kettering and his involvement in all this was so engaging and interesting. Now, you could imagine a version of this where the main detective, Kettering in our case, is much more of an active protagonist in the story, with a character arc, with his own dangers, his own goals, his own potential foibles and risks, and where you're playing and you have some fear of him getting himself into trouble. We had that one interview he did with the beautiful maid or something, where it has a very weird description of what happens in the interview. And the interview just says, like, he calls her on something. He's like, wouldn't you like to go to a party? And then the rest of the interview transcript just says that nothing more relevant to the case was discussed. It was very weird. Do you remember what I'm talking about, Jonathan? But imagine a case like this, which has like a Chinatown. Imagine like a Chinatown story where the detective is getting involved in things and might actually be sucked into a dangerous situation, or in danger of letting someone go because he feels sympathy for them, etc., in danger of breaking the law. That would be a very emotionally involved story. The idea of, if you set up the same idea with interviews and documents and evidence, but had it where you were nervous about your alter ego getting in trouble and having a character arc and not knowing if the game was going to end with that person in trouble. You could even try you could even take something like Vienna Connection and Dune could have done and double down on it. Imagine a story, a novel, where you got to the end of it. It was like this, but you got to the end of it and then you decided who to arrest, and maybe you could choose to plant evidence on someone or get someone in trouble, and it was more of a moral decision you made at the end rather than guessing the answer to the mystery. Jonathan says, how does this compare to some of the mystery suspect games that were more based on interviews? I can't remember a mystery game where you interview people multiple times. They're almost all structured where you get this document dump in the beginning. There are a couple of them that have staged information that gets revealed. We've played the Detective Stories series. Those all seem to have an internet component that has a sort of act two, that you discover the internet, you gain some more information. And I do think this would have benefited from some more interactive documents. Like, we got some letters from him that we discovered, but they didn't really cause much of a change. But there are a couple of these mystery suspect games that are set up as 2 acts. And at some point you gain some additional information that's interesting. But they are all nameless interviews. They're sort of, you don't feel any association with the person asking the questions. And Most of them are structured so that you are trying to find the contradictions in their statement. This was weird in that the protagonist, our detective, was finding everything. In his summary, he was telling us what he found. But I don't object to that. I think there's some enjoyment in trying to find it out before him. But I'm not sure that's not a bad trade-off. I'm not sure I would have wanted to put 6 more hours into this so that we could have really found those things that he found. I didn't want to put 3 hours into getting those alibi times perfect. I was very happy to have him summarize it. It sort of boiled it down to letting us concentrate on the story rather than the details. I wouldn't want every game to be like this. I liked some of the games where we really have to work hard, but I liked being able to just enjoy the story of this. Any other thoughts? Anyone else in the chat want to give some thoughts on what they thought of it? Jonathan, what do you think about checking out some more of these, especially if this was sort of the easy one? I'm super curious to see if they all follow this structure. And the fact that we could play this, here's a positive thing. I mean, look, we played 45 hours, Jonathan, you and I and Aaron. We spent days, sleepless nights, emailing hundreds of emails trying to solve the Adventures by Gaslight case. There's something to be said. I mean, we've been playing 8 hours now. 8 hours is a long session. Just because we played a 45-hour session, we shouldn't view this as this is like a short one. Oh, only 8 hours, but that's a long session. This was a good, fine length. I enjoyed being able to read this mostly linearly and then spending a little bit of time and then reading it. Like, that felt the right time length for this. So in that sense, I think that worked. And that's its own thing. And I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that we got to the end, felt pretty confident about what it was, and then read the solution. I enjoyed that. I'm really curious to see if the others... Here's the third one. Where's the second one? Who killed Robert Prentice? Let's see if this one has a giant fold-out newspaper. I want to see, this one's got some good evidence in it. I want to see, okay, Dear Lieutenant, I want to see if it's structured in the same way with the reports. I really hope it is. In fact, it would be wonderful if it was Kettering again, although I don't think it is going to be. This one doesn't have a... Here's a little, on the back of volume 2, second mystery, Who Killed Robert Prentice, is a little quotes from how Murder Off Miami did. Over 100,000 copies. The planner and presenter have hit on an idea that will please many people. They've worked it out with great skill. Daily Express, Daily Herald, Morning Post, Daily Telegraph, Daily Mirror. I'm really curious. Dear Lieutenant Schwab. So Lieutenant Schwab is back in it. He's the guy at headquarters. But I don't care about Schwab. I want Kettering to be back in it. Oh boy, that's a big long block. A big long 20 pages of text. What the hell? Where are the interviews and reports? Wow, this one looks much more like a full novel. Who's writing this? Like, I don't see this broken up so much. Particulars of the lives of Robert and Cicely Prentice, typed by Cicely Prentice. Wow, that's a big book of text. Lieutenant Schwab. All right, so Ketterling is not back in number 2. That's unfortunate. This one was never broken open. No one ever got to the end of this one. Some of the blogs, Jonathan, that you found, rank them, and I think it might pay for us to take a look at the rankings and maybe play the one that person thinks is best. We've got all of the Dennis Wheatleys, and then we've got the other 3 that weren't written by Wheatley. I'm curious about those. The fact that we can finish one of these in a session does make me want to play more of these, so I absolutely would play more of these. Absolutely. I'm curious to see the evidence, and I'm curious to see how the system changes. It's tempting to go, since they don't seem connected, I think maybe we find the one that people think is the best and play that one. What else? Jonathan, any other thoughts? I have not even considered until we played this game. It didn't even occur to me the idea that you could put a detective as the sort of, I don't know if protagonist is the right word, but it didn't even occur to me that you could tell the story of the mystery through the eyes of a person that we would develop an attachment to with a personality. And it makes sense that these games tend not to do that, because it seems to me that the game normally says, well, the players should be that person. The players are the person asking the questions or encountering this evidence. And it makes sense when you play Chronicles of Crime, you're the person asking questions, and that's pulled off quite well. When you're playing the Sherlock Holmes games, you're sort of doing that, but you're not involved in a... Some of the Baker Street Irregulars box by Dave Neal, some of the places that it really succeeds is you feel an emotional connection. Remember, there's a game where you feel an emotional connection to Wiggins, who's emotionally involved in the game. And I think this and that hint at this possibility. I think there's a real opportunity here for that. To make a game where you're emotionally connected, you're sort of riding along with the detective, encountering the evidence as they encounter it, but then have that detective be at risk. Either at risk of making mistakes, of missing things, have there be consequences to that. I think that would be super compelling. Imagine a detective investigating a case and you're seeing the raw evidence and the raw transcripts as they are, and then thinking, oh my God, they don't realize they're about to enter the room with who I think is the murderer. Have there be that sense of danger, the sense of consequences for making mistakes. Give them a real personality, give them the chance of maybe being wrong about things, the possibility of going too far as a police officer, pushing someone too hard, going too easy on someone. Sometimes when you play these games, like, I wish if I was there, I would have asked where the blood was. I would have checked the sponge for blood. Normally, when you do that, you sit there and you say, oh, this game should have given us the option to do that. That's stupid. I would have done that. But what if you flip that on its head and said, make the player anxious that their detective didn't think to do that. Instead of saying this game should have let me do it because I'm the one making these choices, what if you flip that on its head and said, the player is going to sit there saying, oh my God, that detective messed up. He should have read this person the rights. He should have checked this. And maybe he's going to get reprimanded for not doing that. Maybe when we get to the end report, headquarters is going to say, you just let someone walk off the scene with evidence. You messed up. Make that part of the game, part of the story. Yes, Jonathan, you're saying exactly what I'm thinking. There would be a bit of tragedy if you can see what they're missing that would lead to downfall. There you go. You've put this pathos in the game. Instead of the player sitting there saying, that's stupid, I'm the detective, I would ask about this. That's stupid, I'm the detective, I would have examined that sponge. Now all of a sudden, you've created this emotional investment of, oh my God, our alter ego has messed up. They should have secured that evidence. They should have asked this person about this. When this person said this, I think they were lying, and now we've missed this opportunity. I think that could lead to some very emotionally interesting gameplay. You could also imagine another thing to think about if you were thinking about playing with the dials on these kinds of games. This case we played, right? There's a murder on the boat. He gets on the boat and he submits 5 reports over the course of 4 or 5 days, right? You could imagine structuring it so it's first report, next report the next 48 hours, and then goes cold for a month. Next report. Goes cold for 5 years. Next report. Like, you could play with some time issues where time passes and events might happen. Things could happen. People could get killed. You could move from place to place. I mean, the luxury of writing it as a book means you can do whatever you want. You could make it change locales and times. You could even go back in time and have a sort of backstory that gets filled in. Well, Jonathan found these games for us, so Jonathan, thank you for finding these. Yeah, I had a blast. It's fascinating to see, and it does make you. There should be more of these, especially because I think the physical evidence part, like those envelopes with hair and the matchstick, those were cool. But as I've talked about before, I'd be okay with saving some money and just giving me photographs of crime scene. If you gave me more photographs of crime scenes, maybe some color photographs, I don't need the real evidence. And I love what you can do with this in terms of linear story. It seems like it'd be much cheaper to publish a book. Much easier to make a digital version of it than a box with pieces and stuff. So the fact that it's a book means you don't have to. One of the most enjoyable things with these games where you're like, you discover something and then occasionally these games is like, open this envelope. Well, with the book, the whole thing is open an envelope. Every page you turn, since you have to go sequentially, every page is opening a mystery envelope. So, like, this seems like the superior format for these games to me. There is very, very little advantage to giving someone all the documents at once. And you could, in fact, structure it by saying, occasionally you could have a part in the book that's like, you can access these 10 in any order. Like maybe you break the pages into like numbered, and occasionally you go A1, A2, A3, A4, and you just say the person can read those in any order. But to me, the advantages of having a linear system outweigh any advantages that these boxed games have of giving you documents in any order. Jonathan says, it's interesting to think if they had stayed popular and been more steady development over 80 years. Yeah, it almost seems like the current Mystery Suspect games are a step backwards to me. The only maybe step forward is the fact that you could use a website for hints and to challenge the person to answer a question in a way that's pretty clever. And of course, I mean, look, we've been talking about glowing stuff about the game for a long time. It should be said, when we've played these detective stories games from Adventure, Fire in Adverstein, Still Lake, Death in Antarctica, Kaifeng 982, those were much more engaging mysteries that really required us to think hard and figure out stuff. This was not that, right? The actual quality of the mystery and the satisfaction in having to be clever and having chains of reasoning to figure out what's significant, what information is hidden, that's a totally different experience. This game was not that. This was we ride along for a very simplistic mystery. So let's be fair to these more modern games that really challenge us to use some deduction to figure out stuff and much more satisfying leaps of logic. This is all very straightforward. The actual quality of the mystery here is minimal. It was more the experience of riding along with this. Any other thoughts from Jonathan or anyone else? I do appreciate you finding these, Jonathan. This is a case where there's actually been a lot of write-ups of these books in different blogs. But perhaps it's not surprising. Those write-ups may predate YouTube, or certainly predate the age of YouTube where people are unboxing everything. So while there are lots of write-ups of these games, there doesn't seem to be many YouTubes. I didn't see any YouTube videos showing these games. Although you did find Internet Archive. Someone scanned every page of this quite lovingly in high detail. So this case is one, the file on Bolitho Blane, the murder off Miami, is one that you could actually play just by reading that Internet Archive scan. But the others, not so. So I think the others, you'd have a hard time finding video of. I'm very curious to play more of these and see how they compare. And very interesting system. Jonathan, what would you say, how important would you say having those real pieces of evidence are to you? Whether it's the telegraph, the memos. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's enjoyable to have such a variety of documents in different formats. The part of the stationery is bonded. We could see the watermark. It's all makes it feel real. There's the cloth with bloodstain. It's a little bit of a shame that there wasn't any significance to any of that. But it was cool. For me, I feel like I could live without it. It's not so important to me, but this double-sided page, this blueprint thing, it's very cool, but I'm not sure it adds that much from my standpoint. What do you think, Jonathan? This packet of hair, this match with the hotel imprinted on it. It's pretty impressive. You could imagine, how did they source this? How did they source this hair? It looks like real hair to me. That is real. That's hair. That's someone's hair. And
you can see there's the blonde hair and the black hair. And you could, it looks like, open this up and get at that match. You could actually bring that match out and take a look at it. I can't smell if it's got the smell of the sulfur from the match being lit, but it looks burned. Like, they did not mess around. You could imagine this would have been quite a hit in the 1930s. Pretty impressive. I really liked the interviews, though. For me, that was the highlight. Jonathan says, I really like the effort it shows in production and planning of a product, but you're right in that it was not super useful for the actual mystery. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the way I would say it is this. I'll pay more for that, but if it's the question of making these books with that or not, I'll do it without them. I'll still buy them without it. If you think you can't make a profit from the manual labor of doing that, I'll live with the pictures. Jonathan says, did Murder Memo ever show up? Murder Memo is another one of these games. It hasn't showed up yet. It looks like it's stuck in traffic, but it's still set to arrive. I also ordered one of the Sherlock Holmes dossiers. So we'll take a look at that when that arrives. And I ordered Kane's, what's it one? The novel where all the pages are out of order. But I ordered it used from Amazon, and the seller canceled. Didn't actually have it in stock, so I have to reorder it again. Murder Memo should be here soon, though. Kane's Jawbone, that's right. I can't remember what Murder Memo was. Was it a game like this, made in a different time, made more recently? Was that what it was? It was a crime dossier, is what we're calling this genre. Crime Dossier. Kane's Jawbone got popular on TikTok with the dances. That's a weird thing. That's a weird place for it to get popular. So a Murder Memo is a dossier from the 50s. Okay. One of the things that would, so we talked about how crazy it is to be reading a novel on YouTube, basically. And I occasionally think, well, do I have like, there aren't many ways that this could be improved. But one would be if I got a little bit better at the voice acting and could somehow remember what voice I used for each person. In fact, even in the middle of reading one person's 2-page interview, I feel like I forget how to do the voice I'm doing. And it would be nice to sort of practice coming up with some sort of prototype voices so I know, okay, this person, I'm going to use this voice. When they do an audiobook, that's the first thing they do. They go through, they find how many different characters there are, which characters have lots of dialogue, and maybe they'll give those the good voices. And they'll decide how to, make each person distinguishable from another. And, but
we encounter these as we read them. I can't look ahead at them, so that's a little hard. But it would be nice to come up with some voices that I could be consistent about. Any other thoughts and comments? What should we play next is the question. So I started a Board Game Geek post. Jonathan, you do have a Board Game Geek user ID, because I think you posted on the Sherlock Holmes on the Adventures by Gaslight thread eventually. But we've got a bunch of games. We've got more of these crime files. I want to try a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case. I want to play Queen's Park Affair, another game that looks bigger than Adventures by Gaslight, but similar, Mansion Murders. We've got 2 games in this Hidden Games series that are out of left field, but have been compared to the Detective Stories adventure games, which is high praise. So I am very curious to try those and see what kind of quality those are. And then we've got all the other Sherlock Holmes cases. It feels to me like we've got enough to go another year just playing these types of games. But you let me know, Jonathan, what you want to play next. Maybe we'll try to do one a week or so. That Adventures by Gaslight really took something out of us, though. That was a big one. We gotta wait a while before we go into something like that again. Any other closing thoughts, Jonathan, or anyone else? How would you recommend this to someone? Like, on what basis? You'd have to say that it's less of a game, more of a reading a story experience. Anyone who's a fan of this whole genre of games absolutely owes it to themselves to play this, to check out this, especially this structure with the detective writing reports. But it's not going to be that kind of satisfying deductive challenge. So, I think maybe start with this one and see if it's something you like. And for people who are casually interested in trying to solve a mystery but don't really want to do hard work, right? Don't really want to have to sit down there and take notes about alibis and timelines. This is nice in that you just ride along with the ride. Jonathan says, if you want a game, you have to discipline yourself and try to work it all out before Kittering gives his summary at the end of each report. Yes, you could. That's right. You could skip Kittering's summaries of who's available at what time, whose alibi holds up. It seems like it would be a little hard to get this one wrong. I mean, at the end, he basically says, everyone's got an alibi, it's no one. I guess you could guess that the secretary did it, but not figure out that they're the same person, that it's believed that he swapped identities. You could come up with some way that the secretary killed him, although I'm not sure what motive you would have. How would you compare this experience, Jonathan? How would you rank it with the others? I think I want to say something about that. I would put this far below the my favorite Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases, and far below the adventure series, the best of the sort of mystery suspect type games, because I do like the challenge of trying to solve those. However, I've reviewed a bunch of these mystery suspect games like the Cold Case Files and Unsolved Cases and stuff like those. And the good ones of those do involve some clever deduction, but they all feel very shallow. And I don't have any emotional connection to those when I play them. Whereas this felt a little more digging deeper into the characters and seeing their interactions. So I think I would probably put this as an experience above those. Those tend to be very short too. But with those, you are trying to figure something out. You have to be a little more clever than you have to with this. But when I'm done, I just feel like empty calories. Whereas this one, maybe because there were things that were different and new in this at least felt a little bit of a fresh air from 1936. Jonathan, any thoughts about where this would rank for you and what you'd like to play next? Should we jump right into another one of these as the next game we play, or should we alternate with something else before returning back to one of these? I thought that using this book was going to be more of a constraint versus the documents where we can lay them all out. But it actually turned out to be a little easier because we were always just looking at one page. We knew where things were. It almost makes you think of binding those document games into a little binder before you play it. Jonathan says, I don't know for both questions. So you don't know where you would rank it, and you don't know what you'd like to play next. Well, it is almost 8 a.m. We have been playing for almost 9 hours. It would make sense not to try to answer that and take a little break. All right, well, let's sign off here. Jonathan, as always, a real pleasure to play this game with you. And looking forward to the next one. Traveling back to 1936. Pretty cool. All right. Well, we'll see you next time. And we'll find out what we'll play next time on YouTube. You'll see it scheduled. If you want to help decide, you can go to the Board Game Geek thread, which is mentioned in the YouTube community tab section. And with that, Jonathan, I'll see you next time.